Anne Boleyn, born around 1501, the second wife of King Henry VIII of England, and a crucial figure in the political and religious upheaval that led to the English Reformation. Well educated in the Netherlands and France, Anne was well prepared for the complexities of the English court, which she navigated with her own ambition and acumen. Her refusal to become Henry VIII's mistress set in motion a chain of events that resulted in England's break from the Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England, with Henry seeking to annul his first marriage to Catherine of Aragon in order to wed Anne. Their marriage in 1533 heralded significant religious changes, but it was all short-lived, as Anne was unable to provide a male heir, leading to her arrest on fabricated charges, including adultery and treason. Thus she was executed in 1536, leaving behind a daughter, however, Elizabeth I, who would of course become one of England's most celebrated monarchs. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, very happy to meet you indeed, and if you're coming back, off we go again on another adventure into the past. If you'd like to support the channel, you're doing a very good job as it is. Just enjoy the content at your own pace. But a like and subscribe certainly helps, and if you want to go above and beyond, there's a few links in the description. But now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII, was born to one Thomas Boleyn, later Earl of Wiltshire and Earl of Ormond, and Elizabeth Howard, the eldest daughter of Thomas Howard, the future second Duke of Norfolk. The exact date of Anne's birth remains uncertain, with scholarly debate primarily centered around 2 years, circa 1501 and circa 1507. Anne's familial background included her older sister, Mary, and a younger brother by the name of George, born around 1504. This birth order is supported by claims from Mary's descendants, notably her grandson, who successfully claimed the Ormond title in 1496, asserting his grandmother's status as the elder daughter, a claim recognized by Queen Elizabeth I. During her formative years, her education was typical of a woman of her status, focusing not only on academics like arithmetic, grammar, and history, but also on essential domestic skills like embroidery and household management. Throw in a little bit of music, and we can see a very diverse range of skills. Additionally, she was trained in more physical pursuits, such as archery, horseback riding, falconry, and hunting. Now, these formative years were significantly shaped by her time spent in influential European courts, due to her father, Thomas Boleyn's diplomatic career under Henry VIII. His charm and effectiveness as a diplomat garnered admiration from key figures, such as Margaret of Austria, the daughter of Maximilian I, the Holy Roman Emperor, who at the time was ruling the Netherlands on behalf of her nephew Charles. Margaret was so impressed with Boleyn that she offered Anne a coveted position in her household, and this was a rare honor, typically reserved for girls aged 12, suggesting Anne might have been younger when she began her court life, as indicated by Margaret affectionately calling her the little Boleyn. Anne's stay in the Netherlands at the court of Savoy in Mechelen, beginning in spring 1513, was also an important aspect of her upbringing, she was well regarded by Margaret, who praised her demeanour and intelligence. In October 1514, Anne moved to France to serve as a maid of honour, first to Queen Mary, Henry VIII's sister, upon her marriage to Louis XII of France, and subsequently to Mary's stepdaughter, Queen Claude. Thus she remained in the French court for nearly 7 years, a period during which she refined her French language skills and developed a keen interest in the arts and humanities, including fashion, illuminated manuscripts, literature, music, and of course religious philosophy. And it was here in France where Anne's evangelical leanings likely took root, influenced by reformist books and Jacques Lefebvre's French translations of the Bible and Pauline epistles. Her exposure to French culture, its etiquette, its dance, and its literature, alongside her experience in flirtation and courtly love, equipped her with a sophisticated persona that resonated quite strongly back at the English court. A continental flair, let's put it that way. Anne's acquaintance with Margaret de Navarre, King Francis I's sister, and a noted author and reformer, further nurtured her religious and literary inclinations. Thus, her return to England marked a transfer of continental influence into the English court, where her keen fashion sense, cultural knowledge, and religious ideas had a great influence on many. Her time in France not only polished her personal qualities, but also positioned her as an agent of religious and cultural reform, guiding, albeit very subtly, the English monarchy towards a historic break with the Catholic Church. Thus, those early years back in England were marked by a good dose of political and familial machinations that significantly influenced her trajectory. One of the pivotal moments was when she was recalled from the Netherlands to potentially marry her Irish cousin, James Butler. The marriage proposal was not born out of romantic considerations, but was rather a strategic move intended to resolve a dispute over the earldom of Ormond. The 7th Earl of Ormond had died in 1515, leaving his inheritance in question, with Sir Piers Butler contesting the will against the claims of Thomas Boleyn, Anne's father, who was descended from the eldest daughters of the previous Earl. King Henry VIII, concerned about the potential for civil unrest in Ireland over this dispute, supported a plan to marry Anne off to James Butler. This union was intended to consolidate the claims and pacify any conflict by bringing the Ormond inheritance as Anne's dowry. However, negotiations failed, and it was possibly due to Sir Thomas Boleyn's ambitions for a more advantageous match for Anne, or perhaps even so, his own aspirations to the titles. James Butler went on to marry Lady Joan Fitzgerald, who was another prominent heir. But Anne Boleyn would always be the one who got away from him. Now, parallel to Anne's failed marriage negotiations, her sister Mary Boleyn was recalled from France in 1519, where she had been involved with members of the French court, including the king. Soon after returning, Mary married one William Carey, a courtier, in a ceremony attended by Henry VIII. Despite her marriage, Mary became the mistress of Henry VIII, although the paternity of her children during this time remains a topic of historical debate. While some historians speculate that Henry VIII may have been the father of one or both of Mary's children, he never acknowledged them as he did with his recognized illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, by Elizabeth Blount. By 1522, Anne had herself secured a position at the English court as a lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine. She made her public debut at a court pageant in March of 1522, where she played Perseverance, and immediately impressed the court with her elegance and intellect. This marked the beginning of her rise as one of the most prominent and influential figures at the court. Thus Anne's presence and demeanor quickly attracted the attention of several suitors. Her charm and sophistication made her a standout figure at the English court. Described by historians as the perfect woman courtier, her grace, style, and accomplishments in dance, music, and languages captivated those around her. Partnered with this, her vibrant energy and engaging personality not only drew people into conversation, but it kept them entertained, making her a focal point of any social gathering, the life of the party. Well, during her time here at the court, Anne had become romantically involved with Henry Percy, the son of the Earl of Northumberland. The two entered into a secret betrothal, a relationship that, according to George Cavendish, did not become consummated. However, this engagement was ended abruptly due to a lack of support from Percy's father and opposition from Thomas Wolsey, for reasons that still to this day remain a little speculative. Either way, following the end of this relationship, Anne was temporarily sent away from court to her family's estates in the countryside, although details about this period are sparse. Upon her return to court, she re-entered the service of Catherine of Aragon. Meanwhile, Henry Percy was married to Lady Mary Talbot, an arrangement made since his adolescence. Around this time, Anne also befriended Sir Thomas Wyatt, a prominent poet of the Tudor era, whose marital troubles coincided with a growing affection for Anne, although their relationship is believed to have remained platonic. Anne's most significant and history-altering courtship began in 1526, when King Henry VIII, a seasoned player of courtly love, became completely infatuated with her. Anne skillfully navigated the king's advances, refusing to become just another mistress, and often retreating to Hever Castle for periods of seclusion. Her resistance only fueled the king's desire, leading to his proposal of marriage within a year of his pursuit. Both Henry and Anne believed that an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon would be swift, although it ultimately took several years, profoundly altering the religious landscape of England. Throughout their long courtship, which spanned approximately 7 years, there is no substantial evidence to suggest that Henry and Anne's relationship was consummated, until at least shortly before their marriage. The surviving love letters from Henry to Anne during this period reflect a deep affection and desire, but also a kind of respect for Anne's stance on maintaining their relationship chaste, until marriage at least. Henry VIII's desire for a male heir was a significant driving force behind his quest for an annulment from Catherine of Aragon. The Tudor period, you see, was marked by a deep concern for a secure succession, a legacy of the civil wars over royal succession that had plagued England before Henry VIII established relative stability, was still looming over everyone. Now Henry VIII was acutely aware of this history, and he sought to prevent any uncertainty regarding the legitimacy of his heir. Thus, his marriage to Catherine had failed to produce a surviving male child, with only their daughter, Mary, surviving infancy. Catherine had initially come to England to marry Henry's older brother, Arthur, who died shortly after their marriage. When Spain and England sought to maintain their alliance, Pope Julius II granted a dispensation for Henry and Catherine's marriage, under the condition that Catherine claimed to still be a virgin after Arthur's death. Over time, Henry grew increasingly concerned about the validity of his marriage, particularly as Catherine could not produce a male heir, which he took as a sign of divine displeasure. But along comes Anne Boleyn, and complicates the whole situation even more. Her refusal to become his mistress, insisting instead on marriage, catalyzed Henry's challenge to the Catholic Church's authority over his marriage decisions. Henry argued that his marriage to Catherine was invalid according to biblical scripture, claiming that the Pope had no authority to legitimize what he saw as essentially incestuous and sinful. This theological and legal battle over his marriage to Catherine came to be known as the King's Great Matter. Anne leveraged Henry's infatuation with her and his desperation for a legitimate male heir to position herself not only as his potential wife, but as a significant political partner. She refused to consummate their relationship until she was queen, a stance that ultimately played a role in Henry's decision to break from the Church and establish the Church of England. And when he did, his authority was recognized as supreme in all religious matters. Of course, the Catholic Church were not too happy with it, but, Now historians debate Anne's motives and her commitment to religious reform. Some view her as a devout evangelical, eager for religious reform, and playing a significant role in influencing Henry's religious policies, but others suggest her religious beliefs were a little more conventional, and that her actions were driven more by personal ambition than by deep-seated theological convictions. There is evidence suggesting Anne's sympathy towards Reformation efforts, including anecdotes of her promoting religious texts that critique the Catholic Church's excesses, such as Tyndale's writings or Simon Fisher's work, A Supplication for the Beggars. And she also supported scholars working on English translations of the Bible, and sought to instill scriptural piety in her ladies-in-waiting. Well, in 1528, a severe outbreak of sweating sickness struck London, leading to high mortality rates and causing the royal court to disperse. Henry VIII left London, frequently moving to escape the illness, while Anne Boleyn retreated to Hever Castle, the Boleyn family residence. It was there that Anne contracted the disease, and her brother-in-law, William Carey, succumbed to it. In his concern for Anne's health, Henry sent his personal physician to care for her, and she eventually recovered. As Anne recuperated, Henry intensified his efforts to secure an annulment from his marriage to Catherine of Aragon. He initiated a direct appeal to the Holy See, bypassing Cardinal Wolsey initially, who had been his chief adviser on the matter. Henry's envoy, William Knight, was dispatched to Pope Clement VII with the mission to annul the marriage on grounds that the original dispensation by Pope Julius II had actually been obtained under false pretenses. Additionally, Henry sought permission to remarry, specifically making provisions that would allow him to marry Anne, indicating the influence she had gained over him. However, this task proved to be a challenging one, as Pope Clement was effectively a prisoner of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, following the sack of Rome in 1527. Knight faced difficulties in gaining access to the Pope, and eventually returned with only a conditional dispensation, which Wolsey deemed to be insufficient. Consequently, Henry had very little choice, and he entrusted Wolsey with the annulment process. Wolsey convened an ecclesiastical court in England with the Pope's emissary, Lorenzo Campeggio, but no decisive action was taken, as Campeggio had no papal authorization to make a ruling. Wolsey's inability to secure the annulment strained his relationship with Henry and Anne, who suspected his loyalties lay more with the Pope than with the English crown. Anne's influence and Wolsey's other detractors led to his dismissal and eventual arrest on charges of praemunire, which is acting in the interest of a foreign ruler over your own king. Treason, basically. But Wolsey died of illness in 1530, before any trial could take place. Possibly what they had planned for him if he was found guilty, which he would have been. Well, perhaps that would have been worse than dying from illness. Now, by 1531, Catherine of Aragon was banished from the court, and her living quarters were reassigned to Anne, another sign of her rising status. However, the public were not too pleased with this. Their support largely remained with Catherine. In one incident in 1531, Anne narrowly escaped an angry mob by the Thames, showing once again the public discontent with her role in the king's marital strife, seen at this time by a great many, especially in London, as a home-wrecker. Well, the death of Archbishop of Canterbury William Warham in 1532 led to the appointment of the Boleyn family chaplain, Thomas Cranmer, as his successor, marking a significant shift towards a reformist influence within the church. And that same year, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, pushed through critical legislative acts that recognized royal supremacy over the church, cementing the break with Rome and setting the stage for the establishment of the Anglican Church, also known as the Church of England. Well, even before her marriage to Henry VIII, Anne wielded significant influence at the English court. She had the authority to grant petitions, receive diplomats, and provide patronage, reflecting a substantial influence over Henry, even to the extent of advocating on behalf of foreign diplomats. Well, this period marked her as an increasingly central figure in England's political and international affairs. Thus, her influence was particularly evident in strengthening England's international position, notably by fostering an alliance with France. She developed a strong rapport with the French ambassador, Gilles de la Pommeraye, which facilitated diplomatic relations. in a strategic move to solidify her status both within England and on the international stage. Henry VIII conferred upon Anne the Marquisate of Pembroke on the 1st of September 1532. This title was not only a mark of her impending queenship, but also as a necessary status symbol in preparation for their meeting with King Francis I of France in Calais later that year. The investiture, performed by Henry himself, with de la Pommeraye as a guest of honor, showed once again her elevated position. The conference at Calais was a political success, securing implicit support from the French government for Henry's plans to remarry, despite King Francis I's delicate balancing act due to his alliances with the Pope. And of course, Anne's ascent to power also brought considerable benefits to her family. Her father, Thomas Boleyn, was elevated to the title of Earl of Wiltshire, and arrangements were made for her Irish cousin to become the Earl of Ormond. During the celebrations of her father's elevation, Anne was given precedence over the Duchess of Suffolk and Norfolk, an honor that was typically reserved for the Queen. In addition to all the politics, Anne used her influence to secure financial support for her sister, Mary Boleyn, by arranging an annual pension. She also facilitated educational opportunities for her nephew, Henry Carey. Now, finally, Anne's marriage to Henry VIII was solidified through a ceremony in secret on November 14th, 1532, followed by a public confirmation of their union in January of the following year, 1533. The legitimacy of their marriage was officially recognized by Thomas Cranmer, the newly appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, in May of 1533. Cranmer's rulings, which declared Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon null and void, subsequently validated Henry's marriage to Anne, and it marked the culmination of a complex series of events and loopholes, whether they be theological or political, that had finally led to this moment. Anne Boleyn's coronation of Queen Consort on June 1st, 1533, was thus a grand and meticulously orchestrated event that showed her new status and legitimacy of her forthcoming child. Crowned in Westminster Abbey, Anne was the last Queen Consort of England to have a separate coronation from her husband. Remarkably, she was crowned with St. Edward's crown, traditionally reserved for the coronation of a monarch, not a consort. This unusual choice, as suggested by historian Alice Hunt, was likely due to Anne's visible pregnancy and the expectation that she would bear a male heir. Well, the day before her coronation, Anne participated in a lavish procession through London, an event designed to showcase the new queen to the public. Seated in a magnificent litter made from white cloth of gold and adorned with a gold coronet, her appearance was intended to symbolize purity and royal dignity, though, as you can imagine, it received a mixed reception from the public. Simultaneously, significant political and religious shifts were underway. The House of Commons had enacted laws that rejected the authority of the Pope in England, culminating in Pope Clement VII's provisional excommunication of Henry VIII and Archbishop Cranmer. The Pope also declared Anne's marriage to Henry null and reaffirmed Catherine's status as queen. Despite this, Henry required his subjects to swear allegiance to the First Succession Act, which recognized Anne as the rightful queen, and with that, her offspring as legitimate heirs to the throne. The oath completely rejected papal authority, and notable figures who refused it, such as Sir Thomas More and Bishop John Fisher, were locked up, thrown in prison. It was non-negotiable. By late 1534, the English Parliament declared Henry the supreme head of the Church of England, and that effectively established a national church that was independent of Rome. Rome was, of course, not very happy about this. It was not merely a rejection of papal authority, but also a significant step towards the English Reformation, which is a very complicated topic that I will cover in another video. Wait for me, please. Now, throughout her tenure as queen, Anne Boleyn actively supported the Protestant Reformation. She was instrumental in promoting and protecting evangelicals and reformers, leveraging her influence to advance the translation and dissemination of the scriptures, notably those by William Tyndale. Anne's efforts also extended to personal interventions, as evidenced by her letter to Thomas Cromwell, wherein she sought assistance for Richard Herman, a merchant persecuted for his involvement in distributing the English New Testament. Anne's religious influence was also personal and long-lasting. She appointed Matthew Parker, a future Archbishop of Canterbury, as her chaplain, and entrusted him with the spiritual care of her daughter, the future Queen Elizabeth I, ensuring that her reformist legacy would endure beyond her lifetime. Also, if you're interested in Queen Elizabeth I, I have already done a video on her. It's in the Britain playlist, and I believe the biographies playlist. Go and take a look. You'll enjoy it. Well, after her coronation, Anne Boleyn settled into life at Greenwich Palace, a favoured residence of King Henry VIII, as she prepared for the birth of her child. The anticipation was, of course, high for the birth of a son. Everyone was crossing their fingers, a male heir that Henry longed for to secure the Tudor lineage. However, I'm sure you can guess what happened. September 7th, 1533, Anne gave birth to a girl, who was christened Elizabeth, possibly named in honor of her grandmother Elizabeth Howard and Henry's mother, Elizabeth of York. The arrival of a daughter instead of a son came as let's just say, a disappointment to her parents, especially after the confident predictions of a male heir by court physicians and astrologers, who were, of course, always on the money with their predictions. Well, despite the initial disappointment, the infant Elizabeth was given a grand christening. After all, a daughter is as much of a blessing. Now, Anne, however, was conscious of the potential political threat posed by Henry's first daughter, Mary, who had been declared illegitimate and stripped of her princess title. To secure Elizabeth's position and alleviate Anne's concerns, Henry ordered that Mary be separated from her servants and sent to live at Hatfield House, where Elizabeth was also to reside under the care of her own substantial staff, in the healthy country air. It's not a bad deal. Now, Anne's role as queen was marked by a significant expansion in the size and scope of her household compared to her predecessor, Catherine. She maintained a large retinue of over 250 servants, and this ranged from priests to stable boys, and was attended by more than 60 maids of honor. Her court was a center of religious and political activity, and she engaged several priests as confessors and chaplains, including Matthew Parker, who later played a crucial role in establishing Anglican thought during Elizabeth's reign. But the early years of Anne's marriage to Henry were periods of relative happiness, interspersed with tension. Trouble was brewing in paradise, it seems. Let's have a look at some of the drama, shall we? Her intelligent and headstrong nature, which had been quite appealing when she was Henry's mistress, had now become a source of conflict now that she was queen and had actual power. In fact, there were reports of Anne speaking sharply even to her own family members, behavior that was deemed unseemly and, frankly, rude for the queen. By Christmas of 1534, after a miscarriage or stillbirth, Henry was already discussing the possibility of simply throwing this marriage out the window. Although this did not immediately lead to action, and the couple did reconcile, at least for a time. Anne continued to preside over a lavish court, spending extensively on clothing, jewels, and renovations of numerous palaces to match the royal couple's extravagant tastes. Her personal motto was "the most happy," symbolized by her emblem of a white falcon. It was all about spending big, living in luxury, wherever you could get it in the old times of the 16th century. As a matter of fact, do remember, she grew up around those French courts. Now, it's not to say that French courts were better than English courts, but she wanted the best of both worlds. I'm talking continental imports, that sort of thing. Well, happy wife, happy life, as they say. Henry was sort of forced to oblige on that one. But despite her efforts to secure her position and contribute to the kingdom's religious reforms, public opinion of Anne deteriorated over time, particularly as no male heir was forthcoming. And her unpopularity was further compounded by her association with the political and religious executions of her opponents. That's one way to lose popularity. Figures such as Sir Thomas More and the Bishop John Fraser, and it led to her being harshly criticized, even referred to as the king's, well, you know that word that starts with W. It's a bad one. Well, the decline in public favor set the stage for her eventual downfall, as the enemies at court increased and her influence over Henry began to wane. It was around this time, January 7th, 1536, that Catherine of Aragon passed away, and it marked another pivotal moment for Anne and King Henry. Catherine's passing was met with visible relief from Henry, who wore yellow the following day, the color of joy and celebration in England. But, ironically, it's claimed it was one of mourning in Spain, but this is disputed. Now, this public display of festivity highlighted the complex and often strained relationships within the Tudor court. It was never really smooth sailing. No matter how rich and powerful you are, money never fixes family and marital disputes. You can never buy your way out of that one. Let that be a lesson to you. if you think money's going to solve your problems, dear listener. While attempting to solidify her position and perhaps even soften her image, Anne made overtures towards reconciliation with Mary, Catherine's daughter, who steadfastly rejected these efforts. She wanted nothing to do with her. Rumors that Catherine had been poisoned, fueled by the discovery of a blackened heart during her embalming, only exacerbated tensions, despite medical consensus attributing the discoloration to cancer and not foul play. Well, during this period of chaos, Anne's personal and political stability began to waver significantly, and she was pregnant again. You know what that means. The stakes were high to produce a male heir. Simultaneously, Henry's attentions shifted towards a new woman, Jane Seymour, one of Anne's maids of honor. Seems that Henry already had one foot out the door, which is really not cool when your wife is pregnant. Well, far be it for me to push my morality on people who lived 500 years ago. Anyway, well, simultaneously, an incident involving a locket with Henry's portrait, which Jane flaunted in Anne's presence, reportedly provoked Anne to violent anger, and one can hardly blame her. Jane was apparently showing off. Look at this little present that I got. From your husband, nonetheless. What are you going to do about it? Well, Anne, of course. No one could blame her for acting in a very violent manner, symbolizing her growing desperation and also this complete loss of control over her circumstances. The clock was certainly ticking on Anne living the good life. Well, Anne miscarried in January 1536, shortly after witnessing an intimate moment between Henry and Jane. This, of course, was a devastating blow for everybody involved. The loss of what was reported to be a male fetus coincided tragically with the day of Catherine's burial, intensifying the personal and political implications of her failed pregnancy. Eustace Chapuis, the imperial ambassador, ominously noted the miscarriage of her savior, suggesting that the event marked the beginning of the end for Anne's marriage to Henry. You see, if there was a male heir, effectively for Anne it would be obligation fulfilled. But another disappointment in Henry's eyes, well, that was the nail in the coffin for poor Anne. One could only feel sorry. Well, Henry's reaction to the miscarriage further alienated Anne. There was no shoulder to cry on. There was no sympathy. He claimed that he had been seduced into the marriage by sortileges, implying deception or enchantment. This accusation set the stage for Jane Seymour's elevation within the court. So Jane was moved into the royal quarters, a sign of her rising favor, while Anne's influence rapidly diminished. Additionally, Anne's brother, George Boleyn, was notably passed over for the Order of the Garter, which was instead awarded to Sir Nicholas Carow, further indicating the shifting allegiances. And thus, like that, Anne Boleyn's downfall was swift and dramatic, and historians have long debated the forces behind her arrest and execution. Now, it's been suggested that Anne and Cromwell, that being Thomas Cromwell, had significant disagreements over the redistribution of church revenues and foreign policy, which escalated tensions between them also. Anne favored using the revenues for charitable and educational purposes, and sought an alliance with France. After all, she had plenty of friends back there. But Cromwell aimed to refill the king's depleted coffers, and preferred an alliance with the Holy Roman Empire. The evidence suggesting Cromwell's involvement in engineering Anne's fall includes his conversations with the imperial ambassador Eustace Chapuis, which indicate Cromwell as the instigator of the plot against her. However, Cromwell's biographer, John Schofield, disputes this, asserting that there is no substantial evidence of a Cromwell-led conspiracy. Schofield argues that Cromwell only became involved in Anne's case by direct order from Henry VIII, and that the supposed power struggle between Anne and Cromwell had been based on unreliable sources. So now, let's talk more about these final days of Anne Boleyn. Well, the events leading up to Anne's arrest begin with the arrest of one Mark Smeaton, who was a musician in her service, who initially denied but later confessed to being her lover, possibly under torture and the promise of freedom. Now, following his confession, other men, including Sir Henry Norris, Sir Francis Weston, and Sir William Brereton, and Anne's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested on charges of adultery with the Queen and related treasonous acts. Norris, despite being treated with initial kindness by Henry VIII, was arrested during May Day festivities, likely triggered by Smeaton's confession. Of course, he vehemently denied the charges, as did all of the others accused. Now, just quickly, we mentioned that one Mark Smeaton was a musician. Interesting fact, there were a lot of lute players, musicians and the like in medieval times that would, of course, go into courts and entertain. And actually, a few of them were spies. Think about it. The lute player sitting in the corner, hours and hours, the life of the party, providing all the entertainment. Well, as everybody gets drunker and drunker, they begin to talk, and they begin to brag, and they begin to one-up each other on their plans. Well, the lute player just keeps on playing and takes the information in. Of course, he's just there to play music, right? Who would suspect him? Anyway, maybe we'll have a video on medieval spies in the future. That's a good one. Well, back to Anne Boleyn. Of course, the legal proceedings against Anne were, at least by modern standards, completely unjust. The laws of the time were heavily weighted towards the desires of the monarchy, making the outcome a guilty verdict, pretty much 99% a foregone conclusion. This was exemplified in the charges laid against her, which included adultery, incest, and plotting the king's death. The extremity and salaciousness of the charges were likely intended to ensure that no sympathy remained for Anne. A propaganda campaign, effectively. A smear campaign, even. And it facilitated a swift execution. And then we arrive at May 2nd, 1536. Anne was arrested and taken to the Tower of London, where she was held in the royal apartments. In a state of distress, she inquired about the whereabouts of her father and brother, and the specifics of the charges against her. And it was around this time that she wrote a rather solemn message to Henry, a letter, and we're fortunate enough to have the entire thing. I'm going to read it right now, of course. Sir, your Grace's displeasure and my imprisonment are things so strange unto me, as what to write or what to excuse, I am altogether ignorant. Whereas you send unto me, willing me to confess a truth, and so obtain your favour by such an one, whom you know be my ancient professed enemy. I no sooner received this message by him, than I rightly conceive your meaning, and if you say confessing a truth indeed may procure my safety, I shall with all willingness and duty perform your demand. But let not your Grace ever imagine that your poor wife will ever be brought to acknowledge a fault, where not so much as a thought thereof proceeded. And to speak a truth, neither prince had wife more loyal in all duty and in all true affection that you have ever found in Anne Boleyn, with which name and place I could willingly have contented myself, if God in your Grace's pleasure had been so pleased. Neither did I at any time so far forget myself in exaltation or received queenship, but that I always looked for such an alteration as I now find, for the ground of my preferment being one so sure a foundation than your Grace's fancy. The least alteration I knew was fit and sufficient to draw that fancy to some other object. You have chosen me, from a low estate, to be your queen and your companion, far beyond my desert or desire. If then you found me worthy of such a honour, good your Grace let not any light fancy, or bad counsel of mine enemies, withdraw your princely favour of me. Neither let that stain, that unworthy stain, of a disloyal heart toward your good Grace ever cast so foul a blot on your most dutiful wife and the infant princess, your daughter. Try me, good king, but let me have a lawful trial, and let not my sworn enemies sit as my accusers and judges. Yea, let me receive an open trial, for my truth shall fear no open flame. Then you shall see either my innocence is cleared, your suspicion and conscience satisfied, the ignominy and slander of the world stopped, or my guilt openly declared. So that, whatsoever God or you may determine of me, your Grace may be freed of an open censure, and mine offence being so lawfully proved, your Grace is at liberty, both before God and man, not only to execute worthy punishment on me as an unlawful wife, but to follow your affection, already settled on that party, for whose sake I am now as I am, whose name I could some good while since have pointed unto you, your Grace being not ignorant of my suspicion therein. But if you have already determined of me, and that not only my death, but as infamous slander must bring you enjoying your desired happiness, then I desire of God that he will pardon your great sin therein, and likewise mine enemies the instruments thereof, and that he will not call you to a strict account of your unprincely and cruel usage of me. At his general judgment seat, where both you and myself must shortly appear, and in whose judgment I doubt not whatsoever the world may think of me, mine innocence shall be openly known and sufficiently cleared. My last and my only request shall be, that myself may only bear the burden of your Grace's displeasure, and that it may not touch the innocent souls of these poor gentlemen, who, as I understand, are likewise in straight imprisonment for my sake. If I ever find favour in your sight, if ever the name of Anne Boleyn hath been pleasing to your ears, then let me obtain this request, and I will so leave to trouble your grace any further. With mine earnest prayers to the Trinity, to have your grace in his good keeping, and to direct you in all your actions. From my doleful prison in the Tower, this 6th of May, your most loyal and ever faithful wife, Anne Boleyn. Gee, that was a bit sad, wasn't it? I thought so, certainly if you didn't. Well, Anne Boleyn's final days were marked by both a dignified composure and a tragic poignancy. Following her conviction on charges of adultery, incest, and high treason, a trial that has been widely criticized for its complete lack of evidence, Anne faced her execution with a blend of bravery and resignation. Her trial and the subsequent events show the harsh reality of Tudor politics, where personal vendettas and politics more often than not overshadowed justice. May 12, 1536, Sir Francis Weston, William Brereton, Mark Smeaton, and Sir Henry Norris were tried and, except for Smeaton, who pleaded guilty, possibly under duress, all maintained their innocence. Nevertheless, they were convicted and executed. Just days later, Anne and her brother George Boleyn were tried before a jury of peers, including her former fiancé Henry Percy, who was visibly devastated by the proceedings. The jury found Anne guilty, no surprises there, and Percy's reaction underscored the widespread belief among many that the trial was unjust. The day before her execution, Anne exhibited a calm acceptance of her fate. She met with Sir William Kingston, the Constable of the Tower, and expressed a poignant readiness for death, noting wryly that she had a little neck, i.e., it would be easy to cut her head off. Well, her final hours were spent in prayer and reflection, reaffirming her innocence right up to the moment of her death. On the morning of May 19th, 1536, Anne was led to the scaffold erected on the north side of the White Tower. Dressed in a red petticoat and a grey damask gown trimmed with fur, she addressed the gathered crowd with grace, urging them to maintain their loyalty to the king and absolving her accusers. Her speech, as recorded in various accounts, including John Fox's Acts and Monuments, showed her magnanimity and her subtle insistence on her innocence. The French poet Lancelot de Carle, who was present in London at the time, later wrote a detailed account of the event, capturing the sombre mood of those present and the dignified manner in which Anne addressed the onlookers. Thus, her execution was so profoundly solemn and a dramatic moment, this May 19th, 1536, that it was attended by all of the notable members of the court and the city's officialdom. She composed herself with dignity, removing her ermine mantle and headdress, and tucking her hair under a coif. In a poignant farewell to her weeping ladies-in-waiting, she asked for prayers, and then she knelt down, blindfolded, to meet her fate in the French style of upright kneeling, less common in England, where the block was typically used. She fervently uttered in these last moments, Jesus, receive my soul. O Lord God, have pity on my soul. The executioner, a skilled swordsman from Saint Omer, was tasked to carry out the beheading with a single stroke, a task he executed with precision, thus sparing Anne from further suffering, a quick death. She was buried in an unmarked grave in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, within the confines of the Tower of London, where her remains were identified during renovations in 1876. The reinterment in 1877 finally provided a marked grave in the chapel, acknowledging her resting place, though controversy and speculation about the identity of the remains, as suggested by some modern historians, regarding a possibility of a mix-up with Catherine Howard, adds a little mystery to the story. All in all, her execution and subsequent treatment of her legacy reflect the turbulent and often brutal nature of Tudor politics, as well as the personal tragedies and vendetta that played out at the highest levels of English royalty. It was a life and a death that marked not only the end of a queen, but also set the stage for significant shifts in England, the effects of which would resonate through the reigns of her daughter, Elizabeth I, and beyond. John Hunyadi, a prominent 15th century Hungarian military leader and statesman, who played his critical role in defending Central Europe against the Ottoman Empire. He's best known for his victories over the Ottomans, most notably at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456, where his forces repelled a major Ottoman attack, a triumph that halted the Ottoman advance into Europe for several decades. His leadership and military strategies significantly influenced the defense tactics of the European states during this period, and he is remembered as a national hero in Hungary and Romania for his defense of the Christian faith and the territories of Central Europe. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you feel inclined to support the channel, link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, help me meet my subscriber goal of 10,000 with a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. John Hunyadi, a key figure in 15th century Hungary, emerges as a significant player in various historical documents and accounts, though details about his early life and family background still remain somewhat of a mystery. The first concrete historical mention of Hunyadi is in a royal charter of grant, dated October the 18th, 1409, where King Sigismund of Hungary awarded Hunyadi Castle and its associated lands to John's father, Wojciech, and John himself, among others. The charter suggests that John's family was held in considerable esteem within the royal court, and Wojciech even served as a court knight. The origin of Hunyadi's family is also a mystery. Chroniclers like Johannes de Thurox and Antonio Bonfini documented that Wojciech moved from Wallachia to Hungary at King Sigismund's behest, a narrative supported by some modern historians. However, some still argue that Wojciech was native to the region around Hunyadi Castle, complicating the narrative of Hunyadi's foreign origin even more. Adding to the intrigue of these origins There is an alternate tale, initially described as a tasteless one, fabricated by Hunyadi's opponent, Ulrich II, the Count of Kelj. The rumor suggested that John was not actually Voigt's son, but rather an illegitimate offspring of King Sigismund. This rumor, of course, gained popularity, especially during the reign of John Hunyadi's son, Matthias Corvinus, who notably erected a statue of King Sigismund in Buda. That's Budapest, by the way. While the tale was embellished by later chroniclers, such as Gaspar Heltai, modern historians dismiss it as unverifiable gossip, although it did contribute to Hunyadi's legendary status in the Balkans. The identity of John's mother is even more mysterious, while some accounts, like those of Bonfini and Heltai, suggest she was the daughter of a wealthy boyar from Morzina. Others, including Popp, propose her name as Elizabeth and associate her with the Musina family of Demsus. There is also speculation, referenced by Coubigny, about her Greek origins or Orthodox faith, and while these could indeed be true, to this point in time, at least at the time of this video, they're yet to be thoroughly substantiated. Now it gets even more complicated. Matthias Corvinus, in a letter from 1489, claimed that his grandmother's sister was captured by Ottomans and actually became part of a sultan's harem, suggesting a familial link between John Hunyadi and the Ottoman royal family, a claim which is once again dismissed by some later historians as fictitious. Well, his exact year of birth is also a little uncertain, and we have estimates ranging from 1405 to 1407, based mainly on the timing of his younger brother's birth and other familial details. His place of birth is also a little unclear, though 16th century scholar Anton Vrankic described Hunyadi as a native of the Hatzeg region. Hunyadi's formative years were shaped by service under various influential figures, which helped him prepare for his future military and political successes. These details of these early times are somewhat muddled by contradictory accounts from 15th century authors, making it challenging to compile a definitive list of his employers during his youth. Now, according to Poggio Bracciolini, the biographer of Filippo Scolari, Hunyadi was educated from his youth by Scolari, who was responsible for the defense of the southern frontier as the head, or the Ispan, of Temez County around 1420. Hunyadi likely served as Scolari's page, gaining initial military training and exposure. Contrarily, John of Capistrano, writing in 1456, suggested that Hunyadi began his military career under Nicholas of Iloc. However, modern historian Pal Engel proposed that Capistrano might have confused Nicholas with his brother, Stephen of Iloc, since Nicholas was actually younger than Hunyadi. Antonio Boffini provided yet another perspective, suggesting early in Hunyadi's career he worked for either Demeter Supor, the Bishop of Zagreb, or for the Sakis. This variety in reported early associations shows the breadth of Hunyadi's connections and experiences, and while we don't know for sure, It certainly shows that he spanned significant political and military influence, learning a little bit from everybody, perhaps. Now, adding a little bit of a further enrichment to Hunyadi's early experience, the Byzantine historian Launikos Chalkokindiles, difficult name that one, recorded that Hunyadi spent time at the court of Stefan Lazarevic, the despot of Serbia, who died in 1427. This connection is substantiated by Hunyadi's marriage to Elizabeth Zilagi around 1429, whose father was a familiar of the despot, suggesting that these years were crucial for building his network and military skill. During the early 1430s, Hunyadi's career continued to ascend as he joined the retinue of King Sigismund, traveling with him to Italy and then serving in the army of Filippo Maria Visconti, the Duke of Milan. This period was instrumental for Hunyadi, who learned contemporary military art and tactics, in particular the use and employment of mercenaries. Upon returning to Sigismund's service, now Holy Roman Emperor, Hunyadi was enriched with land and responsibilities, reflecting his growing influence and the trust placed in him by the Roman Emperor Sigismund. He was involved in financial transactions with Sigismund, including loaning money in exchange for territorial pledges. He then went on to serve in the retinue of Franco Talovac, a Croatian nobleman, and ban of Severin around 1434. A ban is kind of the word for ruler in Croatian, by the way. This service further expanded his military and administrative skills, essential for his later campaigns against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's ability to navigate these complexities of politics is evidenced by his involvement across various regional courts. It showcases his diplomatic skills, not just all about the brawn. He could use his head as well, and by this time he was a very keen study. He was learning everything there could be known to being a proper medieval ruler. By the time of Sigismund's death in 1437, Hunyadi had established himself quite firmly as a formidable military leader and strategist. His involvement in Bohemia under King Albert and his ongoing commitment to defending Hungary's southern frontiers against Ottoman incursions marked him as a key figure in Eastern European politics and warfare. His understanding of Hussite tactics, that is, the followers of Jan Hus, the alleged heretic, by the way, which he observed during his time in Bohemia, would later influence his own strategies on the battlefield. By the end of 1438, the Ottoman Empire had effectively occupied a large portion of Serbia, consolidating their control with the capture of Smederevo in the August of 1439. Despite the resistance efforts led by figures like John Hunyadi. During this chaotic period, Durad Brankovic, despot of Serbia, fled, and he arrived in Hungary seeking assistance. King Albert of Hungary, recognizing the Ottoman threat for exactly what it was, called for a general insurrection of the nobility against the Ottomans, though only a few armed noblemen gathered, with Hunyadi being a notable exception. Hunyadi's proactive skirmishes against the besieging Ottoman forces enhanced his reputation and contributed significantly to his rising fame. His efforts, however, could not prevent the fall of Smederevo, marking a significant advance in the Ottoman control over the region. Following King Albert's death from a bout of dysentery in 1439, a period of political uncertainty ensued, which culminated in a dual kingship scenario in Hungary. Albert's widow, Elizabeth, ensured that her infant son, Ladislaus, was crowned king in the May of 1440. However, the estates of the realm had already offered the crown to Vladislaus, the King of Poland, who was crowned in July of the same year. And guess what? This, of course, led to a civil war, during which Hunyadi threw his support behind King Vladislaus. It was during this period Hunyadi also continued his military campaigns against the Ottomans in Wallachia, that's modern-day Romania. In recognition of his services, King Vladislaus granted him additional estates near his family lands in the August of 1440. Hunyadi's military prowess was further demonstrated in the early days of 1441, when he, alongside Nicholas of Eloch, decisively ended the civil war by defeating the troops of Vladislaus's opponents in Batazek. The resolution of civil war allowed King Vladislaus to reward Hunyadi and Nicholas of Eloch quite nicely, with significant titles, but also responsibilities, including the voivodeship of Transylvania. Voivod is a ruler as well, just like the Hungarian ban. Same sort of thing. And the Count of the Szekelys, as well as the command of a strategic location, such as Belgrade, which is of course the modern-day capital of Serbia. Hunyadi's effective administration in these regions, particularly in pacifying Transylvania, showcased his adeptness not only in military matters, but also in day-to-day governance, and this earned him the respect and loyalty of the local landowners, who were pretty glad to have a semblance of stability. Hunyadi's proactive defense strategies included fortifying Belgrade and launching retaliatory raids against the Ottoman territories. Well, a lot of the territories used to be European territories, so let's say the new Ottoman territories. His successful defense against Ottoman invasions into Transylvania in 1441, particularly at the battles near Marathonterm and Gyulaferheva, marked significant victories that halted further Ottoman advances into the region, if only temporarily. Well, it was these military successes that not only solidified Hunyadi's position as a key defender of Christendom against the Ottomans, but it also played this role in enhancing his stature across Europe. People were starting to talk, and they were talking about John Hunyadi. Pope Eugenius IV recognized Hunyadi's contributions. He sent his legate, Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini, to Hungary to mediate peace and support further crusading efforts against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's subsequent victories, including the significant defeat of a much larger Ottoman force at Zakani in 1444, further established this formidable military legacy. Now, Hunyadi's use of mercenaries in particular, including disbanded Czech Hussite troops, and his willingness to employ local irregular forces, showcased his innovative approach to warfare, and enabled him to effectively counter the Ottomans, who were, more often than not, numerically superior. There was just so many of them. Well, in April 1443, with the drive to repel Ottoman influence growing ever stronger and stronger, King Vladislaus of Hungary, influenced by Cardinal Cesarini mediation, forged an armistice with Frederick III of Germany. This peace ensured that Hungary could focus on the Ottoman threat without concern of German interference for at least a period of 12 months. With this security in mind, Hunyadi, leveraging his own resources, financed a substantial mercenary force, demonstrating his commitment once again to fighting against the Ottomans. That very autumn, Vladislaus and Hunyadi set out with a sizable army, including reinforcements from Poland and the neighboring Moldavia, into a campaign that marked one of the most significant military endeavors of the period. While Vladislaus held nominal command, the true strategic leadership lay directly on Hunyadi's shoulders, and he bore it quite well. The campaign saw Hunyadi right at the forefront, achieving tactical victories that included the capture of key cities like Kruševac, Nice, and Sofia. Despite all these successes, the harsh winter and logistical challenges halted their advances at the Zlatitsa Pass, leading to a strategic withdrawal back to Hungarian territory by early 1444. The campaign, though not achieving a decisive defeat of major Ottoman forces, ignited a wave of newly renewed enthusiasm across Christian Europe, leading to renewed calls for a crusade against the Ottomans from figures like Pope Eugenius IV and Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy. This period also solidified Hunyadi's leadership among the Hungarian nobility, dedicated to defending the realm against further Ottoman encroachments. Sultan Murad II, recognizing the shifting dynamic and the internal threats within his own borders from groups such as the Karamanids, proposed a peace that would have restored semi-autonomous states of Serbia under Durad Brankovic, and offered a 10-year truce. Although initially accepted by Hungarian envoys in June of 1444, things in Hungary began to shift dramatically again following the death of their beloved King Albert later that year, propelling Vladislaus to pursue further military action against the Ottomans, despite the peace agreement. The subsequent crusade, later in that year of 1444, endorsed by Cardinal Cesarini and others, was a catastrophic failure, especially at the Battle of Varna in November, Battle of Varna being famous for all the wrong reasons. King Vladislaus was killed, leading to a devastating defeat for the Christian forces. Hunyadi? Well, he managed to narrowly escape capture, and returned to Hungary, where he continued to consolidate his power internally, particularly in the eastern regions along the Tisza River, enhancing his status as one of Hungary's most influential barons. Following these tumultuous events, Hunyadi's focus remained steadfast on the Ottoman threat. His continuous efforts to organize new crusading efforts, coupled with his diplomatic engagements with Western monarchs and regional leaders like Vlad Dracul of Wallachia, that is, Dracula's father, by the way. Vlad Tepes Dracula is the one you are thinking of. Vlad Dracul of Wallachia is the father. Of course, the suffix "a" on the end of it means son, so Dracul meaning dragon, Dracula meaning son of the dragon. Very cool name, I know. Well, as we were saying, his diplomatic engagements with figures such as these showed once again his enduring commitment to the defense and expansion of Christendom. And yes, before you ask, I've already done a video on Dracula. Go and watch it. Now, Hunyadi's appointment as the regent and governor of Hungary on June the 6th, 1446, marked another milestone in his political and military career. His elevation was strongly supported by the lesser nobility, who recognized his extensive contributions and sacrifices in the ongoing conflicts against the Ottomans. By this time, Hunyadi had amassed considerable wealth and land, covering an area exceeding 800,000 hectares, about 2 million acres, making him one of the richest and most powerful barons in the entire kingdom. His financial commitment to the war efforts was completely unparalleled, and he invested a significant portion of his own resources in defending the realm. As governor, Hunyadi was granted extensive royal prerogatives during the minority of King Ladislaus V. Although his authority to make land grants was capped at 32 peasant holdings. His early tenure was thus challenged by internal conflicts and power struggles, notably with Ulrich II, the Count of Celje, who refused to cede control of Slavonia and challenged Hunyadi's authority. Despite several military campaigns, Hunyadi was ultimately unable to decisively subdue this rebellious count. Hunyadi's diplomatic skills were tested as he negotiated an armistice with John Žižka of Brandis, who controlled northern regions, now our modern-day Slovakia, although the truce failed to hold. His foreign policy challenges continued with Frederick III of Germany, who had detained King Ladislaus V and refused to release him, prompting Hunyadi to launch punitive raids into Austrian territories, which resulted in a truce that somewhat favored Frederick. The politics within Hungary grew ever more complicated after the Diet elected Ladislaus Garai, a leader of Hunyadi's opponents, as Palatine, reflecting the shifting allegiances that were now entrenched among the Hungarian nobility. Amidst these internal and external pressures, Hunyadi sought to bolster his position by negotiating with Alfonso the Magnanimous. What a name! The King of Aragon and Naples, even offering him the Hungarian crown in exchange for support against the Ottomans, a proposal that ultimately just went nowhere. Well, Hunyadi's aggressive foreign policy extended to Wallachia, where in December 1447 he deposed Vlad Dracul, signaling his intention to assert greater control over the region. This move was controversial and seen by some, like the Polish chronicler Jan Długosz, as an act of betrayal and ambition. Thus, Hunyadi's influence in the neighboring Moldavia was also notable, as he supported a pretender to the Moldavian throne, further expanding his political and military influence. Despite his extensive military campaigns and diplomatic efforts, Hunyadi faced persistent challenges in Slavonia from Count Ulrich of Celje. A compromise was eventually reached, solidifying Ulrich's position, but reflecting the complex and often fraught nature of Hunyadi's regency. Throughout these trials, Hunyadi remained committed to the defense of Christendom, as evidenced by his communications with Pope Eugenius and his unyielding stance against the Ottomans. His strategic philosophy favored offensive tactics, which he believed would more effectively counter the Ottoman threat and secure European territories from further incursions. His campaign against the Ottomans in 1448 reflects a pivotal moment in his career, and of course one in the broader sphere of conflicts between the Christian kingdoms of Europe and the emerging Ottoman Empire. His army, comprising of 16,000 soldiers and supplemented by 8,000 from Wallachia, aimed to deliver a decisive blow against the Ottoman forces. However, Hunyadi faced significant challenges from the onset. Durad Branković, the despot of Serbia, refused to support the Crusaders, viewing his participation as potentially antagonistic towards the Ottomans, with whom he sought a more conciliatory relationship. As a result, Hunyadi regarded Branković as an ally of the Ottomans, kind of like saying, if you aren't with us, you're against us. Thus, his forces marched through Serbia, engaging in punitive plundering of the Serbian countryside as they moved through it. The critical battle took place at Kosovo Polje on October 17, 1448, where Sultan Murad II himself commanded the Ottoman forces into battle. The confrontation lasted 3 grueling and miserable days, and concluded with a catastrophic defeat for Hunyadi's coalition. Approximately 17,000 Hungarian and Wallachian soldiers were either killed or captured, and the ones that were killed were more likely than not impaled. Not a good way to go. The magnitude of this defeat significantly affected Hunyadi's standing and his ability to project military power in the region. His reputation had taken somewhat of a hit. As he retreated, he was captured by none other than Durad Branković and held in the fort of Smederevo under threat of being handed over to the Ottomans, and he did not want to be handed over to the Ottomans. While the political ramifications of Hunyadi's capture were of course extensive, Hungarian nobles and clerics, recognizing Hunyadi's importance in the ongoing defense against the Ottomans, convened and pressured Branković to negotiate. Hunyadi was released under a treaty that demanded a heavy ransom of 100,000 gold florins, and the return of all domains previously taken from Branković. The treaty substantially weakened Hunyadi's influence and financial standing, of course. Well, back in Hungary, Hunyadi's strategic position continued to be complex and fraught with internal and external pressures alike. He resigned from his influential position as Voivode of Transylvania and faced continuous challenges from rivals, including John Jiskra, who controlled significant territories with his Czech mercenaries. However, Hunyadi did manage to secure alliances with Stefan Thomas of Bosnia and Bogdan II of Moldavia, which were crucial for maintaining a regional coalition against both internal dissidents and external threats. The treaty with Frederick III of Germany in 1450 and subsequent peace with Brankovic in 1451 were part of Hunyadi's broader strategy to stabilize his position and prepare for future confrontations with the Ottomans. These treaties allowed Hunyadi some breathing room to reorganize and plan his next steps. Despite the setbacks, Hunyadi's reputation as a commander and leader capable of defending Christendom against the Ottomans remained influential. He continued to play a central role in the politics of Hungary and the broader region, leveraging his military experience and networks to navigate the complexities of mid-15th century Eastern Europe. This role was further solidified when, despite stepping down from the regency, he was appointed Captain General of the Kingdom by King Ladislaus V in 1453, who entrusted him with substantial military and administrative authority to continue his efforts to secure and defend Hungarian interests against the Ottoman threat. Hunyadi's later years were marked by complex politics, military engagements, and strained alliances that just sunk in more of the volatile nature of the medieval times. As Ioannis Silvius Piccolomini, the future Pope Pius II, noted in 1453, Hunyadi, George of Podbrady, and Ulrich of Celje were pivotal in governing the realms of Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria respectively. However, Hunyadi's actions and ambitions, although initially supported, eventually began to arouse suspicion and resistance among his former allies and constituents. By mid-1453, he found his position increasingly precarious, and he had begun to quite frequently look over his shoulder. The citizens of Bestos, for example, forced him to reaffirm their traditional liberties, reflecting a growing local resistance to his authority. And the period also saw Hunyadi's longtime friend, Nicholas Ulaki, aligning with the Palatine Ladislaus Garai and Judge Royal Ladislaus Paloki in a formal alliance aimed at restoring loyal authority, a clear signal of dissent against Hunyadi's governance. And that's bad luck when you lose your mates like that. No good. It's not right. Well, despite all these challenges, Hunyadi kept his chin up, and he continued to play a significant role in international affairs. Toward the end of 1453, he travelled to Prague and brokered a treaty with Ulrich Eisinger and George of Podbrady, after expelling Ulrich of Celje from Austria. Upon returning to Hungary, Hunyadi convened a diet to prepare for a new military campaign against the Ottomans, following their capture of Constantinople in the May of 1453. This initiative, however, was met with limited practical support, as the Diet's ambitious military mobilization orders were largely ignored. King Ladislaus V's subsequent Diet in the early days of 1454 proposed significant changes to administration of royal revenues and governance, which would, of course, once again reduce Hunyadi's influence. Although the Diet rejected most of the king's proposals, it accepted the establishment of a royal council, signaling a shift towards a more structured royal governance. Amidst all of these internal political issues, Hunyadi remained on active duty on the military front. In May 1454, he intervened in Serbia when Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II laid siege to Smederevo, violating the 1451 truce. And yes, that Mehmed II was also the commander of the forces that broke through in Constantinople in the year before. Well, Hunyadi's timely military response forced Mehmed to lift the siege, and later that year, Hunyadi conducted a successful raid against Vidin and other Ottoman territories, demonstrating his continued prowess as a military commander and showing them all that he's still got it. However, Emperor Frederick III's imperial diet at Wiener Neustadt aimed at discussing a new crusade against the Ottomans did not result in decisive actions, primarily due to Frederick's hesitation and Hunyadi's exclusion from the meeting by political maneuvers. By early 1456, the politics in Hungary had become even more fraught. King Ladislaus V's visit to Buda, accompanied by Ulrich of Celje and other barons, led to direct confrontations with Hunyadi, who was accused of abusing his authority. Rather a broad brush. Well, this internal strife, of course, coincided with yet another Ottoman invasion, prompting a temporary reconciliation among the Hungarian leaders, including Hunyadi. In a significant political compromise, Hunyadi resigned control of some royal revenues and fortresses, indicating a reduction in his direct control over Hungarian military and fiscal resources. Well, it was around this time where Hunyadi was reaching the end of his tenure. His final months were characterized by a series of intense military efforts to desperately defend Hungary against the Ottoman forces under a very angry Sultan Mehmed II. The situation was dire. Envoys from Ragusa had alerted Hungarian leadership about the Ottoman preparations for the invasion, and foreign assistance was at this point very unlikely, as communication by the papal legate, Cardinal Juan Carvajal. Despite the grim outlook, Hunyadi's reputation as a formidable military leader remained completely intact, underscored by Carvajal's reference to him as the Maccabeus of our time. Vladislav II of Wallachia, supported by the Ottomans, was conducting raids into southern Transylvania, exacerbating the threat to Hungarian territories. Additionally, local conflicts within Hungary, such as the rebellion by the Vlachs in Fogaras County and ongoing conflicts with the Hussites in Upper Hungary, diverted resources and attention from the primary threat of the Ottoman advance. In the early days of 1456, Hunyadi focused on reinforcing Hungary's southern defences, particularly the key fortress of Belgrade, which was critical in guarding against the Ottoman incursions. He managed to hire a sizable force of Hungarian, Czech, and Polish mercenaries, and directed them to defend Belgrade. At the same time, the fervent preaching of John of Capistrano mobilized a crusader army, largely composed of peasants, who gathered at the fortress in anticipation of the siege. The Ottoman attack began in July with a heavy bombardment. Hunyadi assembled a fleet of 200 ships to challenge the Ottoman naval forces on the Danube. His successful destruction of the Ottoman fleet on July 14th was a crucial victory, preventing the Ottomans from completing their encirclement of Belgrade. The climax of the siege occurred between the 21st of July and the 22nd, when the Ottomans launched a general assault. Hunyadi, alongside the makeshift rabble of a crusader army, managed to repel the Ottoman attacks and even broke into their camp. The decisive counterattack caused significant disarray within the Ottoman ranks, forcing Sultan Mehmed to retreat despite his initial resistance to abandon the siege. The victory at Belgrade was celebrated all across Europe, sparking processions and public jubilation in cities like Venice and Oxford, reflecting the widespread relief and admiration for Hunyadi's leadership. However, despite the military success, internal tensions had to surface in the Crusader camp, with the peasant soldiers denying the nobility's role in the victory. This brewing discontent prompted Hunyadi and Capistrano to abandon the army to prevent further unrest. Tragically, shortly after the siege, a plague outbreak claimed many lives in the Crusader camp, including John Hunyadi himself. He died on August the 11th, 1456, near Zemun in modern-day Serbia. His death marked the end of an era for the Hungarian military and political life. Hunyadi was thus later buried in the Roman Catholic St. Michael's Cathedral in Alba Iulia. The tradition of ringing church bells at noon has a historical significance that traces back to the pivotal victory at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456. Pope Calixtus III, in an effort to galvanize support and prayer for the defenders fighting against the Ottoman siege led by Sultan Mehmed, decreed that the bells of every church across Europe should ring out at noon. This was intended as a daily reminder for Christians to pray for the success of the forces defending Belgrade, which was under the command of John Hunyadi. This practice, deeply rooted in this historical event, continues to resonate across various Christian denominations, including Protestant and Orthodox communities, illustrating its widespread adoption and the lasting impact of the victory at Belgrade. So, Mehmed II, commonly known as Mehmed the Conqueror, a towering figure in both Turkish history and world history in general. Born in 1432, he ascended to the Ottoman throne at the tender age of 19, and swiftly demonstrated his prowess by capturing Constantinople in 1453. This conquest not only established Mehmed as a preeminent leader of his era, but also transformed the Ottoman Empire into a formidable transcontinental power. But beyond his military successes, he was a patron of the arts, and an advocate for science and education, fostering a period of cultural flourishing that integrated diverse traditions and knowledge from across the continents. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Well, if it's your first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, welcome back to the party. As always, if you like what I do and you want to support the channel, link to the Patreon's in description. Or if you want YouTube to get their act together and push the video out to a bigger audience, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, take a deep breath, make yourself comfortable. We're going to learn all about Mehmed the Conqueror. Mehmed II was born on the 30th of March, 1432, in Edirne, the then capital of the Ottoman state. His father, Sultan Murad II, ruled from 1404 to 1451, and his mother was Huma Hatun, a slave whose origins are admittedly not as well documented. At the age of 11, Mehmed was sent to Amasya with his 2 lalas, which is a Turkish word for advisor, to govern the region, a customary practice for young Ottoman princes to gain administrative experience out in the field. During this time, he received a rigorous Islamic education under several different teachers, notably his mentor, Molla Gurani. His education deeply ingrained him in Islamic values and the belief in his duty to conquer the city of Constantinople, a mission also heavily influenced by Akşemseddin. Murad II concluded a peace treaty with Hungary on the 12th of June 1444, and subsequently abdicated to the throne in favor of his young son Mehmed II in July or perhaps early August of the same year. However, Mehmed's initial reign was brief. After the Hungarian forces broke the truce by invading Ottoman territory, Mehmed faced a crusade led by the formidable warrior John Hunyadi. Despite appeals for his father to return and lead the army, chroniclers of the 17th century claim that Mehmed II issued a challenge to Murad II, prompting him to return to power. Murad reassumed the throne and defeated the Hungarians at the Battle of Varna on the 10th of November 1444. Although historians like Halil İnalcık argue that Sandarlil Halil Pasha, who was the one who was persuaded Murad II not to come back, rather than Mehmed II's appeals. Now, Mehmed II then governed Manisa from 1446 until his father Murad II's death in 1451, retaining the title of Sultan. Now, upon becoming Sultan again, Mehmed quickly dealt with the threats from Ibrahim II of Karaman, and, of course, the swaths of internal revolts he was facing, alongside threats from the Byzantines to the north, who considered supporting an Ottoman claimant, Orhan, against him. He reascended to the Ottoman throne in 1451 and focused intensely on strengthening the Ottoman navy and preparing for an assault on Constantinople. He enhanced his navy controlled by completing the construction of the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, complementing the existing Anadolu Hisari fortress built by his great-grandfather Bayezid I on the Asian side. This strategic positioning allowed him to exert full control over the strait, and he certainly did just that, in the way of imposing tolls on passing ships. Certainly not a bad way to make money in peacetime. There was a Venetian ship that failed to stop. That was until it was destroyed with a single cannon shot, resulting in the beheading of all survivors, except for the captain, who was impaled as a gruesome warning to others. Certainly the Ottomans showing their kindness towards prisoners of war. While during his campaign, Mehmed's spiritual guide, Aksham Sadin, yes, the one aforementioned, discovered the tomb of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, a companion of Muhammad who died during an earlier siege of Constantinople. Mehmed constructed the Ayub Sultan Mosque at this site to signify the conquest's religious significance and his role as a Ghazi. Now, jumping forward a little bit, to perhaps the most pivotal year in not just Ottoman history, but European history, Christian history, perhaps even world history, very arguable. But we jump to 1453, when Mehmed initiated the siege of Constantinople, with an army estimated between 80 to 200,000 soldiers, equipped with over 70 large artillery pieces, and a navy comprising of 320 vessels, primarily transports and supply ships. The naval blockade was arranged from shore to shore at the entrance of the Bosphorus, in a crescent formation to cut off any aid to the city by sea. Mehmed's forces surrounded the city both by land and water routes, with the siege beginning in early April. Despite the formidable defenses of the city, being the Theodosian walls, including the boom chain blocking the Golden Horn and protected by warships, Mehmed's innovative strategy on April the 22nd involved simply taking the ships out of the water and transforming them over land on a series of lubricated logs, bypassing the chain and stretching the city's defenses thinner, scaring the living daylights out of the people of Constantinople watching all of this happen from the walls. Well, the siege culminated on the 29th of May, 1453, with the fall of Constantinople after a grueling 57 days. Now, just speaking about this for the last couple minutes does not pay it justice, and I made a full video on the siege of Constantinople a few days ago. Yes, spoiler alert, our side lost. Well, depending on who's listening. But if you want to know the gory details, and when I say the gory details, I certainly mean it, then go and have a look in my medieval history playlist. You'll find the video on the fall of Constantinople. Now, let's continue back to Mehmed. Mehmed moved the Ottoman capital from Adrianople to Constantinople, marking a significant shift in the empire's focus. Upon entering the conquered city, Mehmed allegedly quoted the Persian poet Sa'di, reflecting on the transient nature of empires. And of course, ever since, the city of Constantinople is now known as Istanbul. Go to Turkey, you'll see it. It's been 570 years. Now, following this victory, Mehmed declared himself Caesar of the Roman Empire, a title based on his control over Constantinople, traditionally considered the heart of the Roman Empire since 330 AD. Of course, Rome at the time was too busy being sacked by Visigoths and Vandals and all manner of barbarians, so the capital was generally a little bit safer away from all of that. Well, you see, this claim, while unrecognized by the Catholic Church and pretty much all Western entities, found some acknowledgement within the Eastern Orthodox Church. Mehmed solidified this by appointing Gennadius Scholarius, a critic of the West, as the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, who in return recognized Mehmed's rule, granting him a semblance of religious legitimacy. Now, Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor, died during the siege, and he left no heirs. Mehmed took these surviving princes of the Byzantine royal family into his service, renaming them and integrating them into the Ottoman administrative and military hierarchy, thereby absorbing the remnants of the Byzantine authority. Mehmed's conquests continued, however, with the subjugation of the Despotate of Morea and the much smaller Empire of Trebizond, effectively extinguishing the final vestiges of Byzantine rule and expanding Ottoman dominion. If the fall of Constantinople was putting the fire out, certainly Morea and Trebizond was throwing a bucket of water over the ashes. We may put it that way. Now, this capture of Constantinople was not only a pivotal military victory, but it was significant for its cultural and historical significance, purportedly leading Mehmed to later boast at the ancient site of Troy that he had avenged the Trojans by conquering the Greeks. Following the successful seizure of Constantinople, Mehmed didn't feel like stopping, and he turned his attention to Serbia, which had been a vassal state of the Ottomans since the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. The connection between the Ottoman Empire and the Serbian Despotate was further complicated by familial ties, as one of Murad II's wives, namely Mara Brankovic, was Serbian. This connection was used by Mehmed II as a pretext to lay claims on the Serbian territories. By 1454, after Durad Brankovic, the ruler of Serbia, formed an alliance with Hungary and was inconsistent with his tribute payments, that's a big no-no, Mehmed saw an opportunity, a casus belli, to assert Ottoman power. This led to the Ottoman army marching from Edirne to Serbia, laying siege to key Serbian strongholds like Smederevo and the vital mining center of Novo Brdo. The conflict then escalated to a significant battle at Belgrade in 1456, where John Hunyadi led the defense during the siege. Despite the Ottomans' initial gains, the siege was ultimately unsuccessful, and peace prevailed until the fall of Belgrade in 1521 under Suleiman the Magnificent. What a name! Now, after the siege, the Serbian ruler Durad Brankovic briefly regained control over parts of Serbia. But after his death in 1456, the region quickly succumbed to internal strife and Ottoman influence. Mehmed's ambitions also extended to the Morea, the southern part of Greece, which bordered the southern Ottoman Balkans. The region was under control of the brothers Demetrios and Thomas Palaiologos, siblings of the last Byzantine emperor. The instability in Morea and the failure of the Palaiologos brothers to fulfill their obligations led to an Albanian-Greek revolt, which they attempted to suppress with the help of Ottoman forces. By 1460, Mehmed directly intervened by invading Morea, leading to the swift fall of the Byzantine stronghold of Mistra. The conquest of Morea was completed with the capture of Monemvasia and the subjugation of the Mani Peninsula, which subsequently came under Venetian control. The conquest of the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea coast was Mehmed's final act in eliminating the last remnants of Byzantine rule. Let's talk about it in a little detail. The strategic city had formed various alliances, including marital ties with the ruling dynasty of the Akkoyunlu, and promises of military support from neighboring Turkish beys and Georgian princes. Despite these alliances, the city fell to Mehmed in 1461, after a brief siege, marking the final nail in the coffin of the Byzantine legacy. Now, all in all, his conquest not only expanded the Ottoman Empire's territory, but also demonstrated his strategic skill and determination to strengthen Islamic rule. This, of course, earned him the title of the Conqueror. He earned this because of all the conquering he was doing. These military campaigns significantly altered the political landscape of southeastern Europe and the Near East, setting the stage for further Ottoman expansions under his successors. And now, we go to a character that may be a little bit familiar. Of course, you may already know that Mehmed went to war with Dracula of Romania. That's right. So, since the early 15th century, the Ottomans had been attempting to gain control over Wallachia, strategically situated as a buffer zone between their empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. Despite several attempts to install a pro-Ottoman ruler, each effort ended in failure. Wallachia was viewed as a critical state, and while Ottomans expected a yearly tribute, they typically refrained from deeper interference in its governance. This delicate balance was part of a broader struggle between the major Balkan powers of the time, the Ottomans and the Kingdom of Hungary, each vying to turn Wallachia into a vassal state. In an effort to finally secure Wallachia and prevent it with aligning from Hungary, the Ottomans released Vlad III Dracula and his brother Radu the Handsome, who had been held as political hostages since their youth. This move was calculated to install Vlad III, who had a legitimate claim to the Wallachian throne, as a favorable ruler to the Ottoman interests. However, Vlad's reign was quickly challenged by John Hunyadi, the regent governor of Hungary, who supported Vladislav II of the rival dynasty clan and restored him to power, forcing Vlad to flee to Moldavia and then finally to Hungary. Now, while he was there in Hungary, Vlad's deep understanding of the Ottoman politics and his fervent opposition to the Turks caught the attention of Hunyadi. Attempts were made to utilize Vlad's expertise against the Ottomans, but personal differences and, politics complicated these interactions. The year 1456 marked a turning point when the Ottomans laid siege to Belgrade, a critical frontier fortress. Hunyadi initiated a counterattack, and Vlad took his opportunity to reclaim his leadership in Wallachia by overthrowing Vladislav II. This maneuver was a clear indication of Vlad's determination to regain and maintain power, completely independent of external influences. Now, in 1459, some 3 years later, escalating tensions led Sultan Mehmed II to demand from Vlad III tributes, and he wanted back pay, specifically 10,000 ducats and 500 military recruits. Vlad not only refused the demands, but also executed the Ottoman envoys in a brutal display. And reportedly, they had sent a few envoys to tell Vlad to hand over the money and the recruits, to which he asked them, "Why are you wearing your hats inside? Be polite and take them off." Now, when they remarked that this is a part of our religious dress, we do not take them off, he made sure that they would never have to take them off again by simply nailing the turbans to their heads and sending them on their way. That's right. Certainly knows how to assert his defiance against the Ottoman dominion. The conflict intensified when Mehmed dispatched Hamza Pasha to negotiate or potentially assassinate Vlad. However, Vlad anticipated these maneuvers and orchestrated an ambush that resulted in the massacre of the Ottoman contingent, and of course the invention of the kebab with the impalement of Hamza Pasha. By the winter of 1462, Vlad III's aggressive campaigns against the Ottomans reached a peak. He launched a scorched earth raid across the Danube into Bulgarian territories, employing guerrilla tactics and even disguising himself as an Ottoman to infiltrate the enemy camps. His brutal tactics were vividly described in his correspondence, claiming the lives of nearly 24,000 Turks and Bulgarians. Now Mehmed, redirecting his efforts from a siege in Corinth, launched a retaliatory invasion into Wallachia. Despite significant suffering and losses in a surprise night raid led by Vlad, which aimed to assassinate the Sultan himself, Mehmed's forces did eventually prevail. Vlad's staunch resistance, while militarily significant, failed to garner sustained local support, particularly from the boyars and his ally Stephen III of Moldavia, who ultimately turned against him. This internal dissent within Wallachia facilitated Mehmed's reinstatement of Radu as the ruler of Wallachia, effectively ending Vlad III's reign. Of course, if you want to know more about Vlad Tepes Dracula, you need only look on I think it's in the biography section, and you should find a full video on him. Anyway, following these tumultuous events, Vlad III took refuge in Hungary, but his fortunes waned, and he was soon imprisoned by Matthias Corvinus, based on the dubious charges of treason. This period marked the end of his direct influence, although his legacy as a fierce and implacable leader against the Ottomans endured in folklore and history. No doubt everybody has heard of him more than they've heard of Mehmed, at least in my parts of the world. Now, during the mid-15th century, following the death of Lazar Brankovic in 1458, a succession crisis triggered a civil war among his heirs. The internal strife provided an opportunity for the Ottoman Empire, which had long seen Serbia as a strategic asset, to solidify control over the region. The power vacuum and ensuing conflict culminated in the Ottoman conquest of Serbia in 1459–60. The next regional target was Bosnia, where Stefan Tomasevic ascended to the throne in July of 1461, following the death of his father, Stefan Thomas. Facing the Ottoman threat, Tomasevic sought alliances with Hungary and appealed to Pope Pius II for military support, anticipating the Ottoman invasion. The Ottoman advance into Bosnia was thusly swift, with Mehmed leading the forces that overran the kingdom by 1463. The capture of key strongholds like the royal city of Babovac and the subsequent fall of other fortresses marked the definitive Ottoman control over Bosnia. Tomasevic was captured and executed, and the region was absorbed as the westernmost province of the Ottoman Empire. Tensions escalated in the region when an Albanian slave fled from the Ottoman commander of Athens to the Venetian fortress of Coron, converting to Christianity and taking a significant amount of treasure. This incident in 1462 led to a series of military confrontations. Ottoman forces, commanded by Turhanoglu Omer Bey, nearly captured the Venetian stronghold of Lepanto. In retaliation, the Venetians, under leadership of the Captain General of the Sea, Alvis Loredan, fortified their own positions in Moravia, sparking further clashes with Ottoman forces. The conflict intensified as the Venetians attempted to secure their positions in Greece and Morea. They restored fortifications at the Isthmus of Corinth and faced continuous skirmishes with the Ottomans. Despite initial success, Venetian forces suffered a series of setbacks, culminating in a significant defeat at Acrocorinth, which forced them to retreat. Back in Bosnia, Hungarian forces under Matthias Corvinus managed to capture several key fortresses, including the capital of Jaxi, though this success was temporary, as Ottoman forces soon regained the upper hand. The maritime engagements also highlighted the strategic importance of the Dardanelles Strait, prompting Mehmed I to enhance naval defenses by constructing new shipyards and fortifications. Despite Venetian efforts to block the strait and disrupt Ottoman naval operations, their naval forces faced defeats, and the campaign gradually lost momentum. Well, either way, the protracted nature of the military campaign took a toll on both sides. By 1467, Venetian military commander Vetero Capello died after a series of unsuccessful military engagements. The death of Pope Pius II the previous year had already dampened the crusading spirit. The ongoing conflict, combined with the plague and other setbacks, gradually wore down the Venetian resolve and resources. During the latter half of the Middle Ages, after the decline of the Seljuk Sultanate, a plethora of Turkmen principalities, known collectively as the Anatolian Beyliks, sprouted all over Anatolia. Among these, the Karamanids, centered around what is now modern-day Karaman and Konya, emerged as a significant force. However, by the end of the 14th century, the Ottoman Empire began to assert its dominance over Anatolia, significantly diminishing the Karamanids' influence and prestige. The internal dynamics within the Karamanid dynasty during the reign of Ibrahim II were marked by familial strife over succession. Ishak of Karaman, designated as Ibrahim's heir and governor of Silifke, faced challenges from his younger brother, Pir Ahmet, who declared himself the Bey of Karaman in Konya. Following Ibrahim's death in a western city in 1464, the Beylik experienced a period of turmoil and contestation for the throne. With support from Uzun Hasan, Ishak initially managed to secure his position as leader. However, his reign was short-lived, as Pir Ahmet, seeking assistance from Sultan Mehmed II, promised territories to the Ottomans that Ishak had refused to relinquish. So, with Ottoman backing, Pir Ahmet overcame Ishak at the Battle of Dagpazari, forcing Ishak to retreat back to Silifke. Pir Ahmet's victory, though initially aligning him with Ottoman interests, soon led to regret as he tried to reclaim his ceded territories during an Ottoman Western campaign. His efforts, however, were in vain, as Sultan Mehmed swiftly recaptured Karaman and Konya in 1466, with Pir Ahmet narrowly escaping, managing to run away to the east. Subsequent Ottoman consolidation in the region was largely facilitated by Gedik Ahmet Pasha, who captured the coastal areas of the Karamanid realm. This conflict extended when Pir Ahmet and his brother Qasim sought refuge with Uzun Hasan, leading to further regional instability. In 1472, Uzun Hasan's forces, the Akoyunlu, disrupted Anatolia, setting the stage for the significant Battle of Otluk-Beli in 1473, where Sultan Mehmed decisively defeated Uzun Hasan, curtailing Akoyunlu influence. Despite all the temporary successes, including a brief recapture of Karaman with Akoyunlu aid, Pir Ahmet's fortunes dwindled following the Ottoman victory near Baysehir. His plight worsened upon learning that his family had been moved to Istanbul, leading to his eventual retreat to Akoyunlu territory, where he received a fief in Bayburt and died in 1474. The unification of the Anatolian Beyliks under a single rule was initially achieved by Sultan Bayezid I over 50 years before Mehmed II's reign. However, this unification dissolved after the Battle of Ankara in 1402. Mehmed later took it upon himself to restore and expand Ottoman dominion over these Turkish states, setting the stage for future expansions, even into Europe. Now, his eastern policies were also heavily influenced by the Ak-Koyunlu under Uzun Hasan, who had established strong connections with Christian entities, like that Empire of Trebizond, and of course the trading power of the Republic of Venice. They even formed alliances with the Karamanids. Viewing the Akoyunlu as a potential threat, he'd already dealt with them, and his engagements in eastern Anatolia were crucial for securing Ottoman interests and reducing the influence of the Turkoman tribal federations allied against him. In 1456, Peter III Aron, marking a shift in Moldavian politics, agreed to an Ottoman demand to pay an annual tribute of 2,000 gold ducats, thus becoming the first Moldavian ruler to formally accept Turkish terms and acknowledging a level of suzerainty. This move by Peter III aimed to secure Moldavia's southern borders from potential incursions. Well, following Peter III, his successor, Stephen the Great, took a starkly different approach. That being, he outright rejected anything Ottoman. This defiance marked the beginning of an era characterized by fierce conflicts, as the Ottomans did not appreciate his harsh denial of anything to do with them, and they wanted their money. Stephen aimed to extend his influence over Wallachia and supported his preferred candidates for the Wallachian throne, which fueled ongoing conflicts involving various Wallachian rulers and their backers from Hungary, the Ottomans, and Moldavia itself. The tussle led to an Ottoman punitive expedition under Hadim Pasha in 1475, aimed at curbing Stephen's interventions. This resulted in the Battle of Vaslui, where Stephen inflicted a crushing defeat on the Ottoman forces. Hailed as one of the most significant forces of Christian armies against Islam, with Ottoman casualties reportedly exceeding 40,000, according to Venetian and Polish sources. Mara Brankovic, the widow of Murad II, reportedly told a Venetian envoy that this was the worst defeat the Ottomans had ever suffered. Pope Sixtus IV recognized Stephen's contributions to the Christian cause by bestowing him the title Athleta Christi, the champion of Christ, acknowledging him as a staunch defender of the Christian faith. In response, Mehmed assembled a formidable army and invaded Moldavia in the June of 1476, while also orchestrating Crimean Tatar raids into the region to slowly try to chip away at Stephen's position. The conflict reached a crucial point when Stephen managed to draw the main Ottoman forces into a forest, which he then set on fire, causing significant Ottoman casualties. That's one way to do it. Well, despite initial successes in repelling the Ottoman assaults, the Moldavian forces ultimately faced defeat in a fiercely contested battle noted for its high casualties on both sides. The battlefield, known as Valea Alba or Akdere, which translates to the White Valley, reportedly derived its name from the bones of the dead left strewn across it, which is probably the most metal name for a place. Now, despite this setback, Stephen managed to retreat and regroup in the northwestern part of Moldavia, and even into the Polish kingdom, continuing to pose a significant challenge to Ottoman incursions. Although the Ottomans captured major Moldavian territories, including the capital Targoviste, they failed to take key strongholds such as Suceava, Nempt, and Hotin. The Ottoman forces, hindered by ongoing Moldavian guerrilla attacks, supply shortages, and of course an outbreak of plague, eventually decided to retreat, and they left Moldavia. Simultaneously, Stephen also played a pivotal role in Wallachian politics by aiding his cousin Vlad in reclaiming the Wallachian throne for the third time in 1476. Following Vlad's death later that year, Stephen continued to influence Wallachian politics by supporting various candidates for the throne, maintaining his influence in the region for the years to come. Now, back to the situation on the Crimean Peninsula. In the early Middle Ages, it was inhabited by a group of Turkic peoples, known collectively as the Crimean Tatars. Following the disintegration of the Golden Horde under the impact of Timur's conquest in the 15th century, the Crimean Tatars established the independent Crimean Khanate. This new state was founded by Basil I Giray, who claimed descent from the legendary Genghis Khan, but everybody can claim descent from him, on account of him being rather busy with his conquests. Anyway, the Crimean Tatars controlled the vast steppes, stretching from the Kuban River to the Dniester River. Now, despite their dominance over the steppes, they were unable to seize control of commercial towns along the Crimean coast, known as Khazaria. These towns have been under the rule of the Genoese since 1357. Now, how does this relate to the Ottomans? It's a long way away. Well, you see, the political landscape shifted significantly after the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople. The fall of this city disrupted the Genoese communication lines and weakened their control over Khazaria as a result. Now, sensing an opportunity to slither in, the Crimean Tatars sought assistance from the Ottoman Empire to capture these towns. In response, the Ottomans, led by Gedik Ahmed Pasha, launched an invasion in 1475 that successfully brought Kaffa and other Genoese towns under Ottoman control. Following this conquest, the Ottomans solidified their influence over the Crimean Khanate. The Crimean Khan, Menli I Giray, was initially held captive by the Ottoman Sultan. He was later released on the condition that he accept Ottoman suzerainty, thereby allowing the Crimean Khans to rule as a tributary princes with significant autonomy, though the Ottomans maintained direct control over the southern coast of Crimea. The expansionist policies of the Ottomans continued under Gedik Ahmed Pasha, who led an audacious but ultimately short-lived invasion of Italy in 480, thus capturing the city of Otranto. But logistical challenges forced Gedik Ahmed Pasha to withdraw most of his troops to Albania, leaving behind a small garrison. This event sparked more than a few fears throughout Italy, reminiscent of the fall of Constantinople, and prompted plans for evacuating Rome. Pope Sixtus IV called for a crusade in 1481, which received varying degrees of support from several Italian city-states, Hungary, and France, though Venice remained neutral due to a costly peace treaty with the Ottomans signed in 1479. The defense of Otranto was organized by King Ferdinand of Naples, who appointed his son Alfonso II of Naples to lead the military campaign, supported by, guess who, Hungarian troops from King Matthias Corvinus. Thus, the siege of Otranto began on May 1st, 1481. The situation for the Ottomans worsened after the death of Mehmed on May 3rd, 1481, which led to succession disputes that hindered any potential reinforcements for Otranto. Thus, the situation fell apart. This whole thing was Mehmed's idea, and with Mehmed gone, well, what are we meant to do? Plus, the siege only lasted 2 days until he died. Talk about good luck for the Italians. They didn't even have to kill Mehmed, he just died on his own volition. Brilliant. Not for the Turks, but for the Italians. You know what I mean. Well, the Turkish garrison ultimately negotiated a withdrawal, allowing Otranto to be recaptured by papal forces later that year. So, very, very lucky. Now, after Mehmed captured Constantinople in 1453, and we're going to rewind it a little bit before we finish up, he entered the city through the Topkapi Gate, marking a significant historical transition. I'm sure you've seen the famous painting of him entering the city. Yes, that was the Topkapi Gate. One of his first actions was to go directly to the Hagia Sophia, which he then converted from an Orthodox cathedral into a mosque, signifying the Islamic rule over the city. You will notice that there are the 4 large towers with the minarets. Those were additions added on by the Ottomans. We never used to have them. No, he facilitated this transformation by ordering an imam to recite the Muslim creed there, setting a clear religious imprint on his new conquest. He focused intensively on revitalizing Constantinople, initiating extensive building projects aimed at restoring the city's defenses and boosting its population. His efforts included the repair of the city walls, construction of a new citadel, a sophisticated hospital, cultural complexes, and facilities for the Janissaries. And of course, they couldn't go without a fancy new gun foundry in Galata, and also a new palace, because why not? To repopulate the city and restore its economic and social life, Mehmed encouraged the return of Greek and Genoese residents who had fled by guaranteeing their safety and returning their properties. To further enhance the city's demographic structure, Mehmed issued a decree mandating resettlement of diverse populations from across his empire, including Muslims, Christians, and Jews. He implemented the millet system, which organized communities into religiously defined millets, giving each group a degree of administrative autonomy under their religious heads. This system allowed for religious coexistence and administrative efficiency within the empire. Well, with all these changes, by 1478, Constantinople was pretty different. Its transformation was evident, with a significant number of households, shops, and a vibrant population composed of Muslims, Christians, and Jews. His policies had transformed Constantinople from a predominantly Christian city into a cosmopolitan Islamic capital, with the Muslims, of course, forming the majority. Now, the long-term impact of his policies was profound, shaping Istanbul's social and demographic character well into the future. Even by the mid-16th century, the Greek population in the city had largely been replaced, indicating a significant demographic shift. Though, throughout Mehmed's reign and beyond, the city experienced various challenges, including plagues and social shifts, but his foundational policies established Istanbul as a crucial imperial capital. Esteeming figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was known for his scholarly pursuits and could converse knowledgeably about the Christian religion. Fluent in multiple languages including Turkish, Serbian, Arabic, Persian, Greek, and Latin, his reign marked a significant period of cultural and scholarly flourishing in the Ottoman Empire. He also frequently convened discussions with the ulama, that's the learned Muslim teachers, to deliberate on theological matters, reflecting his engagement with intellectual debates. Under his rule, disciplines such as mathematics, astronomy, and theology reached brand new heights, albeit within the Ottoman context. His court also attracted humanists and intellectuals, like Siracchio di Pizzicoli of Ancona and Benedetto Dei of Florence, and also Michael Critobulus of Imbros, who described Mehmed as a Philhellene because of his respect and efforts to preserve Greek antiquities, including the Parthenon. Well, aside from his intellectual interests, Mehmed was also a poet who wrote under the pseudonym Avni, contributing to the rich tradition of diwan poetry. Well, controversially, there is some historical account that suggests that Mehmed had a certain predilection for young men, sparing some from execution and adding them to his personal little collection if they caught his eye. This is not proven, but there are some historical accounts that do suggest it. Perhaps next time you meet a Turkish person, you can ask them, or perhaps it's best just not to mention it at all. Well, as we've said, Mehmed's reign came to that very abrupt end, which made the Italians all breathe a sigh of relief in 1481. And at this time he was preparing for new campaigns, possibly aiming to conquer Rhodes, go down to more parts in southern Italy, and even Egypt to claim the caliphate. Well, he didn't get the chance, because he fell ill and died at the age of 49 in Maltepe, Istanbul, under circumstances that some suspect involved poisoning, potentially orchestrated by his son and successor Bayezid. His death, of course, was met with celebrations in Europe, where he was often viewed as a formidable and fearsome ruler. Mehmed significantly expanded the Ottoman Empire, incorporating Constantinople, various Anatolian territories, and much of the Balkans. And yes, his legal reforms predate those of Suleiman the Magnificent, contributing to the image of an autocratic yet transformative sultan. Today, his legacy persists in various forms, including the Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge in Istanbul, and his depictions on Turkish currency. Yeah, he's on the notes. His rule remains a pivotal chapter in the history of both the Ottoman Empire and the broader region, but to us from the Anglosphere, if indeed you are like me, an Anglosphere person of European descent or indeed European heritage, then I suppose he may seem like a villain of the story. Regardless of all the legal reforms, regardless of how many languages and his little collection of young men reportedly, he will always be the one who broke down the walls of Constantinople and left us in this horrible mess that we find ourselves in. But, as they say, bless the mess. The Cathars. You might have heard them also be referred to as the Albigensians. They were a mysterious and radical religious movement in the 12th and 13th centuries and the Languedoc region of southern France, daring to defy the might of the Catholic Church with provocative and dualistic beliefs. You see, they view the world as a cosmic clash between two equal forces, a benevolent, spiritual god of light and an evil, materialistic god of darkness. Embracing asceticism and rejecting the opulence and corruption they saw in the church, the Cathars attracted many followers, and from all walks of life, igniting a spiritual revolution that threatened the very fabric of medieval society. Of course, the tension culminated in the fiery Albigensian crusade launched in 1209 by Pope Innocent III, which ended in a brutal event such as the Siege of Béziers, where the lines between innocent and guilty began to blur in the chaos of battle. Well, despite facing relentless persecution and the equally relentless machinery of the Inquisition, the Cathars' faith persisted in whispers and shadows, and it leaves us with a legacy of rebellion and mystique that continues to intrigue and inspire us. Perhaps it's that legacy and curiosity that's brought you to this video. If it has, well, fantastic. Good to meet you. As always, the best way to support the channel is just by talking about it. Like and subscribe and tell all of your buddies. Now, with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed. We don't need a long introduction here. I know exactly what you're here for, and that's to learn about the Cathars. But where do we even start? We could start in the 12th and 13th centuries. But it goes back a little bit further than that. And we may as well pay some of the early mentions of Cathars, or what is perceived to be Cathars or Catharism, a little bit of attention. So we go back to the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, and it addressed a sect known as the Cathari. In Canon 8, the works in particular, stipulating that if they wished to join the mainstream faith, they must agree to share communion with those who had married twice and offer pardon to those who had lapsed in their faith. Well, that's an early one. Now, centuries later, in the 8th century, John Damascene mentioned a group called the Cathari in his work on heresies, noting their rejection of second marriages and the possibility of penance after baptism. Now, the development of the Cathar movement in Western Europe is believed to be influenced by the teachings from the Byzantine Empire, that is the East Roman Empire, if you don't know. Now, the Bogomils of the First Bulgarian Empire played a significant role in the transmission of these kinds of ideas. It's thought that their teachings spread westward through trade routes, reaching regions such as the Netherlands, for example. Additionally, adherents of the Paulician movements from Armenia and eastern Anatolia, who were relocated to Thrace, particularly Philippopolis, may have contributed to the Cathars' theological foundations. Now, this is a maybe, but when we're trying to trace the roots of things, we try and look at as many possibilities as we can. Now, of course, in Western Europe, the Cathars became pretty hard to ignore and quite notably active around the mid-12th century. So, because of this, scholars generally agree that things identifiable as Catharism, or at least our idea of solid Catharism, emerged around 1143, when Eberwin of Steinfeld, a cleric, reported a group with similar beliefs operating in Cologne. Now, a significant event in Cathar history was the Council of St. Felix Lauragais in 1167. This council was attended by local figures, Nicetas, who was a leader among the Bogomils, the Cathar bishop of northern France, and the leader of the Cathars in Lombardy, highlighting the movement's growing organization and reach. Of course, if you've got a leader, he has to have been voted in, or at least agreed on to be leader by a certain group of people. So, the Cathars began to found substantial success in regions like the Languedoc in southern France and northern Italian cities during the mid to late 12th century, an influence that was particularly strong in the Rhineland cities of Cologne and in northern France. The movement persisted in a diminished form in Languedoc until around 1325 and continued in northern Italy until the Inquisitions of the 14th century ultimately led to their eradication. We'll get to all that a little bit later after the customary introductions. Now, of course, associated with the Cathars were the Albigensians, who were also referred to as Bulgars, a term derived from Bulgarians. Now, this nomenclature reflects their connection to the Bogomils, known as the Friends of God from Thrace. There was a considerable transmission of rituals and ideas from Bogomilism to Catharism. You see, the Cathars shared doctrinal similarities with the Bogomils, Paulicians, early Marcionists, Manichaeans, and even the Christian Gnostics. But despite these similarities, I would advise a little bit of caution, well, a lot of caution rather, in assuming direct historical connections between the groups, noting that such links may be based more on modern theoretical interpretations rather than concrete historical evidence. Now, of course, the Cathar movement faced significant opposition from the Catholic Church, who were not too happy with somebody else taking charge of what was considered the established doctrine, leading to the destruction of most of their writings by the papacy, which viewed their doctrines as a substantial threat. Well, as a result, much of what we know about the Cathars and what we're going to discuss in this comes from the accounts of the enemies, the victors who wrote the history. Equally unfortunate is the very few Cathar texts that were written, well, of them, very few survive till today. But notable among these are the Rituals of the Cathars of Lyon, which provides insight into a few of their practices, and the Book of Two Principles, which outlines their dualistic theology, at least from the perspective of the Cathars themselves. Well, with that being said, We arrive in the traditional time of the beginning of the Cathar movement. So throughout the 12th and early 13th centuries, the Catholic Church made numerous attempts to suppress the growing influence of the Cathars in Languedoc, but these efforts were met with limited success. In 1147, Pope Eugene III dispatched a legate to Cathar strongholds with the aim of halting their progress. But despite this initiative and the isolated success of figures like Bernard of Clairvaux, the mission was more or less a failure. Of course, it shows the significant power and also resilience of the Cathar sect during that period. It takes a fair bit of guts to say no when the Catholics start showing up telling you what to do in the 12th century. You know what the penalty is for not complying. But of course, if weight of numbers are behind you, you feel a little bit more confident to tell them to go home politely. Of course, they didn't just give up there. The subsequent missions were sent, but they also continued to struggle. Now, Cardinal Peter was sent to Toulouse and the surrounding Toulousian area in 1178, but his efforts, well, they weren't much use either. Similarly, between 1180 and 81, Henry of Marcy, the Cardinal Bishop of Albano, led a mission that included an armed expedition capturing the fortress of Levaur. But even this show of military force did not extinguish the Cathar movement. They were only growing stronger. Well, church councils were called, meetings were had, and they attempted to address the issue. Decisions made at the Council of Tours in 1163 and the Third Council of Lateran in 79 aimed to curb Catharism, but once again all with minimal effects. Recognizing the inadequacy of these measures, Pope Innocent III, upon sending to the papacy in 1198, was determined to confront the Cathars more effectively. Initially, Innocent III pursued a strategy of peaceful conversion, as peaceful as you can get. Well, he sent several legates to Cathar regions, but they had faced all their own different challenges. Not only did they have to contend with the Cathars and their noble protectors, but they also encountered resistance from local bishops who resented the authority granted to papal envoys. The local populace's respect for the Cathars further complicated these efforts. They'd rather be in with them than they would the Catholic Church. In response to the bishop's opposition, Innocent III took decisive action. In 1204, he suspended several bishops in Occitania, and in 1205, he appointed Folquet, a dynamic former troubadour, as the new Bishop of Toulouse. Now, the drive for conversion intensified in 1206 in particular, when Diego of Osma and his canon, the future St. Dominic, initiated a concerted program in the Languedoc region. This initiative included public debates between Catholic representatives and Cathar leaders, held in towns such as Pamiers and Montreal. These debates were part of this broader effort to hit the Cathars from all different sides, ideologically, spiritually, physically, if needed, every way they could to bring the machine down. Now, as for St. Dominic, this wasn't the first time he had encountered Cathars. In fact, he was on a mission to Languedoc in 1203, and he already had plenty of run-ins with them at that time. Engaging in discussions with them, he realized that only preachers who exemplified genuine sanctity, humility, asceticism, could hope to convert dedicated Cathar followers. He observed that the institutional church often lacked these spiritual qualities, which diminished its effectiveness in countering the teachings of Catharism. Now, motivated by this insight, Dominic later founded the Dominican order in 1216. I'm sure you've heard of that. Well, I did a video on that maybe 4 months ago, 5 months ago. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Now, the Dominican order was established with the aim of embodying the virtues that he deemed essential for successful preaching. Dominic encapsulated this mission with his assertion, zeal must be met by zeal, humility by humility, false sanctity by real sanctity, preaching falsehood by preaching truth. Despite all the efforts, even Dominic couldn't nudge the Cathars out of their beliefs. He only met with modest success. Maybe a few converts here and there. Certainly not what he was expecting. All in all, a wasted trip. Of course, the Catholics were getting a little bit impatient. Of course, the 12th century church is not known for its patience. So in January 1208, they sent Pierre de Castelnau, a papal legate known for excommunicating noblemen who protected the Cathars, but he was murdered after excommunicating Raymond VI, the Count of Toulouse. And when somebody gets murdered, that's a marked escalation in negotiations, I think. Now, his assassination, allegedly by a knight in Raymond's service, certainly marked a turning point. Pope Innocent responded by ordering a crusade against the Cathars and appealing to King Philip II of France for intervention. Now, although Philip II did not lead the crusade himself, he permitted northern French barons like Simon de Montfort and Bouchard de Marly to participate. The ensuing conflict, known as the Albigensian Crusade, lasted for 20 years and pitted northern French nobles against those of the Languedoc. The crusade was fueled in part by a papal decree allowing the confiscation of lands owned by Cathars and their supporters, which of course attracted a lot of nobles who were eager to acquire new territories. Pretty much an annexation. Well, the first major target was the lands of the Transaville family, lords of Carcassonne, Béziers, Albi, and Razay. Without a strong regional coalition, the crusading army captured Carcassonne and imprisoned Raymond Roger Transvaal, who died in captivity. Simon de Montfort was granted the Transvaal lands, inciting the enmity of Peter II of Aragon, who up to this point had remained neutral. And so Simon de Montfort spent the following years consolidating his gains, facing desertions from local lords and attempting to expand his domain. His forces were bolstered by reinforcements from northern France and Germany that seemed to just keep on coming, and his most significant victory came in 1213 at the Battle of Muret, where his smaller cavalry force defeated the larger allied armies of Raymond of Toulouse and Peter II of Aragon, resulting in Peter's death and diminishing Aragonese influence in the region. In 1214, Philip II's victory at the Battle of Bouvines ended the Anglo-French War and allowed him to focus more on the Cathars. Now, the victory also prevented the Anglo-German setback that could have undermined the crusade. Who knows what it would have ended up like if Catharism had become a big thing. It could have been as big as Lutheranism even, or as big as Protestantism, any of the upper denominations. Perhaps there's what are they called? Multiple universe? Parallel universe, that's what I'm talking about. Perhaps there's a parallel universe where there aren't any Catholic churches, and there's just Cathar churches everywhere. Perhaps so. Well, full royal intervention also came in 1226, when Louis VIII led a substantial force into southeastern France, which only intensified the efforts against the Cathars. Now, under the dual command, both spiritually and militarily, of the papal legate Arnaud Aumery, abbot of Citeaux, the Crusader army launched its campaign against the Cathars. The first major engagement occurred on the 22nd of July, 1209, with the siege of Béziers. Despite being offered safe passage, many Catholic inhabitants chose to remain in the city and even fight alongside the Cathars, rather than simply leave unharmed. In 1209, the Cathars mounted a defense against the Crusaders. An attempted sortie by the Béziers forces was swiftly defeated, however, leading the Crusaders to chase them back through the city gates. According to accounts, when asked how to distinguish Cathars from Catholics within the city, Arnaud Aumery allegedly replied, "Just kill them all. The Lord will recognize his own." A statement recalled by fellow Cistercian Caesarius of Heisterbach 30 years later. Well, of course, the aftermath was devastating. The doors of the Church of St. Mary Magdalene were broken down. Refugees seeking sanctuary were then dragged out and dealt with in the most violent of manners. Reports indicate that at least 7,000 men, women, and children perished under the arm of the Catholic forces within the church. Now that's blasphemy, if I've ever seen it. Now, elsewhere in Béziers, thousands more were subjected to torture and met their ends. They faced horrific fates. Some were blinded, others were dragged behind horses, and some were used for target practice. The city was ultimately razed by fire. In a letter to Pope Innocent III, Arnaud Aumery wrote, "Today, Your Holiness, 20,000 heretics were put to the sword, regardless of rank, age, or sex." Although Béziers' permanent population was probably no more than 5,000 at the time, the influx of local refugees seeking shelter could have increased the number to around 20,000. One of those tragedies that no one really talks about. Well, except for me, I suppose. Well, there's probably a bunch of videos on it. You can't give me all the credit. I'm not the first one to talk about the Cathars. Well, following this massacre at Béziers, the Crusaders achieved success in the siege of Carcassonne. Later in 1209, Simon de Montfort was appointed leader of the Crusader army after this victory. Prominent opponents included Raymond Roger Transvaal, Viscount of Carcassonne, and his feudal overlord Peter II of Aragon, who held territories and had numerous vassals in the region. But you see, Peter II, he died fighting against the Crusade on the 12th of September 1213 at the Battle of Muret. Simon de Montfort was also killed on 25th of June 1218 after maintaining a 9-month siege of Toulouse. The official conflict concluded with the Treaty of Paris in 1229. This agreement resulted in the King of France dispossessing the House of Toulouse of most of its fiefs and stripping the Transvaal family of their holdings. Bad luck for them, effectively ending the independence of the princes of the Languedoc. Now, despite the widespread massacres during the war, they couldn't entirely extinguish Catharism. and the Catholic forces continued to pursue remaining adherents. You see, back in 1215, some 14 years earlier, the bishops of the Catholic Church convened at the Fourth Council of the Lateran under Pope Innocent III, where combating the Cathar heresy was pretty much at the top of the list of the agenda items. Now, to further suppress the movement, the Inquisition was also established in 1233, operating in southern towns like Toulouse, Albi, which is where we get Albigensian from, and Carcassonne throughout the 13th and much of the 14th century. The Inquisition succeeded in crushing Catharism, at least as a popular movement, forcing its followers to go underground. Those who refused to recant, or who relapsed when found out, if found out, were either hanged or, in a more rarer case, burned at the stake. But most of them were hung. Now, there was a rather notable event that occurred in 1239, 13th of May, to be exact, in Champagne, where 183 men and women were convicted of Catharism and burned at the stake by the order of the Dominican Inquisitor and former Cathar prefect, Robert Le Bourget. Now, this is one case where they did have quite a large burning, but in general, they didn't really do that too much. Now, earlier, Mount Guimard in northeastern France had been denounced as a place of heresy in a letter from the bishop liege to Pope Lucius II in 1144. Now, from May 1243 to March 1244, the Cathar fortress of Montségur was under siege of troops of the Seneschal of Carcassonne and the Archbishop of Narbonne. On the 16th of March 1244, over 200 Cathar prefects were burned in a massive pyre, and the field of the burned near the castle's base, a massacre of symbolic importance. Now, the Church, during the 1235 Council of Narbonne, had decreed milder punishments for lay people suspected of sympathizing with the Cathars, only slightly mild. Now, the persistent yet unverified legend suggested a small group of Cathar perfects escaped from Montségur before the massacre, allegedly carrying with them the Cathar treasure. Speculation about this treasure is pretty, well, it varies quite widely. Some people say it's some sacred Gnostic texts. Others say it's a bunch of gold and treasure. And even some who say that they actually got their hands on the Holy Grail. Now, that's a treasure you certainly have to escape with. Now, it's important to say that the Inquisition, while they did do these big events to put the, well, lack of better words, the fear of God into people, they couldn't really hang or burn everybody. It's just not practical. They'd rather have people repent and just come back to the more, well, can't really say orthodox, but the more proper way of worshipping God in the Catholic opinion. Now, as the Inquisition intensified its efforts, noble support began to wane, and the Cathars became increasingly as scattered fugitives, meeting secretly in forests and mountainous areas. Later insurrections emerged under leaders like Roger Bernard II, Aymeri III of Narbonne, and Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar who was later prosecuted for his involvement with a different heretical movement, the Spiritual Franciscans. That was in the early 14th century. And you see, by that time, the Inquisition had grown, well, exceedingly powerful, summoning many suspected Cathars to appear before its tribunals. Around this time was the golden age for the Inquisition, I suppose, before all those witch hunts happened, which were kind of different. Well, there's a distinction we make between inquisitors and witch hunters, that's for sure. Now, detailed records of these proceedings with the Cathars that were summoned before the tribunals are found in registers of inquisitors such as Bernard of Caen, Jean de Saint-Pierre, and Geoffrey d'Ably. It was noted that the perfects rarely recanted their beliefs, and hundreds of them were executed. Repentant lay believers faced punishment, but they were spared execution, as long as they didn't relapse. Those who recanted were required to sew yellow crosses onto their outer garments and live separately from other Catholics, at least for a period of time. There was a kind of statute of limitations. After they thought they'd learned their lesson, perhaps they could enter what was deemed to be normal society. And so, after enduring decades of relentless persecution, including harassment, forced conversions, and systematic destruction of their religious texts, the Cathar sect became depleted, and no one was really talking about it anymore. The significant blow occurred in April 1310, when Pierre Autier, a leader of a Catholic resurgent in the Pyrenean foothills, was captured and executed in Toulouse. The last chance gone. By the autumn of 1321, the last known Cathar perfect in the Languedoc region, Guillaume Bellibaste, was also executed. 9 years later, following 1330, Inquisition records indicate a sharp decline in proceedings against Cathars, which suggests that the movement had been effectively suppressed. Well, what sets a Cathar apart from the rest? Before we go, we'll talk a little bit about the Cathar beliefs and the practices, try and understand the differences in theology and the way they were. Now, in terms of Gnostic cosmology, a fundamental belief was the existence of two distinct creator deities. One deity, responsible for the spiritual realm, was depicted in the New Testament, while the other, known as the Demiurge, or the Rex Mundi, the king of the world, created the physical universe as described in the Old Testament, and he was identified as the god of Judaism. Okay, so we got the Old Testament god and the New Testament god. You see how this is going a little bit away from the traditional Catholic beliefs. Now, within some Gnostic traditions, and that includes Catharism, this duality was interpreted as an ongoing conflict between the forces of good and evil. And this is something that goes all the way back to the old times. Think of Zoroastrianism. Talk about Ahura Mazda being the, good guy, if we're going to put it that way, and Angra Mainyu being the bad guy. And the good guy and the bad guy are constantly in this battle for the world, for the hearts and the souls of the people. The more good deeds you do, the more good happens in the world, and the strength of the good God prevails over the evil one. At least that's my quick 30-second explanation of the basics of Zoroastrian belief. But this translates into a lot of later traditions, and a lot of Gnostic stuff pretty much comes down to this sort of dynamic as well. Now, onto this Demiurge, that Rex Mundi, king of the world. He was sometimes equated with Satan, or at least considered to be the father of Satan, or a creator, a seducer, though such views were not universally accepted. Now, influenced by their Bogomil predecessors, certain Cathar communities adopted a mitigated dualism, believing that Satan had once served the true God before rebelling. Over time, however, others, and possibly the majority of them, embraced an absolute dualism, as detailed in the Book of the Two Principles, viewing the two gods as twin entities of equal power and equal significance. Now, this Rex Mundi, as the creator of the material world, was thought to have fashioned all visible matter, including the human body, which was considered inherently sinful. According to Cathar teachings, humans were originally angels that had been seduced by Satan prior to a celestial conflict, resulting in their entrapment in the material world that was created by Rex Mundi. To return to their angelic state, they needed to completely renounce the material self. Until achieving this, they were believed to be trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, living multiple lives on a corrupted earth. Now, firmly denying the physical resurrection of Jesus, the Cathars interpreted it symbolically as reincarnation. They also rejected the Christian cross, seeing it as an instrument of torture and evil. Additionally, they viewed John the Baptist, identified with Elijah, as a malevolent figure sent to hinder Jesus' message through the false sacrament of baptism. Now, for the Cathars, references to resurrection in the New Testament were understood solely as symbols of reincarnation, generally dismissing traditional Trinitarian concepts of Christ. The Cathars favored beliefs more closely aligned with non-Trinitarian modalistic monarchianism, such as Sabellianism in the West and adoptionism in the East. Now, this perspective might have been combined with their docetic views mentioned earlier. Some historical sources, including Bernard of Clairvaux's biographer, accused certain Cathar groups of adhering to Arianism, and some scholars believe traces of Arian Christology can be identified in Cathar beliefs. Now, Arianism, if you've watched my video about the First Council of Nicaea, that was kind of the original heresy. They called the Council of Nicaea effectively to decide on doctrine, and Arianism kind of got the short end of the stick. If you want to learn more about Arianism, well, you know to go and search up my video on the First Council of Nicaea, where I explain pretty much everything about it. So, certain Cathar communities may have held that in a spiritual realm known as the land of the living was created by the good God, and that its history and geography served as a template for the evil God's corrupted material world. Now, in this view, the true story of Jesus unfolded in the spiritual realm, while the physical Jesus on earth was considered an impostor, a false Messiah, and a consort of the material Mary Magdalene. Despite this, it was believed that the true Jesus influenced the physical world in a manner akin to the harrowing of hell, possibly by inhabiting the body of Paul himself. This interpretation was recorded by the 13th century chronicler Pierre de Vaudequernet. Now, some Cathars also recounted a variation of the Enochian narrative where Eve's daughters were said to have mated with Satan's demons, giving birth to giants. The flood, in this version, was either Satan's response to demons exposing him as not the true God, or an attempt by the invisible Father to eliminate the giants. The Holy Spirit was sometimes considered a single entity, But in other Cathar beliefs, it was viewed as the collective of unfallen angels who had not followed Satan in his rebellion. Now, here's another aspect, a little bit more of a worldly one. The Cathars saw the sensual allure of women as an obstacle to man's rejection of the material world. However, despite their emphasis on celibacy, certain Cathar groups did make exceptions. In one story, the invisible father had two spiritual wives, Kolam and Hulebam, which is linked to the biblical Ohla and Oholibah. This father may have instigated the war in heaven by seducing Satan's wife, or vice versa. Cathars who follow this narrative believe that having families and children would not prevent them from entering God's kingdom. Some Cathar groups also believed in a day of judgment, when the number of the just would equal that of angels who had fallen. On that day, believers would ascend to the spiritual realm, while sinners would be cast into eternal fire, along with their master, the devil. They adhered to a pescatarian diet too, avoiding cheese, eggs, meat, and milk, as they were considered byproducts of sexual reproduction, and animals were believed to house reincarnated souls, and the killing of animals was forbidden, except for fish, which were thought to arise through spontaneous generation. Well, in many ways, the Cathars prefigured Protestantism, rejecting the doctrines of transubstantiation, purgatory, and prayers for the dead, also prayers to saints. They also supported the idea that Scripture should be read in the vernacular, further distancing themselves from the established church practices at the time of only ever reading it in Latin. They positioned themselves as an anti-sacerdotal group, opposing the Catholic Church prior to the Reformation. They strongly protested what they viewed as the Church's moral, spiritual, and political corruption. In contrast to the numerous sacraments of the Catholic Church, the Cathars had only one central rite: the consolation. This brief spiritual ceremony was intended to absolve the believer of all sin and elevate them to the status of a perfect, the highest level within the Cathar community. Now, many believers opted to receive the consolation as they neared death, allowing them to complete the ritual of liberation without having to endure the extensive and demanding purity obligations required of the perfecti for an extended period. After receiving this sacrament, some Cathars reportedly refused all food except for cold water, a practice known as the Indura. Certain church writers even claimed that when a Cathar, having received the consolation, showed signs of recovery, they were intentionally smothered to ensure their passage to paradise. Well, however, evidence of this being widespread is pretty limited, with most instances being exceptional ones rather than the norm. You can only imagine it. Oh, I'm getting better, praise God. That's terrible. You can't do that. Well, speaking of sacraments, too, they also rejected the Eucharist, as they didn't believe that it could truly represent the body of Christ. They also refused the practice of baptism by water, which is, of course, a big deal in Catholicism. And there we have following two quotes, actually, which reflect the experience of the Inquisitor Bernard Guy in his encounters with Cathar beliefs and practices, and we'll read from what he said about it right now. Then they attack and vituperate in turn all the sacraments of the Church, especially the sacrament of the Eucharist, saying that it cannot contain the body of Christ. For had this been as great as the largest mountain, Christians would have entirely consumed it before this. They assert that the host comes from straw, that it passes through the tails of horses, to wit, and when the flour is cleaned by a sieve of horsehair, that moreover it passes through the body and comes to a vile end, which they say could not happen if God were in it. Of baptism, they assert that the water is material and corruptible, and is therefore the creation of the evil power, and cannot sanctify the spirit, that the churchmen sell this water out of avarice, just as they sell earth for the burial of the dead, and oil to the sick when they anoint them, and as they sell the confession of sins as made to priests. End of the account from the Inquisitor Bernard Guy. Now, interestingly, while the Cathars criticized the Old Testament God, often expressing views that could be considered anti-Semitic in these days, they didn't harbor hostility towards Jews themselves. In fact, the Jews that were in those regions enjoyed a relatively stable status, some even elevated to positions of authority, such as bailiffs and public officials. Of course, this tolerance, that seemed to anger the Catholic Church a little more, further intensifying the conflict between the two groups. Also, the Cathars were fundamentally opposed to killing, and this belief extended into their dietary practices, as we have mentioned. Now, the perfecti, their spiritual elite, adhered to a strict code that required abstention from all animal products. That reason, of course, being the aforementioned, that anything linked with sexual reproduction was tainted, but this view also contributed to their opposition of violence, and encompassed war and capital punishment, views that were stark contrast with the normal ways of life in medieval Europe. However, the movement did involve armed supporters willing to commit acts of violence, including the murder of the papal legate Pierre de Castelnau in Provence in January of 1208. So, sometimes exceptions are made. Now, in terms of women in the Catharism movement, they were provided with multiple opportunities and even independent spiritual action, another rare feature in medieval religious movements. Not only did they serve as believers, but they could also ascend to the higher roles of the perfecti, allowing them to administer the central Cathar sacrament, the consolation. Now, this inclusion in the ranks of the perfecti showed the Cathar beliefs that the soul was immaterial, and no distinction between man or woman, with gender holding absolutely no significance in spiritual matters. As a result, Cathars viewed women as equally capable of leading spiritually, and they did, many times. Now, Cathar beliefs about reincarnation also contributed to this view of gender equality. They held that individuals would be reincarnated until they fully renounced the material world, and a person could be reborn as either a man or a woman. It did not matter, you would just come back as a person. Now, the emphasis on the spirit rather than the body meant that women were seen as fully qualified to serve as leaders, making Catharism particularly appealing to women who sought roles that the Catholic Church, denied them. Now, throughout early medieval Christianity, women accused of heresy often included Gnostics, Cathars, and later groups like the Beguines. Many of these women faced torture and execution. Cathars, like the early Gnostics, elevated the importance of Mary Magdalene in early Christianity, crediting her with a vital role as a teacher. His reverence for her as a spiritual leader bolstered the Cathar belief that women could also lead as well as anybody else. The Cathars even considered Mary Magdalene to be a potentially more important figure than St. Peter, emphasizing her significance in the Gospel of John, which of all the Gospels the Cathars held in the highest of regard. Now, widows in particular often received the consolation and became perfecti, further demonstrating the movement's openness to female leadership. Now, though female perfecti seldom traveled to preach, they played a pretty big role in establishing group homes for women known as hostels when they taught the faith. Through this effort, women helped the religion grow, passing their beliefs to the next generation. In these homes, children were raised in the Cathar faith, creating a foundation for future growth. While some rare instances of female Cathars traveling to spread the faith do exist, most women contributed to the movement's expansion by educating and nurturing future believers. Now, quickly before we go, despite the important role women did play in the movement of the Cathars, the faith was not entirely egalitarianism. Now, one later teaching emerging among the French Cathars held that a person's final incarnation had to be experienced as a man to achieve salvation. The belief suggested that women must be reborn as men to break free from the cycle of reincarnation. Toward the end of the Cathar movement, this notion actually gained quite a lot of traction, and the practice of excluding women perfecti began to appear. But once again, that was pretty limited. Women continued to hold leadership roles among the Italian Cathars, who included women among their perfecti until the movement's decline. I mean, if you're not going to break that cycle of reincarnation, well, you may as well just party it up as a woman, right? Go have a steak or something. Do something that a Cathar is not meant to do. Frederick Barbarossa, or Frederick I, the Holy Roman Emperor from 1155 until his death in 1190. A member of the Hohenstaufen dynasty, he is one of the most famous and charismatic rulers of medieval Germany, known for his ambitious attempts to consolidate and expand imperial power in the German territories and Italy. His reign was one marked by a series of military campaigns into Italy as part of the long-standing conflict between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, which were factions supporting the papal party and the empire respectively. His efforts to assert control over the Italian city-states often brought him into conflict with the papacy and the Lombard League, a coalition of northern Italian cities. And if you want to learn all about him, you are in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, then it's a great thing to meet you, and if you are returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you would like to support the channel and help keep me going, links to the Patreon are down below, or if you want to tell YouTube that you want more people to see this video, putting a like and leaving your comments down below certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, I would like you to make yourself very comfortable as we begin our full biography of Frederick Barbarossa. Frederick was born in mid-December 1122 in Haguenau into a union of two of the most influential families in German history. His father, Frederick II, Duke of Swabia, belonged to the Hohenstaufen family, and his mother, Judith of Bavaria, came from the Welf family. These families were so influential in Italian politics that their names were Italianized into Ghibellines from Waiblingen, the Hohenstaufen castle, and Guelphs, respectively. Frederick's lineage connected him to significant imperial bloodlines. Through his paternal grandmother, Agnes, Frederick was a descendant of the Salian dynasty, and that was a big deal, as she was the daughter of Emperor Henry IV. Similarly, his maternal lineage traced back to Emperor Otto II and his wife Theophanu, connecting him to the prestigious Ottonian dynasty. These connections made Frederick a direct descendant of Emperor Otto the Great. Now, from a young age, Frederick was trained in the knightly arts of riding, hunting, and weaponry, although his formal education did not include reading, writing, or Latin, but these were skills that he acquired later on in life. His upbringing was marked by his participation in the Hoftag, informal and irregular assemblies of nobles that were a staple of political life in the Holy Roman Empire. These meetings were crucial in the political landscape of the time, providing young Frederick with essential exposure to the workings of imperial politics and governance. Notable Hoftag he attended during the reign of his uncle King Conrad III, including those of Strasbourg in 1141, Ulm in 1143, followed by Wurzburg and Worms in the following years of 1144 and 45. Now each time he went to one of these, it contributed to his deeper understanding of the empire's complex feudal structure. Kind of like when your dad takes you to the golf club and you hear how all the other grown-ups talk. Maybe a little simplified, but that's kind of how I imagine it. Either way, after all of these events and sort of listening more than speaking, he gained this understanding of that delicate balance of power that existed among the German nobility. In the early days of 1147, Frederick of Swabia made a significant decision. That decision was to join the Second Crusade, an undertaking initiated by his uncle. Rather after his uncle, Conrad III of Germany, publicly took the Crusader vow on the 28th of December, 1146. This decision came against the wishes of his father, Duke Frederick II of Swabia, who was terminally ill and disapproved of his son's participation in the crusade. Duke Frederick II was concerned about the responsibilities Frederick would need to shoulder after his death, particularly the care of his widow and young half-brother. Despite his father's concerns, Frederick proceeded with his plans, influenced perhaps by his impending responsibilities and the desire to establish his own legacy. Well, before his departure, Frederick married Adelaide of Vohburg, solidifying his position and alliances within the realm. His father passed away on April 4th or perhaps April 6th of 1147, leaving Frederick to succeed him as the Duke of Swabia. Within mere weeks of his succession, Frederick set out with the German Crusader army from Regensburg. Of course, if you know anything about the Second Crusade, which you'd know a lot if you watched my video on it, the Crusade journey was fraught with challenges from the very onset. While crossing the Byzantine Empire, an incident involving the murder of an ill crusader at a monastery outside Adrianople prompted King Conrad to order Frederick to take revenge. The subsequent actions taken by Frederick against the monastery and the perpetrators of the crime heightened tensions, but they were quickly contained through the intervention of the Byzantine general Prosuch, preventing a larger conflict. Well, it wasn't over for the German crusaders as they faced further adversary when a flash flood struck their main camp in September of 1147, and it resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, Frederick and Welf VI had encamped separately on a hill, sparing them from the disaster. The survivors regrouped and continued on to Constantinople. The journey across Anatolia proved perilous, mainly due to being constantly attacked by the Turkish, forcing Conrad to reconsider their route. After a disastrous engagement near Dorylaeum, Conrad, falling ill and recognizing the untenable situation, retreated to Constantinople with a small retinue that included Frederick. Meanwhile, Frederick was tasked with seeking assistance from King Louis VII of France, leading to a brief coordination between the French and German forces. The Crusaders eventually regrouped and departed Constantinople again in the March of 1148, and they arrived in Acre in April of the same year. Visits to Jerusalem and participation in the Council of Acre followed, where plans were made to attack Damascus, and that's a very tall order, mainly because of the very intimidating walls that Damascus had. However, the subsequent siege of Damascus ended in failure, despite Frederick's rather notable performance, which was later recorded by Gilbert of Mons. Well, following the unsuccessful siege, Frederick and Conrad made their way back to Europe. In Thessaloniki, they reaffirmed a treaty with the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos to cooperate against King Roger II of Sicily. Frederick then returned to Germany, passing through Bulgaria and Hungary, and arrived back home in April of 1149, having gained considerable experience and recognition for his efforts during the Crusade, albeit amid significant challenges and setbacks. When Conrad III of Germany was on his deathbed in February of 1152, only Frederick, his nephew, and the Prince Bishop of Bamberg were present. At this critical juncture, both witnesses later claimed that Conrad, fully lucid, passed the royal insignia to Frederick, effectively bypassing his own son, Frederick IV, Duke of Swabia, and designating his nephew as successor to the throne. How convenient. Of course, this move was seen as strategic, prioritizing the stability and continuity of leadership over dynastic succession. Now, following Conrad's death, Frederick acted swiftly to secure his position. Not Frederick IV, Frederick I. I know, it's all a little confusing. There's too many Fredericks. Well, at a gathering in Frankfurt on March the 4th, 1152, the kingdom's princely electors, recognizing both his lineage and leadership capabilities, chose him, Frederick, as the next German king. And just days later, on the 9th of March, 1152, Frederick was crowned King of the Romans at Aachen, marking the official beginning of his reign. Well, the German Empire before Frederick's accession was in quite a sorry state, significantly weakened by the investiture controversy and the ineffective reigns of Henry IV and Henry V. Since Henry V's death in 1125, the German monarchy had largely become a nominal title, without any real power behind it, as the royal authority had been continuously undermined, and the crown was passed around from person to person to prevent any single family from establishing a dynasty. Consequently, when Frederick came to the throne in 1152, the German monarchy had been lacking effective leadership for over 25 years, and the real power, if there was any of it, had been fragmented for more than 80 years. Well, one of Frederick's primary challenges from the outset was the fragmented nature of Germany itself. It wasn't just one country. It comprised of more than 1,600 individual states, at least at the time of his accession. That's a lot, by the way. Well, while a few states like Bavaria and Saxony were relatively large, many others were so small as to be nearly insignificant on a map. The titles that came with the German crown, Caesar, Augustus, and Emperor of the Romans, had become more symbolic than practical, reflecting a grandeur that the monarchy no longer possessed in reality. Well, unlike his predecessors, Frederick approached the complexities of his empire not through attempts to dismantle the feudal system, but by seeking to restore and stabilize it. He recognized that his power base was limited, mainly comprising his own personal territories of Swabia and Franconia, and his forceful personality, of course. Thus, he engaged with the German princes, not by confronting them, but by aligning with their interests, fostering mutual benefits to secure their loyalty and cooperation. He even passed every single one of them out a little piece of candy and gave them all a kiss on the cheek. I'm just joking. I'm just seeing if you're still listening. Back to the video. The backdrop of Frederick's reign was also shaped by ongoing feuds between the Welfs and the Hohenstaufens. Frederick's Welf connections through his mother initially presented an opportunity to mend this long-standing division. However, figures like Henry the Lion, the Welf Duke of Saxony, remained staunch adversaries, completely unwilling to reconcile with the Hohenstaufen monarchy. This internal discord continued to complicate Frederick's efforts to consolidate his rule and strengthen the empire. But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, don't they? Thus, his reign began under these complex and challenging circumstances, with the overarching task of navigating the treacherous waters of imperial politics, regional loyalties, and of course the overarching ambitions of the papacy and other regional powers. And of course, the papacy had to always put their 2 cents in. You know, it's kind of like when you're in school sitting down doing your work, and the teacher comes behind you and looks over your shoulders with one hand on the desk either side of you. That's kind of what the papacy was like. Anyway, in addition to these domestic policies, Frederick looked outward, engaging in international affairs that underscored the empire's role on the European stage. He intervened in the Danish Civil War, supporting Sven III against Valdemar I, which illustrated his readiness to project imperial influence beyond the German borders. He also initiated negotiations with Manuel I Comnenus, the Byzantine emperor, reflecting his interest in the political dynamics of Eastern Europe and the broader Mediterranean. Frederick's personal life and its intersection with his political maneuvers also came to fore early in his reign. He sought the annulment of his marriage to Adelaide of Vohburg, which was childless and thus politically inconvenient. Poor girl. Claiming consanguinity based on distant shared ancestry, Frederick aimed to free himself from this union, to possibly forge a more advantageous marital alliance through his attempt to secure a bride from the Byzantine court, which initially failed. His relationships with the papacy was another critical aspect of his rule. Upon his election, Frederick had informed Pope Eugene III of his new position, but had notably left out requesting the papal confirmation traditionally sought by German kings. This oversight was addressed in March of 1153, when Frederick secured the Treaty of Constance with Pope Eugene. The treaty was a significant diplomatic achievement, as Frederick promised to defend the papacy and to consult the Pope before making peace with common enemies like King Roger II of Sicily. In return, he received papal approval for his coronation as the Holy Roman Emperor. The agreement also included a commitment to assist in reasserting papal control over Rome. Barbarossa initiated his reign with ambitious campaigns into Italy, marking his intent to restore imperial influence over the entire Italian peninsula. His first expedition in October of 1154 aimed to subdue the Norman king William I of Sicily, whose power was perceived as a threat to imperial authority. As Frederick marched through Italy, he quickly took Milan and then decisively destroyed Tortona for defying his rule. Do as you're told. Now he continued his campaign southward, and in either Pavia or Monza, one of the two, he was ceremonially crowned King of Italy, solidifying his authority in the region, regardless of what the other Italians thought of it. Well, the big prize, of course, was Rome, and upon approaching the city, Frederick found Pope Adrian IV contending with Arnold of Brescia, leader of a communal revolt. In a display of loyalty to the papacy, Frederick assisted in suppressing the revolt and ensuring Arnold's execution. However, his relationship with Adrian was tested when Frederick initially refused to perform the humble act of holding the Pope's stirrup, which led to a brief standoff. The situation was, however, resolved when Frederick relented, symbolizing his submission and respect towards papal authority. Sometimes you've just got to do what you can at the moment and get 'em back later. Well, this act allowed his subsequent coronation as Holy Roman Emperor by Adrian IV in June 1155, amidst tumultuous conditions, as his coronation actually sparked riots in Rome, and rather angry ones, which he had to suppress with brute force. The Italian campaign, however, wasn't all good news. It strained resources and exposed Frederick to the complexities of Italian politics, including the challenge of managing relations with the Byzantine Empire, and, of course, the internal strife within the German territories that he had left behind. His brief return to Germany was marked by efforts to consolidate power, including the transfer of the Duchy of Bavaria from Henry II Jasamigott to his cousin Henry the Lion, a maneuver that stabilized the region, but also set the stage for conflicts down the line. And finally, Frederick found a new wife. Congratulations. His marriage to Beatrice of Burgundy in June of 1156 was not just a union of love, but also a strategic alliance that expanded his influence further into Western Europe. His declaration as the sole Augustus of the Roman world was a bold statement, asserting the Holy Roman Empire's supremacy over the Byzantine Empire. I'm sure the Byzantines really enjoyed hearing that. And it also indicated his imperial ambitions were not simply confined to Germany and Italy alone. Frederick was going after the world. These early actions of Frederick highlight his skill as a military leader and diplomat, his commitment to restoring the glory of the Holy Roman Empire, and his complex relationship with the papacy. They effectively set the tone for a reign that would be characterized by both brilliant success and formidable challenges, together hand in hand. Well, the failure of Frederick's initial Italian campaign and the subsequent peace terms that Pope Adrian IV negotiated with William I of Sicily left Frederick feeling somewhat slighted, particularly by the Pope's implication that the imperial crown was merely a papal gift. This strained the relationship between Frederick and the papacy, setting the stage for another conflict. In June 1158, seeking to assert his dominance and driven by a desire to subdue the Norman influence in southern Italy, Frederick embarked on his second Italian campaign. This expedition proved significant, culminating in the capture of Milan and the instigation of the Diet of Roncaglia. This assembly reasserted imperial control over northern Italy and initiated ecclesiastical reforms, marking the start of a prolonged conflict with the new pope, Alexander III. Following the death of Adrian IV in 1159, the papal election resulted in a schism, producing two rival popes, that being Alexander III and the anti-pope Victor IV. The imperial support was crucial for legitimacy, and while Frederick was preoccupied with military operations, including the siege of Crema, he demanded that Alexander III submit to his authority, a demand which, after a little bit of confusion, Alexander staunchly refused. Subsequently, Victor went to the other guy and recognized Victor IV as the legitimate pope in 1160. This, of course, led Alexander to excommunicate both Frederick and Victor, but I'm fairly sure they saw this coming. The conflict with Alexander III significantly impacted the politics of the region, aligning the Norman king of Sicily with Alexander against Frederick. The struggle for papal recognition continued with an attempted council in 1162, which ultimately faltered when King Louis VII of France withdrew, upon realizing that Frederick had manipulated the proceedings, of course in favor of Victor and against Alexander. Not fair. Well, amidst all the ecclesiastical disputes, Frederick faced repeated rebellions in Milan, leading to its surrender and subsequent destruction in 1162. This harsh treatment of Milan coerced other northern Italian cities into submission as well, further solidifying imperial control, but also fostering a kind of resentment. In the summer of 1162, Frederick's entry into Turin and the coronation that followed were meant to cement his status in Italy. And upon returning to Germany, Frederick managed internal disputes, notably curbing the ambitions of Henry the Lion and punishing the citizens of Mainz for their insurrection. His third Italian expedition in 1163, aimed at conquering Sicily, was thwarted by a coalition of cities opposed to his rule, largely provoked by his imposition of imperial taxes. A significant, yet controversial act of Frederick during this period was the removal of the relics of the biblical Magi from Milan in 1164, which he then gifted to the Archbishop of Cologne. Now this move not only endowed Cologne with valuable religious attraction, but also demonstrated Frederick's use of sacred symbols to bolster his political and spiritual authority. Now back in the Rhineland, during a period of relative peace, Frederick organized the canonization of Charlemagne at Aachen, an event presided over by the anti-pope Pascal III. This event was significant not only for its religious implications but also as a demonstration of Frederick's influence over the Church through his support of Pascal, who was not, of course, recognized by the mainstream Catholic Church, which was still led by Pope Alexander III, and who was still very, very annoyed with Frederick. By October 1166, amid concerns about a potential alliance between Alexander III and the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I, Frederick embarked on his fourth Italian campaign. This campaign was crucial for securing the position of Pascal III, and also aimed at having his wife, Beatrice, crowned as Holy Roman Empress. However, his longtime ally and powerful vassal, Henry the Lion, opted out of the campaign to focus on his own territorial disputes and expansion efforts into Slavic lands in northeastern Germany. Well, Frederick's campaign initially focused on Ancona, which had pledged allegiance to the Byzantine Emperor, underscoring the broader conflict between the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire over influence in Italy. However, after achieving a significant victory at the Battle of Monteporzio against Roman forces loyal to Pope Alexander III, Frederick abandoned the siege of Ancona and moved swiftly to Rome. It was there that Beatrice was crowned empress, and Frederick received a second coronation from Pascal III, reaffirming his claim and authority as the emperor. This campaign, however, took a dire turn when a sudden epidemic, which was probably malaria or the plague, struck the imperial army, causing significant casualties and forcing Frederick to run back to Germany. The epidemic marked a significant setback. It halted his progress into Italy and forced him to shift his focus back to Northern Europe, and not temporarily either, but for the next 6 years. Putting plans on hold, it seems. Well, you can't keep a good man down, can't you? During this period in Germany, Frederick engaged in consolidating his rule and settling various ecclesiastical disputes, and there were plenty of them. He asserted imperial authority over the regions of Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary, and sought to improve diplomatic relations with other European powers, including Manuel of Byzantium, Henry II of England, and Louis VII of France. This time also saw internal reorganization within the empire, especially after the death of many Swabian counts and nobles in the 1167 epidemic, including his cousin, the young Duke of Swabia. Frederick managed to reorganize this territory, installing his younger son, Frederick V, as the new Duke of Swabia. In 1169, among all of these internal and external challenges, Frederick took a significant step by having his eldest son, Henry, crowned King of the Romans, a title indicating the heir to the empire, while he himself retained the title of emperor. The act was aimed at securing succession and stability within the empire. Well, Frederick wanted to go back to Italy, and he certainly did in 1174, and it marked a crucial juncture in his reign. Reflecting the growing power and autonomy of the northern Italian cities, which at this time had begun to really prosper through their trade. This economic prosperity contributed to a shift away from medieval feudalism, at least in its traditional political form. In a practical sense it remained, but it also helped fuel the increasing anti-German sentiment throughout Lombardy. This sentiment culminated in the restoration of Milan in 1169, a city that was previously razed by Frederick, which became a symbol of the resistance of the Lombards. By 1174, this resistance coalesced into the Lombard League, a coalition including not just Lombard cities, but also external powers such as Venice, Sicily, and the Byzantine Empire, all united together against Frederick. Divided by race, united by hatred. Well, this broad alliance reflected the shifting power dynamics in Italy and the broader Mediterranean region as a whole. Frederick had worked up quite a reputation. During this expedition, Frederick aimed to assert his control, but he was of course met with stiff resistance, leading to the stunning defeat at the Battle of Alessandria in 1175, which shocked the European continent due to the emperor's loss to city-states. Indeed, this is the emperor. He's not meant to lose. It would be like the United States losing against, the Republic of the Congo and Gabon. Throw in Benin for good measure, and perhaps Equatorial Guinea. While the conflict reached a critical point at the Battle of Legnano on the 29th of May 1176, where Frederick was not only defeated, but also wounded, and a rumor began to spread that he had fallen in battle, for a time at least. Either way, the battle decisively weakened Frederick's position in Italy and forced him into peace negotiations, not only with the Pope, but the Lombard League as well. The subsequent Peace of Anagni in 1176 and the Peace of Venice in 1177 marked significant concessions by Frederick, including the formal recognition of Alexander III as Pope, effectively nullifying the decisions of the anti-Pope Pascal III, and ending Beatrice's tenure as Empress. Heartbreaking. These agreements echoed the resolution of the investiture controversy, seen a century earlier between Pope Gregory VII and Henry IV. The core issue, whether the Holy Roman Emperor could appoint popes and bishops, had been tentatively resolved in the Concordat of Worms, and was revised during Frederick's conflicts. The Peace of Venice symbolized Frederick's acknowledgement of papal authority over the papal states, while Alexander recognized imperial authority over the imperial church. Further reconciliation with the Italian city-states was solidified in the Peace of Constance in 1183. Frederick granted the Lombard cities the right to elect their own magistrates freely, which effectively conceded some of his control, but did secure his nominal overlordship over Italy, providing a basis to exert pressure on the papacy. To reinforce his rule after these setbacks in Italy, Frederick was crowned King of Burgundy in Arles on the 30th of June 1178. Although the German kings traditionally held this title since Conrad II, Frederick sought an official coronation by the Archbishop of Arles, underscoring his desire to strengthen his legitimacy and consolidate his reign following the tumultuous events in Italy. This act also reflected his ongoing efforts to stabilize his authority across the realm, addressing both internal challenges and the many complexities of Italian politics. Now back to Barbarossa's long-standing conflict with Henry the Lion, one of the most powerful German princes and the Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, reached its climax after Henry failed to support Frederick's Italian campaign earlier in 1176. By 1180, Frederick capitalized on the enmity that the other German princes felt towards Henry to orchestrate his downfall. Henry was tried in absentia at a court convened by Frederick, comprising bishops and princes, where he was stripped of his lands and declared an outlaw under the assertion that imperial law superseded traditional German law. Frederick then led an army into Saxony to enforce this judgment, leading to Henry's ultimate submission in Erfurt in November of 1181, after his allies abandoned him. Henry was then exiled for 3 years to Normandy, under the protection of his father-in-law Henry II of England, and upon his return to Germany, he was confined to a much-reduced Duchy of Brunswick, leading a quieter life and engaging in arts and architectural patronage. Despite Frederick's official victory over Henry, the feudal structure in Germany meant that Frederick's control over Henry's former vassals was somewhat limited, as German feudal allegiance was owed directly to one's immediate lord and not to the emperor. This structural divergence significantly diluted the practical impact of Frederick's victory compared to what it might have been under the more centralized English feudal system. The Italian campaigns and ongoing conflicts left Frederick facing a disordered situation in the new German states, with ongoing civil wars among the princes who aspired to independence, or even the crown itself. German hegemony in Italy at this point was nominal at its best, with the Pope remaining the dominant force there. After his defeats in Italy, Frederick had returned to Germany rather bitter and disheartened. No daylights nor heel taps. Facing princes who were consolidating their power and wealth, thereby entrenching their autonomous control. In 1184, in an attempt to consolidate his position and display his influence, Frederick hosted the Diet of Pentecost, a grand chivalric ceremony where he knighted his two eldest sons and celebrated with thousands of knights from across Germany. It was a night to remember. All right, I'll stop. This event, however, did not yield significant financial gains as it might have in other feudal systems like England or France, where substantial fees were expected on such occasions. Well, continuing his efforts to assert control in Italy, Frederick embarked on another Italian expedition in 1184, allying with local rural nobility against the Tuscan cities. In a strategic move to secure his family's future and strengthen his own position in Italy, he arranged the marriage of his son Henry to Constance of Sicily in 1186, despite opposition from Pope Urban III. This marriage aimed at securing the inheritance of the Kingdom of Sicily for the Hohenstaufen dynasty. The death of Pope Urban III later that year brought Gregory the Eighth to the papacy, who was more inclined towards a conciliatory approach with Frederick, and focused on the more dire reports from the Holy Land than on continuing the contentious power struggles with the emperor. In the late 1187, Frederick received urgent appeals from the Crusader states, urging him to assist them in the aftermath of significant Muslim victories. In early December, he was publicly supportive of a crusade at a sermon in Strasbourg, but he had hesitated to commit fully due to ongoing conflicts with the Archbishop Philip of Cologne. By Christmas, he had engaged King Philip II of France to join the crusade efforts. The 27th of March, 1188, at the Diet of Mainz. After resolving his conflict with the Archbishop of Cologne, Frederick finally took the Crusader vow, spurred by unanimous support from the assembly. His son, the Duke of Swabia, also took up the cross, while his elder son was designated as a regent in Germany, hold down the fort, so to speak. Frederick then announced a crusade against the pagans and planned an extensive preparation period before the Crusaders would assemble in Regensburg the following April. In Strasbourg, Frederick had implemented a tax on the Jewish community to finance the crusade, but he also took measures to protect them, preventing potential massacres similar to those during the previous crusades. And it all sounds very nice, but perhaps he was just trying to protect the highest tax bracket people. Maybe, my own speculation. After disturbances in Mainz, Frederick intervened to ensure the safety of the Jewish community, reinforcing his commitment with a public display alongside Rabbi Moses. who was also paying a lot of tax. Now, Frederick had previously established a treaty with Saladin in 1175, but his new commitment to a crusade, he formally notified Saladin of the termination of their alliance. As the preparations continued, Frederick engaged with various Eastern European and Byzantine officials to ensure safe passage and support for his crusading army. On the 15th of April, 1189, Frederick ceremonially began his crusade from Haguenau, embarking on a well-organized journey that was unprecedented in scale and planning. Despite historical claims of his army's size reaching 100,000, which are frankly laughable, modern estimates suggest a more modest number of 12 to 15,000, including around 3,000 to 4,000 knights. This is probably a bit more realistic. Now, Frederick's route took him through the lands of Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria, engaging with local rulers to secure their support or at least their neutrality. In Hungary, he managed to secure the cooperation of Prince Geza, who provided an escort through the lands of 2,000 Hungarian troops. By late 1189, Frederick had reached Byzantine territory, where he spent the winter to avoid the harsh Anatolian climate. In the spring of 1190, he moved to Gallipoli, preparing to cross into Asia Minor. His progress through Anatolia was marked by strategic victories at Philomelium and Iconium, significantly alarming Saladin, who had to adjust his deployments in response to the advancing wave of angry Germans. While on the Third Crusade, Frederick met his end in a tragic manner near Silifke Castle by the Salef River on June 10, 1190. How did he meet his end? Well, we've got a few different accounts, and I'll quickly go through them. According to a chronicler named Ansbert, despite warnings from his advisors, Frederick chose to go for a little swim across the river. It doesn't really mention why he chose to go for a little swim, just that he did. But unfortunately for him, he was overcome by a strong current, and he drowned. Now, there is another narrative that's more of an alternate version, as suggests while attempting to cross the river on his horse, he was thrown off. And of course he was wearing his heavy armor, which caused him to sink, and he drowned as a result. There is another account from a Muslim historian named Ibn al-Athir that offers a different perspective, stating that Frederick went into the river to take a bath. Despite the water being shallow, he unexpectedly drowned anyway, which Ibn al-Athir interprets as divine intervention. Another account, a letter from a churchman present with the crusading forces, detailed that after enduring the rigors of the campaign, Frederick sought relief by taking a bath in the river. Unfortunately, he drowned, described as a sorrowful event by God's inscrutable judgment of him. This account suggests exhaustion and the intense heat may have contributed to his death. And finally, the account of Jacques de Vitry, who was chronicling the Crusades and noted that Frederick's military campaign had been quite formidable, capturing several cities and causing Saladin to order the dismantlement of fortifications in anticipation of his approach. Vitry states that during a spell of intense heat, Frederick drowned while bathing in the river, an event he describes as a calamitous loss for Christendom. Well, of course, all of these have the same sort of event in common, that he drowned in a river. I would say that we can fairly easily conclude that that's how it happened. Whether or not it was divine intervention, that is a matter of opinion. Well, regardless, following Frederick's death, the morale and structure of the German crusading army were severely affected. Everyone knows it's very hard to win the battle after the general has been slain. Thousands of German soldiers abandoned the campaign and simply just began walking home. The force that remained, along with the Hungarian contingent led by Prince Géza, was further weakened by disease near Antioch, something else that the Muslim chroniclers thought was another little piece of divine intervention. Frederick's body could unfortunately not be preserved for transport back to Germany. Thus it was divided according to the medieval custom for royal burials. His flesh was buried in Antioch, his bones in Tyre, and his heart and organs in Tarsus. The leadership void left by Frederick's death complicated the Crusader state's political dynamic. The command fell immediately to his son, Frederick VI of Swabia, and the diminished forces struggled to maintain their objectives. The overall command of the Crusader forces saw increased rivalry between King Philip II of France and King Richard I of England, both of whom had arrived by sea. Ultimately, Richard signed the Treaty of Ramler in 1192, which concluded his crusading efforts. The treaty wasn't a bad deal. It allowed Christians to visit Jerusalem as pilgrims in complete safety, although the city did remain under Muslim control. The Latin kingdom was left with only a narrow coastal strip extending from Tyre to Jaffa. The Battle of Bosworth Field, August 22nd, 1485. It marked a significant turning point in English history, effectively ending the War of the Roses. This conflict was primarily between the Lancastrian claimant to the throne, Henry Tudor, and King Richard III, the last king of the House of York and the last of the Plantagenet dynasty. Richard III was killed in battle, making him the last English king to die in combat. His defeat and death paved the way for Henry Tudor to claim the throne and establish the Tudor dynasty, which would rule England for the next 118 years. Thus, the victory at Bosworth Field was aided significantly by the defection of key allies of Richard III to Henry's side, most notably Lord Stanley, whose intervention proved crucial at a pivotal moment of the battle. Henry's succession marked the end of the dynastic wars between the houses of Lancaster and York, initiating a period of relative stability and the consolidation of royal authority, uniting the warring factions under the banner of Tudor. Thus, the battle remains one of the most storied and pivotal clashes in English medieval history. And today we're going to learn all about it, from start to finish. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Is it your first time here? Good. It's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, off we are on another one of our little adventures together. If you want to support the channel, guess what? You're already doing it. Just relax and enjoy the content. That's all the support I need. But if you want to go above and beyond, there is a like and subscribe button, and leaving a comment certainly helps. Tell YouTube that you want other people to share in the fun. And if you want to go further than that, well, I refer you to the video description. Now, with that out of the way, let us begin our full history of the Battle of Bosworth Field. Allow me to take you back to the Wars of the Roses. Get nice and comfortable, please. We find ourselves in the 15th century. England was embroiled in a brutal civil war, as the houses of York and Lancaster desperately vied for the throne. The Yorkist faction emerged victorious in 1471, after triumphing in the battles of Barnet and Tewkesbury. The aftermath saw the demise of the Lancastrian king Henry VI and his only son, Edward of Westminster. With their deaths, the House of Lancaster lost its direct claimants to the English throne, securing Yorkist Edward IV's dominance over England. He quickly moved to secure his position by attaining his remaining foes, including Jasper Tudor and his nephew, Henry Tudor, seizing their lands and branding them as traitors. The Tudors' attempt to escape to France was thwarted by adverse weather, leading them to Brittany, where Duke Francis II detained them, recognizing their potential use as political pawns in his own game. Now Henry Tudor, despite his claim being somewhat tenuous, i.e. rooted in his mother, Lady Margaret Beaufort's lineage as a descendant of John of Gaunt, remained the last Lancastrian noble with royal blood connections, albeit a very weak one. Due to the illegitimacy of the Beauforts and subsequent decrees limiting their claims to the throne, Edward IV completely dismissed Henry. In his eyes, he was nothing but inconsequential. But the Duke of Brittany saw him as a valuable asset for leveraging English support against French aggression, providing him sanctuary. Edward IV's unexpected death in April of 1483 ushered in a precarious period of regency, as his young son Edward V ascended the throne at just 12 years old, with his brother Richard of Shrewsbury next in line. The young king's governance was entrusted to a royal council, which soon became concerned mainly over the apparent ambitions of Edward V's maternal Woodville relatives. Their rapid accumulation of power and wealth had certainly managed to alienate many, compromising their popularity and influence. No one gets rich quickly without stepping on a few toes. In a decisive move to counter the Woodville family's control, Lord Hastings and other council members enlisted the support of the late king's brother, Richard, the Duke of Gloucester, encouraging him to take on the protectorate. Acting on his brother's wishes and council's advice, Gloucester took custody of Edward V on the 29th of April. Accompanied by Henry Stafford, the second Duke of Buckingham, and arrested key Woodville figures. Subsequently, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, executed Anthony Woodcliffe, the young king's uncle, and Richard Grey, his half-brother, on charges of treason. This solidified his grip on power and set the stage for his own controversial claim to the throne. June 13th, Richard made a bold and decisive move by accusing Lord Hastings of conspiring with the Woodvilles, leading to Hastings' immediate execution, and he didn't even get a trial. This action was part of a broader series of controversial decisions that escalated tensions within the royal court. Shortly thereafter, on June 22nd, an assembly known as the Three Estates of the Realm, an informal version of Parliament, declared that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was actually invalid. As a result, their children were deemed illegitimate, effectively disqualifying them from succession and clearing the path for Gloucester himself. Now, by June 26th, with his nephew's claim to the throne invalidated, Richard was proclaimed King Richard III, no longer just the Duke of Gloucester. What a promotion! The extrajudicial nature of his ascent included the execution of Hastings, and the declaration regarding his brother's marriage fostered widespread disapproval and damaging rumors about him all across England. It just didn't look good. Following their bastardization, the young princes, Edward V and his brother Richard, were placed in the Tower of London, never to be seen in public again. Of course, this only deepened the mystery and controversy surrounding Richard III's reign, and, well, no doubt it was seen as quite a cruel action, locking those two lads up in the tower. By October 1483, discontent with Richard's rule had catalyzed a rebellion, primarily supported by those loyal to his brother, Edward IV, who viewed Richard as a usurper. The plot was orchestrated in part by Lady Margaret Beaufort, mother of Henry Tudor, who was promoting her son as an alternative to the throne. The conspiracy's most prominent participant was the Duke of Buckingham, a former ally of Richard III. The exact reasons behind Buckingham's involvement remain a little unclear. Now, there is one historian, Charles Ross. He suggests a growing desire to dissociate from an increasingly unpopular king. Could be. Alternatively, Michael Johns and Malcolm Underwood have also suggested that Lady Margaret might have misled Buckingham into believing that the rebellion would put him on the throne. Thus the game would be worth the candle. Gamble it all. Maybe so. Either way, the strategy was to simultaneously ignite rebellions in southern and western England, swiftly overwhelming King Richard III's forces. Buckingham planned to join these rebels by leading an invasion from Wales, while Henry Tudor aimed to land by sea. However, misfortunes, we may say, such as premature uprisings and adverse weather conditions, doomed the rebellion. Better luck next time. An early start to the uprising in Kent alerted Richard and allowed him time to mobilize his army to suppress the insurrectionists. Meanwhile, Richard's intelligence network uncovered Buckingham's plans, leading to strategic action such as the destruction of key bridges over the River Severn. On October the 15th, as Buckingham reached the swollen river, a violent storm made it impassable, effectively trapping him. With no way forward, and his retreat path cut off as his Welsh enemies seized the castle, Buckingham was forced to abandon his campaign and flee. But he was betrayed and captured shortly after. He was executed on the 2nd of November. Simultaneously, Henry Tudor faced his own setbacks. His fleet was scattered by a storm on the 10th of October, and although he briefly reached the English coast, he wisely avoided disembarking, upon realizing that the welcoming party was actually a trap set by Richard's forces. Not getting off the boat, he promptly returned to Brittany. Following the collapse of their efforts, the rebel survivors fled to Brittany, aligning openly with Henry Tudor, who then pledged to marry Elizabeth of York, uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims. This alliance posed a significant threat to Richard, prompting him to seek the extradition of Henry from Brittany. However, the Duke of Brittany, Francis II, resisted these overtures, bargaining for better terms. In 1484, with Francis incapacitated by illness, his treasurer, Pierre Landais, negotiated with Richard to extradite Henry and his uncle in exchange for military support. But fortunately for Henry, the plan was leaked, and it allowed him to escape to France, where he found refuge at the French court. The French saw Henry as a valuable chess piece against English interference in their designs on Brittany. The political landscape in England grew ever more complicated with the death of Richard's queen, Anne Neville, in March of 1485, amidst rumours that her death was orchestrated to allow Richard to marry his niece, Elizabeth of York. Although investigations later suggested Richard planned to marry Joanna of Portugal and arrange Elizabeth's marriage to Manuel, Duke of Beja, these rumours unsettled Henry, who saw the potential loss of Elizabeth's hand in marriage as a threat to his alliance with Edward IV's loyalists. Determined, Henry gathered a force of mercenaries and loyal exiles and set sail from France on August 1st, 1485, aiming to secure his claims through a little bit of marriage and a little bit of conquest. By the 15th century, the noble English tradition of chivalrous service to the monarch had, let's just say, significantly deteriorated. Armies were typically assembled through local levies. Each able-bodied man was obliged to answer his lord's call to arms, and each noble commanded his own militia. While a king could gather a personal militia from his own estates, assembling a large-scale force required the backing of powerful nobles. Like his royal forebears, Richard III had to engage these nobles through gifts and favorable relations to ensure their loyalty. Yet, these nobles wielded the power to switch allegiances if they were not sufficiently rewarded or persuaded, posing a constant threat to stability. Now, at the Battle of Bosworth Field, this dynamic was certainly evident as three distinct factions converged. Richard III led his loyal Yorkist supporters. Henry Tudor arrived as the figurehead of the Lancastrian claim, and the Stanleys, influential nobles known for their strategic hesitance, awaited an opportune moment to declare their allegiance. Richard III, though smaller and more slender than many of his Plantagenet forebears, was nonetheless very enthusiastic about engaging in rough and manly sport, which earned him a reputation that belied his physical stature. His prowess on the battlefield significantly impressed his elder brother, King Edward IV, making Richard an indispensable ally and military leader during Edward's reign. In the 1480s, Richard took on the significant responsibility of defending England's northern borders. And in 1482, under Edward's directive, Richard led an expedition into Scotland, aiming to instate the Duke of Albany as king in place of James III. His forces penetrated the Scottish defences, capturing Edinburgh. However, the campaign concluded with Albany renouncing his claim in exchange for significant political power in Scotland, while England regained Berwick-upon-Tweed and secured territorial concessions. Despite these gains, Edward IV felt the results fell a little short of the potential advantages, a sentiment echoed by historians, contemporary and modern, who believe Richard could have exploited his position in Edinburgh a little more effectively. But once again, better luck next time. Among Richard's most staunch allies was John Howard, the first Duke of Norfolk, who had long served Edward IV and was deeply embedded within the Yorkist establishment. Howard, a seasoned warrior present at pivotal battles such as Towton and having held significant command at Calais, felt aggrieved by Edward IV's manipulation of the inheritance laws that deprived him of a substantial estate. This perceived injustice likely fueled his support for Richard III, who rewarded Howard with the dukedom of Norfolk and restored his claims to Mowbray Estate upon his accession to the throne. Henry Percy, 4th Earl of Northumberland, also aligned with Richard upon his rise to power. The Percys, traditionally Lancastrians, had shifted allegiance to Edward IV following the Earl's capture and imprisonment by Yorkist forces in 1461. Restored to his titles and lands by Edward, Northumberland had since remained a loyal servant of the Yorkist regime, tasked with maintaining order in the north. Though initially wary of Richard's growing influence in the north, Northumberland was placated with the promises of significant military and administrative roles. He supported Richard's Scottish campaign in 1482, and was likely motivated by prospects of enhanced power in northern England under Richard's kingship. However, once king, Richard's favour shifted towards his nephew, John de la Pole, sidelining the Earl of Northumberland, Henry Percy, in northern governance, which significantly curtailed the Earl's prospects for further advancement, and of course led to his disillusionment with Richard's rule. One can hardly blame him, receiving a raw deal. Now, Henry Tudor, soon to be King Henry VII of England, had a background markedly different from the typical monarch of his time, particularly in matters of warfare and personal inclination towards military activities. Born in Wales, and having spent much of his formative years in Brittany and France, Henry's early life was devoid of martial training, or any battlefield experience at all. His physical appearance was slender, yet it was robust, and he was noted for his reportedly decisive nature. However, he lacked the zeal of a warrior, and he was more interested in matters of commerce and engrossed in matters of finance than in those of war and conquest. Contemporary chroniclers and diplomats, including Polydor Virgil and the Spanish ambassador Pedro de Ayala, observed that Henry's interests leaned way to more administrative and economic aspects of governance, and he showed very little interest in military matters at all. Indeed, he had never participated in a battle before his quest for the English crown. Recognizing his own limitations in this area, Henry took to surrounding himself with seasoned military leaders, among whom John de Vere, the 13th Earl of Oxford, was the most distinguished. Earl Oxford was a veteran of the Wars of the Roses, esteemed for his tactical acumen and combat experience. He had demonstrated his martial prowess at the Battle of Barnet, where he held the Lancastrian right wing and led them to a significant early victory, though a tragic misrecognition led his forces suffering from friendly fire, causing them to withdraw. After a period of continued resistance against Yorkist rule, which included naval raids and an eventual capture and imprisonment, Oxford escaped and joined Henry in exile. His escape was facilitated in part by his jailer, Sir James Blount, who was swayed to support Henry's cause. The Earl's alignment with Henry Tudor significantly bolstered the Lancastrian forces' morale, and, of course, posed a serious concern for King Richard III. Now, during the early stages of the Wars of the Roses, the Stanleys, a powerful family based in Cheshire, predominantly supported the Lancastrian cause. However, Sir William Stanley, a notable member of the family, aligned himself with the Yorkists. He fought at the Battle of Blore Heath in 1459 and assisted Hastings in suppressing uprisings against King Edward IV in 1471. Despite the upheaval following King Richard III's accession to the throne, Sir William did not waver at all in his support for the new king, choosing not to participate in Buckingham's rebellion. In recognition of his loyalty, Richard rewarded him handsomely. In contrast, Sir William's elder brother, Thomas Stanley, the second Baron of Stanley, was more politically agile, having served under 3 different kings, that being Henry VI, Edward IV, and Richard III. Lord Stanley was known for his strategic indecisiveness, and that's not the best thing to be known for, shifting allegiances between the warring factions to ensure he was always on the winning side. This approach not only secured him high-ranking positions, but also the trust of his troops, who believed that he would not recklessly endanger their lives. The relationship between Lord Stanley and Richard III was strained at the best of times. The two had a history of conflict, including a violent confrontation around March 1470. The tension was further complicated by Lord Stanley's marriage to Lady Margaret Beaufort in June of 1472, making him the stepfather to Henry Tudor. Well, despite these connections, Lord Stanley did not support Buckingham's rebellion against Richard in 1483. After the rebellion's failure, Richard spared Lady Margaret from execution, unlike other conspirators, but he stripped her of her titles and transferred her estates to Stanley, ostensibly as a trustee for the Yorkist crown. This act was likely an attempt by Richard to maintain an uneasy alliance with Stanley. Now, adding to their contentious relationship, Richard intended to revisit a land dispute that involved Lord Stanley and the Harrington family. Edward IV had previously settled this dispute in Stanley's favor in 1473, but Richard planned to overturn this decision and award the lucrative estate to the Harringtons. As the Battle of Bosworth approached and mistrust between Richard and Stanley intensified, Richard took Lord Stanley's son, Lord Strange, hostage. This was a strategic move to prevent Stanley from defecting to Henry Tudor's side during the impending conflict. Henry Tudor, accompanied by English and Welsh exiles, as well as a contingent of mercenaries provided by Charles VIII of France, embarked on his journey to claim the English throne. Notably, the Scottish historian John Major, writing in 1521, credited Charles with supplying Henry 5,000 men, including 1,000 Scots, led by Sir Alexander Bruce, though this mention of Scottish soldiers is absent from later English historical accounts. Henry's fleet of 30 ships set sail from Harfleur on the 1st of August 1485, and landed without opposition at Mill Bay, near Dale on the north side of Milford Haven, on the 7th of August. Upon landing, Henry captured Dale Castle with ease. However, the local response was tepid. The Welsh populace did not flock to his side, and initial support from local Welshmen was few and far between. Despite this lukewarm and lackluster reception, Welsh bards like Dafydd Du and Grufydd ap Dafydd hailed Henry as a legitimate prince, returning to restore Wales to its former glory. As Henry moved through Pembrokeshire to Haverfordwest, the country town, he encountered little resistance. Sir Walter Herbert, Richard III's lieutenant in South Wales, failed to counter Henry's advance, and Henry gained supporters when Richard Griffith and Evan Morgan defected to his cause with their forces. A critical ally gained during this phase was Rhys ap Thomas, a prominent figure in West Wales. Despite having been appointed by Richard as the Lieutenant of West Wales for his previous loyalty during Buckingham's rebellion, Rhys shifted his allegiance after Henry promised him the lieutenancy of all Wales. That's a pretty good deal. With Rhys's support, Henry's forces were bolstered by an additional 500 to 2,000 Welshmen as they marched towards English territory. By mid-August, Henry and his growing army had crossed the English border, advancing towards Shrewsbury. As soon as the news of Henry Tudor's landing reached him on August the 11th, King Richard III was swift to react. By August 16th, messengers had been dispatched to rally his nobles, with Norfolk heading for Leicester that very night. Meanwhile, the city of York, a bastion for support for Richard's family, promptly responded to the king's request for troops, sending 80 men to reinforce his army. Simultaneously, the Earl of Northumberland was gathering his forces in the north, making the lengthy journey south to Leicester to join the king. While Henry Tudor's ultimate objective was London, his march from Shrewsbury was calculated and cautious, aimed at shoring up additional support. His forces, bolstered by Sir Gilbert Talbot and other English allies, including even some defectors from Richard's ranks, travelled eastward through Staffordshire. Despite these reinforcements, Henry's army remained significantly smaller than Richard's. Now, the Stanleys, we've mentioned them, who had been in correspondence with Henry even before his arrival in England, mobilized upon hearing of his landing. They positioned their troops strategically along Henry's route through the English countryside, meeting with him twice in secret to discuss battle strategies against King Richard. Their second meeting took place at Atherstone in Warwickshire, where they plotted their approach to the looming conflict. On August 20th, Richard moved from Nottingham to Leicester, where he stayed overnight at the Blue Boar Inn. The following day, he was joined by Northumberland. The royal army then advanced westwards, aiming to cut off Henry's path to London. Richard chose to position his forces on Ambion Hill, believing it offered a tactical advantage. However, the night before the battle, Richard's rest was troubled, and by the morning, his appearance was notably pallid and distressed. The Yorkist army, deployed atop the ridge at Ambion Hill, was strategically positioned with a sweeping view of the battlefield. Norfolk's division, consisting primarily of spearmen and supported by roughly 1,200 archers and artillery, occupied the right flank. The centre was held by King Richard himself, leading a contingent of 3,000 infantry. On the left, Northumberland commanded a sizable force of about 4,000, many of them mounted. This setup allowed Richard to observe the movements of not only his troops, but also the Stanleys positioned along Dadlington Hill, with a force between 4,000 and 6,000 men, and Henry's advancing army from the southwest. Henry Tudor's army, though smaller than Richard's, was a diverse mix of English and Welsh recruits, along with French mercenaries and possibly a few Scottish captains. Estimates of his forces range from 5,000 to 8,000 men. The core of his army comprised of 1,800 French mercenaries, under the command of Philibert de Chandé. While there were claims of a significant Scottish presence, they are generally discounted by historians, who argue that France was unlikely to have spared its elite Scottish troops for such a venture. Now, as the two armies prepared for battle, Henry initiated his approach towards the strategically advantageous Ambion Hill. Richard, from his vantage point, could see Henry's troops maneuver past a marsh at the base of the hill, a natural obstacle that could have hindered their advance. Amidst these tense moments, Richard attempted to coerce the Stanleys into action by threatening the life of Lord Strange, Stanley's son, whom he held hostage. Stanley's indifferent reply that he had other sons led Richard to order Strange's execution, an order that was not immediately carried out due to the imminent onset of battle. Well, certainly no Father of the Year awards for Stanley. Now Henry, aware of his precarious situation without Stanley's support, sent messengers to urge Stanley to declare his allegiance. Stanley's response was non-committal, stating he would join after Henry had arrayed his forces for battle. With no firm commitment from Stanley, Henry was compelled to face Richard's well-positioned army alone, at least for now. Recognizing the limitations of his military experience, Henry delegated the tactical command of his forces to John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, and positioned himself safely behind with his personal guard. Oxford, cautious of the Yorkist army's superior numbers, and positioning along the Ambion Hills ridgeline, opted for a more compact formation. He instructed his troops to remain tightly packed within 10 feet of their banners, aiming to prevent them from being outflanked or dispersed by the enemy. As they maneuvered to circumvent the marshy terrain near the hill, Richard's artillery bombarded the Lancastrians, challenging their advance. Emerging from the marshes, Oxford's consolidated force faced the vanguard led by the Duke of Norfolk. In the intense melee that followed, Oxford's troops displayed superior discipline and cohesion, withstanding the Yorkist assault and causing some of Norfolk's men to flee, including the loss of a key commander, Walter Devereux. Amidst the battle, Richard faced frustration as the Earl of Northumberland held his forces back. Historians debate Northumberland's inaction. Some attribute it to personal animosities or strategic caution constrained by the narrow terrain of the ridge, which complicated any potential maneuver to join the fray directly. In a decisive move, Richard spotted Henry Tudor isolated from the main engagement, accompanied only by a small retinue. Determined to end the battle by eliminating his rival, Richard led a direct charge with his household knights towards Henry, aiming to kill him and thus dishearten the Lancastrian force. In this daring assault, Richard managed to kill Henry's standard-bearer, Sir William Brandon, and incapacitate another key figure, John Shane, with his lance. Caught completely off guard, the mercenaries around Henry quickly adapted, dismounting and shielding him within their ranks to reduce his visibility and vulnerability. Despite the peril, Henry did not personally engage in the fight, instead relying on his guards in the chaotic melee to protect him from Richard's direct assault. John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, had strategically positioned a reserve unit of pikemen with Henry Tudor, foreseeing the potential need for such additional protection, and this foresight proved to be critical when Richard led a mounted charge aimed directly at him. The pikemen effectively slowed the advance, allowing for Tudor's personal guards to encircle and protect. Amidst all the chaos, Richard found himself increasingly isolated as he engaged directly with Henry's guards. Observing Richard's precarious position, William Stanley intervened, decisively swinging the balance in Henry's favor. With Stanley's forces joining the fray, Richard's contingent was quickly outnumbered and overwhelmed, driven back toward a nearby marsh. Richard's horse stumbled, unseating him. But undeterred, Richard stood and rallied his troops, reputedly proclaiming his intent to either triumph as a king or die as one. Despite his efforts, Richard's situation deteriorated rapidly as his standard-bearer, Sir Percival Thirlwall, was mortally wounded, yet heroically maintained hold of the Yorkist banner, holding it up high while the blows relentlessly hit him. He only dropped it when his heart stopped. Close associates such as Richard Radcliffe also fell in the ensuing melee. Polydore Virgil, chronicling the battle later under Henry VII's patronage, described Richard's last stand with dramatic flair, noting that he was killed manfully fighting in the thickest press of his enemies. According to other sources, including the Burgundian chronicler Jean Molyneux, Richard's demise came at the hands of a Welshman wielding a halberd, striking while Richard was mired in the marsh. This violent end was echoed by findings from the examination of Richard's remains, which showed severe cranial injuries consistent with halberd strikes, indicating that he may have been helmetless in his final moments. Now, the Welsh poet Gut or Glyn, hinted that the Lancastrian Rhys ap Thomas, or one of his soldiers, delivered the fatal blow, symbolically shaving the head of the boar, a reference to Richard's heraldic emblem. As the news of Richard's death spread, the remaining Yorkist forces, including those led by the Earl of Northumberland, quickly lost heart and dispersed, and effectively the battle was over. The Earl of Norfolk also met his end on the battle, reportedly slain by Sir John Savage. Savage by name, savage by nature, I'm sure. Now, Henry Tudor, despite having a tenuous claim to the English throne through his maternal Lancastrian lineage, ultimately had seized it by right of conquest. After his victory at the Battle of Bosworth, legend has it that Richard III's circlet was found and delivered to Henry, who was then proclaimed king atop Crown Hill near the village of Stoke Golding. According to Henry's official historian Polydore Virgil, it was Lord Stanley himself who discovered the circlet. However, historians Stanley Grimes and Sidney Anglo refute the tale of the circlet being found in a hawthorn bush, a detail absent from many contemporary accounts. Nonetheless, some historians do consider the possibility of its significance, noting its symbolic presence in Henry's coat of arms, suggesting some basis in reality, and others point out the use of a hawthorn bush motif was already a tradition within the House of Lancaster, and Henry simply incorporated a crown into the existing symbol. Now on to the casualties. Virgil's account of them, 100 of Henry's men to 1,000 of Richard's, is viewed with more than a few raised eyebrows. It's likely exaggerated. Such a beatdown is rarely seen. Following the battle, the fallen were reportedly taken to St. James Church in Dadlington for burial, and in a marked show of contempt, Richard's body was denied immediate burial. Instead, it was stripped, mounted across a horse, and displayed in public in Leicester to confirm his death. Initially, Richard was placed in the Church of the Annunciation of Our Lady of the Newark, a significant Lancastrian religious institution, and after 2 days he was moved to a modest tomb in the Greyfriars Church. The tomb was later demolished in 1538 during the dissolution of the monasteries, obscuring the tomb's location for centuries. But fast forward to the 12th of September 2012, a skeleton with spinal deformities and battle-related head injuries was unearthed under a car park in Leicester, suspected to be that of Richard III. This identification was confirmed beyond reasonable doubt on the 4th of February 2013, following DNA testing by Leicester University. Richard's remains were ceremonially reinterred in Leicester Cathedral on the 26th of March 2015, and his new tomb was unveiled the next day, correcting a historical oversight and providing a resting place befitting for a former King of England. Now, back to the old times. Henry swiftly moved to consolidate his reign, having Parliament reverse his attainder and invalidate Richard III's claim to the throne, albeit acknowledging Richard's reign in the official records of English history. The legitimacy of Edward IV's children, which had been nullified, was restored, reaffirming Elizabeth of York's status as a royal princess. However, Henry postponed his marriage to Elizabeth until after his coronation, ensuring that his claim to the throne was established firmly enough to eclipse any claim she might have through her Yorkist lineage. To solidify his authority further, Henry persuaded Parliament to retroactively date his reign to the day before the Battle of Bosworth. What did this do? Well, you see, it rendered all who opposed him on that battlefield that day legally traitors. Despite his harsh initial status, Henry later demonstrated a willingness to reconcile with former adversaries. But of course, they had to submit wholeheartedly to his rule. I suppose it's better than being executed. Now on to the Stanleys. What happened to them? Well, of course, they played a pivotal role in Bosworth, albeit they took their sweet time, but they were richly rewarded. William Stanley was made a chamberlain, and Lord Stanley was created Earl of Derby, receiving extensive lands and titles. Henry also restored the estates and titles of John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, and made him Constable of the Tower and Admiral of England, Ireland, and Aquitaine. Jasper Tudor was elevated to the Duke of Bedford, reflecting Henry's inclination to reward loyalty and reinforce his political base through familial appointments. Henry's mother, Lady Margaret Beaufort, benefited significantly from her son's victory. Parliament declared her a female sole, allowing her to manage her own affairs independently of her husband, Lord Stanley. This status not only elevated her position, but it allowed her direct control over her extensive estates, enhancing her influence and independence. Despite this consolidation of power, Henry's rule was not without its challenges, of course. The first significant test came 2 years after Bosworth, with the rebellion led by Lambert Simnel, who claimed to be Edward Plantagenet, the Earl of Warwick. Supported by the Earl of Lincoln, a former Yorkist, this revolt culminated in the Battle of Stoke Field in 1487, where Henry's forces, commanded by Oxford and Bedford, decisively defeated the rebels. Well, this victory, however, did not completely end threats to Henry's reign, as the murder of the Earl of Northumberland in 1489 sparked further unrest. But if we're going to talk about all that, I suppose it requires another video. Thank you very much for watching. Did you enjoy it? I'm sure you did. I hope you did. If you're still here, I'm sure you did. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, ruled as the king of the Franks from 768 and later as emperor of the Carolingian Empire until his death in 814. His reign marked a pivotal moment in the history of Europe, often regarded as the founding of both the French and German monarchies, and the beginning of the Carolingian Renaissance. His expansive military campaigns across Western Europe consolidated a vast realm that laid the foundation for modern Europe, promoting the spread of Christianity, unifying various Germanic peoples under one rule, and fostering an intellectual renaissance that would influence the continent for centuries to come. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreons are in the description. Otherwise, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps YouTube push my videos out to a broader audience. Did you like? Good job, thank you in advance. So now, without further ado, let's get on with the topic of the day. A biography of Charlemagne. Get yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. By the 6th century, the Franks, a Western Germanic tribe, had already embraced Christianity, largely due to the conversion of their king, Clovis I, to Catholicism. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, the Franks established the Kingdom of Francia in Gaul. This kingdom expanded to encompass most of modern France and Switzerland, as well as smaller parts of Germany and the Low Countries under the rule of the Merovingian dynasty. However, Francia often experienced division under different Merovingian kings due to the Frankish practice of partible inheritance. In the late 7th century, Francia faced internal turmoil following the assassination of King Childeric II, leading to factional struggles among the Frankish aristocracy. In 687, Pepin of Herstal, the mayor of the Palace of Austrasia, brought an end to the conflict with his victory at the Battle of Tertry. Pepin, who was the grandson of Arnulf of Metz and Pepin of Landen, emerged as a prominent figure in Austrasian politics. But upon Pepin's death, his son, Charles, succeeded him, and became known as Charles Martel. Now Charles did not support a Merovingian successor after the death of King Theodoric IV in 737, and left the throne vacant. Instead, he had the plan to divide the kingdom between his sons, Carloman and Pepin the Short, who succeeded him after his death in 741. The brothers later placed the Merovingian Childeric III on the throne in 743. Several years later, in 747, Carloman abdicated and retired to a monastery close by to Rome, leaving his son, Drogo, to succeed him. Charlemagne, also known as Charles the Great, was born as the eldest son of Pepin the Short and his wife Berthada. Berthada hailed from an influential noble family in Austrasia. However, the exact date of Charlemagne's birth remains a little uncertain, with different sources proposing various years. And this isn't anything strange. Records from that time are a little bit spotty. One tradition, influenced by the 9th century biographer Einhard, suggests that Charlemagne was born in 742, based on Einhard's report that Charlemagne was 72 years old at the time of his death. However, Einhard's knowledge of Charlemagne's life in the early years was limited, and he may have provided an approximate date following the model of Roman imperial biographies. There is another view, however, and it points to a near contemporary addition to the Annales Petaviani, which records Charlemagne's birth in 747. Lorsch Abbey commemorated Charlemagne's birth on April 2nd from the mid-9th century onwards, and this date is likely considered to be genuine. Considering that the annalists had marked the start of the year from Easter rather than January 1st, some historians have argued that April 2nd in the recorded year would have corresponded to 748. Consequently, April the 2nd, 748, is generally accepted as Charlemagne's likely birth date. Now, there is some speculation regarding concerns around the legitimacy of Charlemagne due to uncertainties surrounding the marriage date of Pepin and Bertharda. If Pepin and Bertharda did not marry until 749, Charlemagne may have been considered illegitimate. Additionally, the precise place of Charlemagne's birth also remains unknown, although scholars have suggested various Frankish places, including those in Verres-sur-Marne and Kiersny, as possible locations, but we're yet to come to a complete consensus on it. Now, Einhard, in his writings, mentions Charlemagne's Patrius Sermo, which translates to native tongue. Most scholars interpret this as a form of Old High German, likely a Rhenish Franconian dialect. However, due to the spread of the evolving of Old French language in Francia, Charlemagne most likely grew up bilingual, speaking both Germanic and Romance dialects. In addition to his vernacular languages, it's reported that Charlemagne was proficient in Latin and possibly had some understanding of Greek. Of course, Greek was little by little falling out of fashion. While Charlemagne's father, Pepin, received education at the Abbey of St. Denis, the extent of Charlemagne's formal schooling is another matter of uncertainty. It is likely that he received training in military matters during his youth at his father's court, which traveled frequently. Charlemagne emphasized the importance of liberal arts education, encouraging its study among his children and others. However, it's once again unclear whether he pursued formal education in his youth or took it up later on at his life in the court. Which brings us to the manner of his literacy. While some believe that he could read, based on some circumstantial evidence, others argue that there's very little direct evidence to support the claim. Charlemagne typically had texts read aloud to him and dictated responses and decrees, which was pretty much common practice for literate rulers of the time anyway. While it's likely that he attempted to learn writing in later life, Einhard, our main source on his early life, does not explicitly mention Charlemagne's ability to read. So, while it is possible that he could, it remains a bit of a mystery. Now, during the reign of Pepin, there are only occasional references to Charlemagne in the Frankish annals. By 751 or 52, Pepin had deposed Childeric and replaced him as king. Early Carolingian-influenced sources claim that Pepin's seizure of the throne was sanctioned beforehand by Pope Stephen II, but modern historians somewhat dispute this for the most part. It is likely, however, that papal approval came only when Stephen travelled to Francia in 754, apparently to request Pepin's aid against the Lombards. And on this trip, he anointed Pepin as king, thus legitimizing his rule. Charlemagne, along with his brother Carloman, was anointed along with their father during this event, and at the same time, or around there so, Pepin sidelined his son Drogo, sending him and his brother away to a monastery. Charlemagne began issuing charters in his own name in 760, and joined his father's campaign against Aquitaine in the following year. After Pepin's death in 768, Charlemagne and Carloman succeeded their fathers as joint rulers. They had separate coronations, and while they maintained separate palaces and spheres of influence, they were considered joint rulers of the Frankish kingdom. The immediate concern for the brothers was the ongoing rebellion in Aquitaine, which Charlemagne ultimately subdued after Carloman withdrew from the campaign. Now, Carloman's refusal to participate in the war against Aquitaine caused a pretty large rift between the brothers, quite a conflict of interest. And while the reasons for Carloman's abandonment of the campaign are a bit of a mystery, it probably stemmed from disagreements over territorial control, or perhaps Carlemagne's focus on securing his rule in the northern part of Francia. Well, whichever way it was, despite their differences, Charlemagne and Carloman maintained a joint rule for practical reasons mainly, and they sought support from the clergy and local elites to further solidify their positions. Which brings us to 771, where Carloman suddenly passed away. And this, of course, left Charlemagne as the sole king of the Franks. While Charlemagne moved quickly to secure his brother's territory, forcing Carloman's widow and children to flee to Desiderius's court in Lombardy. In response, Charlemagne ended his marriage to Desiderius's daughter and got a new wife, Hildegard, the daughter of Count Gerold, to strengthen his hold on Carloman's kingdom and gain support from Gerold himself. Now, Charlemagne's first campaign as the sole king of the Franks was against the Saxons on the eastern frontier. The Saxons had been raiding the Frankish border, prompting Charlemagne to respond by destroying the pagan shrine at Eresburg and seizing their treasures. This victory not only enhanced Charlemagne's reputation, but it also provided desperately needed funds for further military actions, and it marked the beginning of over 30 years of continuous warfare against the Saxons. In 722, Pope Adrian I sought Charlemagne's support in recovering territories captured by Desiderius, the Lombard king. Concerned about the presence of Carloman's sons in the Lombard court, Charlemagne gathered his forces to intervene, and despite attempts at diplomacy, including offering gold to Desiderius, Charlemagne's army crossed the Alps to besiege Pavia, the Lombard capital, in late 773. During the siege, Charlemagne's wife Hildegard gave birth to a daughter, Adelaide. Charlemagne left part of his army under the command of his uncle Bernard to continue the siege while he captured Verona, where Desiderius's son had taken Carloman's sons captive. However, the fate of Carloman's sons and wife remains unknown. Another mystery that we've yet to figure out. Well, after celebrating Easter in Rome in April 774, the break was over, and Charlemagne continued the siege at Pavia. and he got a little bit lucky, because disease had actually struck the besieged Lombards. Tends to happen when you're all crowded in so close together, and it led to their surrender by June. Charlemagne then deposed Desiderius and proclaimed himself the king of the Lombards. The subsequent annexation of the Lombard kingdom by Charlemagne was unprecedented, but he was able to secure support from Lombard nobles and urban elites, which made the takeover mostly peaceful. Desiderius and his family were confined to a monastery for the rest of their lives. How boring. And Charlemagne returned to Francia with the Lombard royal treasury. In Charlemagne's absence in Italy, the Saxons took advantage and raided the Frankish borderlands. Well, they weren't going to stand for that. So in response, the Franks launched a counter-raid in the autumn of 774 and initiated a full campaign against the Saxons in 775. Charlemagne was then compelled to return to Italy when Duke Hrogord of Friuli rebelled against him. Charlemagne swiftly crushed this rebellion, redistributing Hrogord's lands to Franks to solidify his rule in Lombardy. He then spent the winter in Italy, issuing charters and legislations to further consolidate his power, as well as taking a few Lombard hostages for good measure. Amidst these campaigns, his other daughter, Rotrud, was born back in Francia. Upon returning to the north, Charlemagne conducted another campaign against the Saxons in 776, resulting in the submission of many Saxons who surrendered captives, lands, and converted to Christianity. In the following year of 777, Charlemagne convened an assembly at Paderborn, attended by the Frankish and Saxon representatives. Many of the Saxons in attendance pledged allegiance to Charlemagne, but the Saxon leader Widukind fled to Denmark to prepare for a brand new rebellion. During the Paderborn assembly, Charlemagne also received representatives from Al-Andalus, or Muslim Spain. They sought Charlemagne's support for the restoration of Yusuf ibn Ad al-Rahman al-Fihri, the ousted governor of Cordoba. Sorry about that. The Islamic names are a little difficult. Additionally, Suleiman al-Arabi, governor of Barcelona and Girona, expressed his desire to join the Frankish kingdom and seek Charlemagne's protection against Cordoban rule. Seeking an opportunity to strengthen his southern frontier and expand influence further, Charlemagne agreed to intervene. Crossing the Pyrenees, Charlemagne's army encountered very little resistance, until they faced an ambush by Basque forces at the Battle of Roncevaux Pass in 778. The Franks suffered defeat in the battle and withdrew from the campaign, albeit with most of their army intact. Upon his return to Francia, Charlemagne was greeted by the birth of his twin sons, Louis and Lothair, born while he was away in Spain. Tragically, Lothair passed away in infancy. Well, meanwhile, the Saxons had taken advantage of Charlemagne's absence to once again launch another raid. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to Saxony in 779 while he addressed domestic matters, such as holding assemblies, legislating, and a rather pressing famine in Francia. During this time, Hildegard gave birth to another daughter, Bertha. Charlemagne certainly attacking on all fronts, isn't he? Now, he himself returned to Saxony in 780, overseeing assemblies where he received hostages from Saxon nobles and supervised their baptisms. In the spring of 781, Charlemagne and Hildegard travelled with their younger children to Rome, fulfilling a request made by Pope Adrian in 775. During their visit, Adrian baptized Carloman, Charlemagne's son from Hildegard, and renamed him Pepin. Louis and the newly named Pepin were anointed and crowned, with Pepin appointed as King of the Lombards and Louis as King of Aquitaine. Both young kings were sent to reside in their respective kingdoms under the guidance of regents and advisors. Now, during this trip, Hildegard, guess what, gave birth to her 8th child, Gisela. Tragically, upon the family's return to Francia, Hildegard passed away, mainly due to complications from childbirth, followed shortly by her newborn daughter. Charlemagne arranged for epitaphs for both his wife and daughter, and ensured that daily masses were held at Hildegard's tomb. Shortly after, his mum, Bertrada, also passed away. And by the end of the year, Charlemagne remarried to Fastrada, the daughter of the East Frankish Count Radolf, so he can't have been too upset about it. Well, in the summer of 782, Widukind returned from Denmark and launched an attack on the Frankish positions in Saxony, managing to defeat a Frankish army, possibly due to internal rivalry among the Frankish counts that were leading it. Upon learning of this defeat, Charlemagne hurried to Verden, but Widukind had already fled before his arrival. Charlemagne then summoned the Saxon magnates to an assembly and compelled them to surrender prisoners to him, viewing their previous actions as treachery. The annals report that Charlemagne ordered the execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners in what is known as the Massacre of Verden. He shed the blood of the Saxon men. While the exact number might be exaggerated, historians do agree on the basic truth of the event, with some regarding it as a significant stain on Charlemagne's reputation. Now, in the aftermath of this massacre, Charlemagne issued the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae legal code, which included harsh laws penalizing pagan practices with death. Can't get more harsh than that, can't you? This legal code aimed at forcibly converting Saxons to Christianity, but also suppressing their cultural identity. And it certainly seemed to do its intended purpose. For the next several years, Charlemagne focused on completing the subjugation of the Saxons. He concentrated his efforts in Westphalia in 783 and pushed into Thuringia in 784, while his son, Charles the Younger, continued operations in the west. Throughout these campaigns, the Frankish armies seized wealth and enslaved Saxon captives. Notably, Charlemagne continued campaigning through the winter months instead of resting his army. By 785, Charlemagne had effectively subdued Saxon resistance and gained full control of Westphalia. And in the summer of that year, he met once again with Widukind and persuaded him to surrender. He also convinced him to get baptized with Charlemagne as his godfather. And with that, it marked the end of the last phase of the Saxon Wars. Well, almost. In 786, Charlemagne travelled to Italy with the aim of extending his influence further into the south. Upon his arrival, he marched into the Duchy of Benevento, where Duke Arecus initially fled to a fortified position at Salerno, before eventually offering Charlemagne his fealty. Charlemagne accepted the submission, along with hostages, including Arecus's son, Grimoald. During his time in Italy, Charlemagne also met with envoys from Constantinople. However, Empress Irene's exclusion of Charlemagne and Frankish bishops from the 787 Second Council of Nicaea led to Charlemagne breaking the betrothal between his daughter Rotrude and Constantine VI. Following Charlemagne's departure from Italy, Duke Arecus sent envoys to Empress Irene to promise an allegiance against the Franks. However, before finalizing his plans, both Arecus and his elder son Romuald died of illness within weeks of each other. It's pretty convenient, don't you think? Well, Charlemagne then sent Grimoald back to Benevento to serve as duke and return it to Frankish suzerainty. Although a Byzantine army invaded Lombardy as part of the planned alliance, they were repulsed by the combined forces of the Franks and Lombards. Meanwhile, Charlemagne turned his attention to Bavaria, ruled by his first cousin, Duke Tassilo. Tensions between the two rulers escalated, leading to Charlemagne's invasion of Bavaria in 787. Tassilo ultimately surrendered and recognized Charlemagne as his overlord. However, in the following year of 788, Tassilo was accused of plotting with the Avars against Charlemagne, and was subsequently deposed and sent to a monastery. Charlemagne spent the following years consolidating his rule in Bavaria and warring against the Avars. In 789 he granted rule over Maine and Neustria to his son, Charles the Younger, leaving his other son, Pepin the Hunchback, very unfortunate title, without any lands at all. Well, Pepin's marginalization in the succession led to a failed conspiracy in 792, where he attempted to assassinate Charlemagne and his brothers. The plot was discovered, and then Pepin got sent to a monastery as well. And this monastery must be getting pretty full. During the early 790s, Charlemagne focused on mainly ecclesiastical affairs, convening councils at Regensburg in 792 and Frankfurt in 794 to address theological controversies and enact reforms. Following the council at Frankfurt, Charlemagne's wife, Fastrada, fell ill and passed away, leading him to simply just find another wife. And he married Luitgard shortly after. During the 790s, Charlemagne intensified his efforts to subdue the ongoing Saxon resistance, launching a series of annual campaigns that lasted until 799. These campaigns were characterized by their brutality, with Charlemagne's forces systematically devastating Saxon lands and forcibly relocating many Saxons to Francia, where Frankish elites and soldiers were installed in their place. The prolonged conflict prompted Charlemagne to establish his court at Aachen, strategically located near the frontier. At Aachen he constructed a grand palace, including a chapel that would eventually become part of the Aachen Cathedral. It was during this period that Einhard, that aforementioned scholar and biographer, joined Charlemagne's court. Meanwhile, in the south, Pepin of Italy continued to engage in warfare against the Avars, contributing to the collapse of their kingdom and the expansion of the Frankish rule eastward. In addition to military campaigns, Charlemagne pursued diplomatic efforts to expand his influence further, particularly in the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain. Although negotiations for a marriage alliance between Charles the Younger and the daughter of King Offa of Mercia failed due to Offa's insistence on reciprocal marriages, Charlemagne and Offa did manage to establish a formal peace treaty in 796. This treaty safeguarded trade and ensured the rights of English pilgrims traveling through Francia to Rome. Charlemagne also provided refuge and support to deposed English rulers, including Egbert of Kent, Egbert of Wessex, and Eardwulf of Northumbria, treating the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms as quasi-satellite states and establishing direct relations with English bishops. Additionally, Charlemagne formed an alliance with Alfonso II of Asturias, although Einhard characterized Alfonso as being dependent on Charlemagne. In 795, Leo III became pope and faced more than a little bit of political opposition from his accession. In 799, his adversaries accused him of various offenses and attempted to physically harm him by gouging out his eyes and cutting out his tongue. That'll do it. Leo managed to escape and sought refuge in the north, eventually reaching Charlemagne's court to seek assistance. Charlemagne, who was engaged in his campaign against the Saxons at the time, interrupted his military operations to meet with Leo at Paderborn in September. After hearing from both the Pope and his accusers, Charlemagne decided to send Leo back to Rome with loyal legates to reinstate him as Pope and conduct further investigations into the allegations. Charlemagne himself did not immediately travel to Rome, but he made plans to do so after completing an extensive tour of his Neustrian lands. Finally, in November, near Mentiana, Charlemagne convened an assembly to examine the charges against Leo. However, instead of passing judgment on the Pope, Charlemagne allowed Leo to swear an oath of innocence on December 23rd. The oath was accepted, and on the 25th of the year 800, during a Mass in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Pope Leo III unexpectedly proclaimed Charlemagne as emperor and crowned him. Merry Christmas. This coronation marked Charlemagne as the first reigning emperor in the West since the deposition of Romulus Augustulus in 476, so it was a very big deal. And concurrently, Charlemagne's son, Charles the Younger, was anointed as king by Leo at the same time, so all around, the family is making victories wherever you look. Now, historians have debated the intentions behind the imperial coronation. Charlemagne's level of awareness or involvement in its planning is also up for debate, and its significance at both the time and for Charlemagne's reign. Some contemporary sources suggest that Charlemagne may have been somewhat surprised by the coronation, while others argue that it was a carefully orchestrated event, planned entirely by Charlemagne himself. Either way, the coronation had profound implications for the relationship between the Frankish kingdom and the papacy, but also for the concept of imperial authority in the Christian West. The significance of the Roman Empire in European politics during the time of Leo III and Charlemagne cannot be overstated, particularly in Italy, where the Byzantine Empire held considerable territory. Irene's ascent to the throne in Constantinople in 797, as the first reigning Byzantine empress, faced opposition due to both her gender and her method of accession, having deposed her blinded son, Constantine VI. I bet he didn't see that coming. The presence of a female ruler in Constantinople was seen by some contemporary sources, like the Annals of Loche, as a justification for Leo III to crown Charlemagne as emperor. However, this assertion is also debated, with some arguing that the coronation was not directly related to Irene's reign. Now, the decision of Charlemagne to assume the imperial title had various implications. Some argue that it was aimed at incorporating the Saxons into the Frankish realm, while others just say it was intended to enhance Charlemagne's influence in Italy by appealing to the traditional authority recognized by Italian elites. Either way, becoming emperor gave Charlemagne the right to impose his rule over Italy, but it also posed political and military risks, including the opposition from the Byzantine Empire and potential backlash from the Frankish elite. Certainly a big sword in Charlemagne's hand, but a massive target on his back. Well, either way, the coronation led to a long-standing ideological conflict with Constantinople, as it challenged the Byzantine emperor's claim to universal Christian rulership. While Charlemagne may have viewed his role more narrowly as dominion over the lands he ruled, the imperial title bestowed upon him enhanced his prestige and ideological authority. His careful formulation of his titles in official documents, avoiding direct claim to Roman emperorship, may have been a sort of underhanded way of improving relations with the Byzantine, but while also asserting his authority over the Roman Empire in the West. After his departure from Italy in the summer of 801, he shifted towards a more sedentary style of rule from Aachen, marking a distinct phase in his reign. While conflicts persisted, particularly on the frontiers, this relative peace of this period allowed for increased attention to internal governance. The Franks shifted their military focus toward defending and securing the empire's borders, with Charlemagne himself rarely leading armies personally, One significant expansion during this time was the enlargement of the Spanish March counties, achieved through campaigns led by Louis against the Emirate of Cordoba, culminating in the capture of Barcelona in 801. In terms of legislation, the Capitulare Missorum Generale, issued in 802, was a comprehensive piece of legislation aimed at governing the conduct of royal officials and assuring loyalty from all free men to Charlemagne. It reformed the institution of missi dominici, who were now assigned in pairs to administer justice and oversee governance in specific territories. Additionally, Charlemagne ordered the revision of Lombard and Frankish law codes. He also delegated authority to his sons as sub-kings, with Pepin and Louis having devolved authority as kings in Italy and Aquitaine respectively. However, Charlemagne retained ultimate authority and intervened directly in matters when necessary. Charles, the eldest son, was given rule over Francia proper, Saxony, Nordgau, and parts of Alemannia. Pepin and Louis were confined in their kingdoms and granted additional territories. Now, following his coronation, Charlemagne sought recognition of his imperial title from Constantinople, initiating diplomatic exchanges with Empress Irene. However, Irene's subsequent deposition and replacement by Nikephoros I led to tension between the two empires, particularly over control of the Adriatic Sea. Charlemagne eventually sent envoys to Constantinople in 810 to attempt to negotiate peace, relinquishing his claims to Veneto. Despite Nikephoros' death in battle before the envoys could leave Constantinople, his successor, Michael I, confirmed the peace and recognized Charlemagne as emperor and Basilius. This acknowledgement prompted Charlemagne to issue the first Frankish coins that specifically mentioned his imperial title. Additionally, Charlemagne established diplomatic ties with the Abbasid Caliph, Harun al-Rashid, in the 790s, particularly due to their mutual interests in Spain. Harun presented Charlemagne with an elephant named Abul Abbas as a gesture of friendship. Although the Byzantines initially maintained cordial relations with the Abbasids, Charlemagne's outreach to Harun contributed to strained relations between the Frankish Empire and Constantinople. His involvement in religious matters extended to a dispute over the recitation of the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. This disagreement arose when Frankish monks in Bethlehem were accused of heresy for using the Filioque form of the creed, which asserted that the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son. Charlemagne convened a council at Aachen in 809 to defend the use of the Filioque, leading to a compromise with Pope Leo III, who consented to the Franks maintaining their tradition, while affirming that the canonical creed did not include Filioque. Leo commissioned 2 silver shields with the creed in Latin and Greek, omitting Filioque, which were hung in St. Peter's Basilica. Scandinavia came into contact with the Frankish world primarily through Charlemagne's prolonged conflicts with the Saxons. Raids by Danes on Charlemagne's territories commenced around the year 800. In 804, Charlemagne conducted his final campaign in Saxony, seizing control of the territory east of the Elbe and resettling it with his Obertrite allies. During this campaign, King Gudfred of Denmark, concerned about the expansion of Frankish influence, proposed peace talks with Charlemagne to potentially hand over Saxon refugees. But these negotiations did not succeed. And we don't know why. We simply just know that they didn't happen. The northern frontier remained relatively calm until 808, when Gudfred, along with allied Slavic tribes, launched an incursion into Obertrite lands, extracting tribute from significant portions of the territory. Charles the Younger led a Frankish army in response, targeting some of Gudfred's Slavic allies. Gudfred attempted diplomatic overtures again in 809, but peace was not achieved. Later on in 810, Danish pirates raided Frisia, although their connection to Gudfred remains a little uncertain. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to secure Frisia, while leading a force against Gudfred himself, who had reportedly challenged Charlemagne to battle. However, before Charlemagne's arrival, Gudfred was assassinated by two of his own men, nonetheless. Well, following Gudfred's death, his nephew and successor, Hemming, promptly sought peace, leading to a final settlement negotiated by Charlemagne's cousin Wala in 811. While the Danes did not pose a significant threat for the remainder of Charlemagne's reign, the consequences of these conflicts, along with Charlemagne's earlier expansions in Saxony, contributed to the conditions that would later fuel the intense Viking raids across Europe in the 9th century. And yes, I'll get to them eventually, don't worry. Now, the Carolingian dynasty faced multiple losses in the years of 810 and 811, with Charlemagne experiencing the deaths of his sister Gisela, his daughter Rotrud, and his sons Pepin the Hunchback, Pepin of Italy, and Charles the Younger. These losses disrupted Charlemagne's earlier plans for succession, leading him to declare Pepin of Italy's son Bernard as ruler of Italy, and designating his only surviving son Louis as heir to the entire empire. To ensure the orderly transfer of power, Charlemagne completed a new will, detailing the disposition of his property, including bequests to the church and all of his children and grandchildren. Now Einhard, possibly drawing on literary conventions from works like Suetonius's The 12 Caesars, recounts that Charlemagne interpreted the deaths of his family members, along with an accident he suffered falling off a horse, celestial phenomena, and structural collapses in his palace, as omens of his impending death. Nevertheless, he continued to govern, and quite energetically, in his final year, convening bishops for ecclesiastical councils and ultimately organizing a large assembly at Aachen. In this assembly, held on the 11th of September 813, Charlemagne formally crowned Louis as his co-emperor, and Bernard as king. It was from here that Charlemagne's health began to decline, around the autumn of 813, and he spent his last months engaged in prayer, fasting, and studying the Gospels. He ultimately succumbed to pleurisy and became bedridden for several days before passing away on the morning of the 28th of January 814. Now, according to a biographer of Louis, namely Thegan, Charlemagne's last words were a quote from the book of Luke 23:46. "Into your hands, Lord, I commend my spirit." His body was prepared and buried in the chapel at Aachen on the same day by his daughters and palace officials. Louis arrived at Aachen 30 days after his father's death to assume control of the palace and the empire, which formally marked his accession. Charlemagne's remains were later exhumed and reinterred into a new casket by the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1165, and then again finally laid to rest in 1215 by Frederick II. The Great Charter, or the Magna Carta, was a landmark document drafted in 1215 and sealed by King John of England. Born out of the need to resolve a political crisis between the king and his rebellious barons who were rather upset over his tyrannical rule and heavy taxation. The Magna Carta is celebrated as one of the first steps towards a more systematic legal system in England, establishing the principle that everyone, including the king, is subject to the law. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you enjoy what I do and want to support the channel, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my goal of 10,000 subscribers by doing all the other good stuff. Like, subscribe, comment, you know what to do. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our video for today. First, I'll provide a brief timeline and history of how the Magna Carta came about and how it developed, and then we will have a look at a few of the specifics within the document itself. So I'll invite you to take a deep breath, relax, and we may begin. Magna Carta, which emerged in the year 1215, was initially an effort to reconcile conflicting royalist and rebel factions, marking a key precursor to the First Barons' War. King John, the third Angevin monarch, ruled England during this turbulent period. Now, the Angevins were quite known for their ambitious and, more often than not, arbitrary style of governance, characterized by the principle of what they called force and will, where decisions were made unilaterally, often justified by the notion that the king was simply above the law. This, of course, caused more than a few raised eyebrows among the lower classes. This stood in contrast held to the belief by many contemporary writers that monarchs should govern in accordance with established customs and laws, and of course with advice from the realm's leading members. John's rule was particularly challenged after he lost significant territories in France to King Philip in 1204, which led him to impose heavy taxes on the English barons to fund his unsuccessful military campaigns to reclaim these lands. His defeat at the Battle of the Bovines in the year 1214 further weakened his position, compelling him to sue for peace and pay reparations. Already unpopular among many barons who were burdened by debts to the crown, John faced growing resistance upon his return from France, particularly from barons in the north and the east of England. The dissenting barons demanded that John reaffirm the earlier Charter of Liberties, a set of rights that was initially established under King Henry I, which they believed safeguarded their privileges and also their liberties. The leadership of the rebels, though not particularly distinguished and even considered disreputable by some observers, was united in their disdain for John. He was not a popular ruler, especially at this point. Now this group included key figures like Robert Fitzwaller, who would become a prominent leader of the rebels. He had previously accused John of attempting to S.A. his daughter, and had been linked to an earlier plot to kill the king. In the early days of 1215, King John convened a council in London to discuss certain potential reforms, later facilitating discussions between his representatives and the rebels in Oxford. It was during these negotiations that both sides sought assistance from Pope Innocent III, and amidst these negotiations, the rebel barons presented a document known as the Unknown Charter of Liberties, which borrowed heavily from the earlier Charter of Liberties issued by Henry I. Several of its provisions would later be incorporated into the Articles of the Barons, and ultimately the Magna Carta. Hoping for support from the Pope, John, who had declared himself a vassal of the papacy in 1213, played for time, while mustering in secret mercenary forces from France. He also took an oath to become a crusader, gaining a semblance of political protection under church law, though many who were around at the time were questioning the sincerity of this commitment. By April, the Pope sent letters supporting John, but by then the rebel barons had already organized into a strong military group. In May, they assembled at Northampton, formally renounced their fealty to the crown, and advanced on key cities, including London, Lincoln, and Exeter. Although John's initial efforts to project moderation had been somewhat effective, the seizure of London by the rebels attracted new defectors to the royalist side. Indeed, it seemed like they were certainly on a roll, and if you wanted to get some civil rights, now was the time to do it. As the conflict intensified, John proposed that the dispute be settled by a committee, with the Pope as the final arbiter and mediator. However, this proposal did not appeal to the rebels at all. When this initiative failed, John tasked Stephen Langton, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had been working closely with the rebels on their demands, to organize peace talks. The Great Charter of 1215. John met with the rebel leaders at Runnymede, which was a traditional meeting spot on neutral ground, strategically located between the royal fortress of Windsor Castle and the rebel stronghold at Staines. This location was chosen because it was unlikely to confer a military advantage to either side. At Runnymede, on June the 10th, 1215, the rebels presented John with their draft demands for reform. This original document was known as the Articles of the Barons. Over the following 10 days, Stephen Langton, the Archbishop of Canterbury, mediated between the parties, refining these demands into a more comprehensive proposal for political reform. This document would later be known as the Magna Carta, which translates to Great Charter. By June the 15th, a consensus on the text was finally reached, and by June the 19th, the barons renewed their loyalty to the crown, and copies of the charter were distributed. This document, the Magna Carta, contained clauses that promised the protection of church rights, the protection against illegal imprisonment, access to swift justice, and limitations on feudal payments to the crown, including stipulations that certain taxes could not be levied without baronial consent. It explicitly stated that the rights of free men, particularly the barons, and included specific protections for rights of serfs in several articles. The document drew upon the Charter of Liberties by Henry I, as well as existing legal traditions and royal charters previously granted to towns, blending these influences into a charter that was both innovative and rooted in established practice. A pivotal component of the document was Clause 61, the Security Clause, which established a council of 25 barons tasked with ensuring the king's adherence to the charter. If it was the case that John or any other ruler failed to comply with the charter's provisions within 40 days of a violation being notified by the council, the barons were thus authorized to seize royal castles and lands as a means of enforcement until amends were made. This clause also allowed for the collective coercion of the king by mandating that men swear support to the council's decisions, representing a formal mechanism for enforcing the charter. Despite these measures, mutual distrust between John and the rebel barons prevented any serious implementation of the peace accord. The council of 25 barons comprised solely rebels, fostering further divisions. Disputes emerged over the return of confiscated lands, and many rebels remained militarily mobilized. John then sought the annulment of the charter from Pope Innocent, claiming it undermined papal authority in England. The Pope, who was supporting John, then declared the Magna Carta null and void in the August of 1215, leading to its repudiation by John and the Loyalist barons. Well, people were obviously not impressed by this, and the situation deteriorated into violence, marking the collapse of the peace agreement and the onset of the First Barons' War. The rebel barons, concluding that peace with John was unattainable, offered the English throne to Prince Louis of France. The conflict continued until John's death in the following year of October, leaving his 9-year-old son, Henry III, as his successor. Well, the Magna Carta not only addressed the issues between King John and the English barons, but also included specific provisions relating to Wales, marking a significant moment where the English and the Welsh were referenced together in a major legal document. This inclusion underlined the interconnectedness of English and Welsh territories during the period. Chapter 56 of the Magna Carta stipulated that the return of lands and liberties to Welsh individuals that had been seized by the English without lawful judgment by peers and, of course, vice versa. This provision was crucial in maintaining a legal framework for resolving property disputes between England and Wales, aiming to ensure fairness and legal integrity in such exchanges. Chapter 57 focused on the return of Welsh hostages, including Gruffudd ap Llywelyn ap Lorwerth, the illegitimate son of Llywelyn the Great. These hostages had been taken under the guise of securing peace and maintaining good relations, but their return was demanded through the Magna Carta as more of a gesture of goodwill among neighbours, and of course an attempt to stabilise relations between the English crown and the Welsh princes. The Council of the 25 Barons, established under Clause 61 of the Magna Carta, was tasked with ensuring King John's adherence to the agreement. The names of these barons, crucial figures in enforcing the Charter, are listed in historical documents, including Matthew Paris's Chronica Majora. This council was primarily composed of John's opponents, highlighting another deep-rooted resistance he faced from the nobility. Additionally, in September of 1215, papal commissioners in England excommunicated several senior rebel barons and clerics. The death of King John in October 1216 marked a turn toward the establishment of constitutional governance in England through Magna Carta. On his deathbed, King John designated a council of 13 executors to support his young son, Henry III, in reclaiming the kingdom, and entrusted his guardianship to the renowned knight William Marshal. The coronation of Henry III, conducted by Cardinal Gaula Bicchieri, the papal legate, took place in a hastily arranged ceremony at Gloucester Cathedral on the 28th of October, 1216. The period that followed was characterized by continued conflict, with England divided and partially controlled by the rebel forces. The papal legate, of course, played a crucial role, not only in the coronation, but in strategically aligning Henry's government with the papacy, thereby securing additional legitimacy and support. Pope Honorius III's declaration of Henry as the Pope's vassal underscored this alliance, granting the papal legate sweeping authority to stabilize Henry's rule. The endorsement of Henry as a crusader further solidified his position, affording him protection under church law and portraying his war against the rebels as his own holy crusade. The early reign of Henry III faced significant challenges, with the loyalist forces struggling to regain control, and the rebel barons, initially emboldened by King John's unpopular rule, seemingly hesitant to align with the new and very young king. In an effort to consolidate power and garner as much support as possible, Henry's government issued a revised version of the Magna Carta in 1216. Well, this new version was, of course, revised to their favor. It removed certain clauses from the influential Clause 61 that established a council of barons to monitor the king's adherence to the Charter. This version, however, failed to quell dissent, illustrating the deep-seated divisions and the lack of trust between these two factions that continued well beyond King John's rule. Thus, the conflict persisted until the pivotal Battle of Lincoln in May of 1217, where William Marshall's forces achieved a decisive victory against the forces of Prince Louis of France, the figurehead of the rebel barons. This victory, of course, was crucial, swinging the momentum in favor of the Loyalists. Prince Louis's campaign in England waned as support from France began to dwindle, leading to negotiations that culminated in the Treaty of Lambeth in September of 2017. It was this treaty that effectively ended the conflict, with Louis reconciling his claim to the English throne and conditions set for the restoration of lands and rights to his followers, albeit with punitive measures against the rebel clergy. In the aftermath of the war, the Charter of 1217, also known as the Charter of Liberties, was issued, reflecting a continuation of the efforts to placate the barons, but at the same time slightly adjusting the protections and obligations that were outlined in the earlier charter. It was this document, along with the complementary Charter of the Forest, that addressed grievances related to royal forests and forest courts, which had been sources of royal revenue but also public discontent. These charters laid foundational principles that would influence English governance and also jurisprudence, establishing precedents for the role of law in curbing absolute monarchy and outlining the liberties of the realm's subjects. Thus, Magna Carta's influence continued to grow steadily throughout the minority of King Henry III, following John's death. As Henry matured and the kingdom began to stabilize somewhat, the administration worked diligently to reassert control over English counties, encountering resistance, of course, from communities that invoked Magna Carta in defense of their newfound rights, though not always accurately. These debates surrounding the king's obligation to uphold the charters, despite his youth and the manner of their establishment, just shows another testament to the ongoing tension. By 1225, with the security of his French territories under threat from King Louis VII, Henry needed substantial military support to defend his lands. The Great Council's demand for a reissue of Magna Carta in return for tax support reflected the enduring power of the document. The version of Magna Carta issued that year, affirmed by Henry as a voluntary act and sealed with the royal seal, solidified its authority and marked another significant moment in its history that tied royal taxation directly to constitutional consent. No taxation without representation. See, it is enduring. However, when Henry declared himself of age to rule independently, things began to change. He challenged the validity of previous charters issued during his minority. Well, this move sparked further disputes over the charter's applicability, which Henry threatened to nullify if not supported by corresponding tax payments. The reaffirmation of the charters in 1253, in exchange for new taxation, underscored their entrenched role in governing royal baronial relations. Therefore, Henry's governance, ostensibly bound by the Magna Carta, saw him generally adhering to its terms, which curtailed the royal crown's ability to levy punitive fines and seize baronial assets arbitrarily. Yet, the royal court's weak enforcement of the charters, and subsequently Henry's inconsistent application of them, often undermined their effectiveness, and this of course led to widespread disaffection among the barons. The discontent culminated in 1258, when a group of barons who were understandably frustrated by Henry's erratic and insufficient adherence to the charters executed a coup d'etat through the provisions of Oxford, aiming to enforce the charters more stringently and reform the government. This baronial government, however, lacked the military strength required to enforce its reforms decisively. It was this lack of military strength that led them to seek arbitration from King Louis IX of France. Now, Louis's arbitration in 1263–64, which sided with Henry III, failed to resolve the tensions, and it led to the Second Barons' War. Both sides of the conflict invoked Magna Carta to justify their positions. The war ultimately ended with the victory of Henry's son, Edward, who later reaffirmed the Magna Carta in the Statute of Marlborough as part of a broader conciliatory approach to governance following the baronial conflicts. In 1297, King Edward I reissued the charters of 1225 in exchange for a new tax, and this version of the charters remains part of English law to this very day, although most of its articles have been repealed. The reissue included the Confirmatio Cartarum, a document issued in Norman French that reaffirmed Magna Carta and the Forest Charter. Edward I was compelled to issue this confirmation to avoid a potential civil war, as the nobility, burdened by his excessive taxation, had armed themselves and began to protest. The nobles had also attempted to introduce another document, the De Tallagio, into the charter. But while Edward's government did not concede to this, they agreed to reaffirm the existing charters and establish the principle that taxation should always require consent, though the document did not specify how this consent should be obtained. The Confirmatio Cartarum mandated that copies of the charter be distributed and displayed in cathedral churches throughout England, and twice a year they would be read publicly. This led to the permanent installation of a copy in Salisbury Cathedral. It also stated that any judicial decisions that contravened the charter would be considered null and void. In the year 1300, Edward further reinforced the charters by issuing the Articles upon the Charters, which included 17 articles designed to enforce the charters more effectively. It required that copies of Magna Carta and the Forest Charter be issued to each county's sheriff and read 4 times a year at the county court meetings to refresh everybody of the basics. It also called for the creation of a committee of 3 men in every county to hear complaints about violations of the charters. However, these reaffirmations, of course, face their own challenges Pope Clement V, continuing the papal policy of supporting monarchs who ruled by divine grace, decided to annul the Confirmatio Cartarum in 1305, supporting the idea that kings' rights could not be challenged by claims in the Magna Carta. Edward I took this papal backing as support to reassert forest laws over areas that had been disafforested, leading to accusations of perjury against both the Pope and the King by contemporary chroniclers. This action by Edward and the papal annulment also affected the legitimacy of the Articuli super cartas, which Edward took as being included in the Pope's bull, although it was not explicitly mentioned. While Magna Carta profoundly influenced English medieval law, persisting as a point of reference throughout the medieval period, even as its direct application in cases evolved. By 1226, the Knights of Lincolnshire cited Magna Carta in resisting changes to local judicial practices by their sheriff, exemplifying the early legal reliance on the Charter to assert regional rights against royal officers directly. This established a precedent where Magna Carta could not be directly used to challenge the king, but it could be invoked against his representatives, thereby upholding liberties granted under the Charter. Well, specific clauses of Magna Carta addressing issues like wardship, dower, debt recovery, and the maintenance of free navigation on rivers continue to be cited in legal texts throughout the 13th century. However, by 1350, the relevance of many of Magna Carta's clauses had diminished somewhat. That was either due to changing social conditions, or because they were simply superseded by newer laws. The reign of Edward III saw further clarifications and expansions on the document through the 6 statutes between 1331 and 1369. Notably, the 3rd statute in 1354 revised the pivotal Clause 29 of the Magna Carta, expanding the protection it afforded for free men to all men, and introduced the term due process of law, which of course became fundamental in legal discourse. Thus, Magna Carta's significance was frequently reaffirmed by the English Parliament. Sir Edward Coke noted that it was reconfirmed up to 32 times, and other sources suggest as many as 45 between 13th and 15th centuries. Thus, it was routine for Parliament to begin sessions with a public reading and reaffirmation of the Magna Carta, reflecting its foundational role in English law. The Charter was specifically confirmed once again in 1423 during the reign of Henry VI. Well, despite its diminished direct influence on political governance by the mid-15th century, as monarchs began to reassert their authority, Magna Carta remained crucial in legal contexts, particularly in the protection of property rights. Its relevance was sustained by wider dissemination through printed versions and increased literacy, ensuring that the document continued to be a critical resource for lawyers and scholars alike. During the 16th century, interpretations of Magna Carta and the narrative surrounding the First Barons' War began to evolve significantly, particularly under the influence of Tudor monarchs like Henry VII and Henry VIII. These rulers, emerging from the chaotic Wars of the Roses, used propaganda to reinforce the legitimacy of their rule, emphasizing the illegitimacy of rebellion and prioritizing the crown's authority, especially in its conflicts with the papacy. Tudor historians revisited earlier sources, such as the Barnwell Chronicler, which portrayed King John a lot more favorably to other 13th century narratives. It's been noted that these historians viewed John quite positively, as a monarch contending against papal authority, and exhibited limited sympathy for the rebel barons, or even the Magna Carta itself. This perspective coincided with events like the 1536 uprising, during which pro-Catholic demonstrators invoked Magna Carta, accusing the crown of undermining its principles. The first mechanically printed edition of Magna Carta was produced in 1508 by Richard Pinson, titled Magna Carta cum aliis antiquis statutis. However, early printed versions, including those in the 16th century, mistakenly attribute the Charter's origins to Henry III in 1225, rather than John in 1215, leading to a few inaccuracies in the historical text. Subsequent editions, such as those by John Rastell in 1527 and Thomas Berthollet during 1530 to 1547, aimed to correct these misunderstandings. In 1534, George Ferrers published the first unabridged English language edition of the document, organizing the Charter into 37 numbered clauses. This period also saw symbolic representations of Magna Carta, such as the mid-16th century funerary monument of Sir Rowland Hill, which depicted him holding a copy of the Magna Carta document. The late 16th century witnessed a resurgence of antiquarian interest in the document, fueled by a belief in a continuous tradition of English laws and customs dating back long before the Norman conquest. Legal historians of the time suggested that the Magna Carta was a recovery of these ancient rights and traditions, underpinning significant legal principles of the 16th century. Now, while it sounds like a very good story, it's perhaps one drummed up to make things a little bit more interesting than they actually are. Most modern historians typically view it as a bit of a myth. Well, antiquarians like William Lambard worked to connect the 16th century English Parliament to these supposed Anglo-Saxon and Norman legal codes, though often misdating documents in the process. Figures like Francis Bacon interpreted specific clauses of the Magna Carta, such as Clause 39, as foundational to contemporary legal processes, for example, the jury system. Others, including Robert Beale, James Maurice, and Richard Cousin, argued for Magna Carta's role as a fundamental declaration of liberty and a supreme law. Critics of these interpretations, such as Arthur Hall, faced significant repercussions. Now we could move into the modern period, all the way up to our current year, but I don't like the modern period. So instead, we are going to just discuss the content of the document before we finish up the video for today. Magna Carta's provisions were fundamentally designed to manage and mitigate the feudal rights of the crown over the barons, a response to the frequent and, frankly, often arbitrary exertion of these rights under King John's reign. These feudal rights, such as feudal relief cited in clauses 2 and 3, directly impacted the barons' financial obligations to the crown when inheriting land or estates. These clauses aim to standardize the fees associated with these events, setting clearer and consistent rates to prevent the crown from leveraging them as a source of arbitrary income. Scutage, a form of medieval taxation, permitted knights and nobles to substitute military service, required as a condition for their land tenure, with a monetary payment. That was clauses 12 and 14. The administration of scutage has been contentious, lacking in consistency regarding the rate and the circumstances under which it was imposed. The reforms sought to regularize this process, defining clearer rules for when and how the crown could demand these payments, moving away from the arbitrary demands of the king, which seemed to be somewhat randomized and brought out on a whim. The English judicial system had evolved significantly, with royal judges playing increasing roles across the country. Under King John, the judicial system had been manipulated in a way as a means to generate income, with the king often requiring payments for favorable judgments. Thus, clauses 39 and 40 of the document demanded that due process be observed within this system, seeking to eliminate the crown's direct interference in judicial outcomes. Furthermore, Clause 45 addressed the qualifications of royal officials, insisting knowledgeable appointees to ensure a fair and informed administration of justice. Royal forests, another significant economic resource, were under special royal jurisdiction. Their management and expansion had become a point of contention. Thus, clauses 47, 48, 53, and 44 of the Charter dealt directly with issues of deforestation and the legal operations within royal forests, attempting to limit the crown's arbitrary authority and addressing grievances regarding the expansion of these lands under King John. Regarding economic concerns, clauses 10 and 11 tackled the sensitive topic of debts, particularly those that were owed to Jewish moneylenders, a group under special royal protection, yet frequently targeted for extortion. While these clauses attempted to regulate the treatment of such debts, they also reflected the broader concerns about the implications of the crown's financial policies. And lastly, the role of the English Church, which had long been a powerful entity within the kingdom, was explicitly addressed in the first clause of the Magna Carta. This clause underlined the Church's liberties and freedoms, likely influenced by Archbishop Stephen Langton, who played a crucial role in the Charter's negotiations. The provision was particularly significant against the backdrop of ongoing struggles between the Crown and the papacy over the control of ecclesiastical appointments and church governance. Now, the most famous clauses of the document are namely 39 and 40. Clause 39 goes like this: No free man shall be seized or imprisoned, or stripped of his rights or possessions, or outlawed or exiled, or deprived of his standing in any way, nor will we proceed with force against him, or send others to do so, except by the lawful judgment of his equals, or by the law of the land. Clause 40. To no one will we sell, to no one will we refuse or delay the right of justice. Byzantine Emperor Basil II, whose reign from 976 to 1025 marked one of the heights of the Byzantine Empire. But you may know him better as Basil the Bulgar Slayer. This moniker was earned through his relentless and effective military campaigns against the nearby Bulgarian Empire, culminating in the Battle of Cladion in 1014, where his forces decisively crushed the Bulgarians. A victory that was so complete that Basil blinded thousands of captured soldiers, leaving one in every 100 with a single eye, forming a chain to lead the others back home. A brutal act that cemented his fearsome reputation, and one that, no doubt, brings you here. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. Surely you know what you're in for. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, there is a link in the description. Otherwise, the best thing you can do for me is like, comment, and subscribe, as this tells YouTube to push the video out further. So, with that being said, let us begin. Please get yourself relaxed and close your eyes, and we may continue our life of Basil the Bulgar Slayer. Born in 958, Basil was the eldest son of Romanos II and Theophano, a woman who was of Laconian Greek origin. Theophano, his mother, was actually the daughter of Crateros, who was reportedly a poor tavern keeper, and was possibly from the city of Sparta, which at that point was quite different to what you think it to be in the ancient times. Now Basil possibly had an elder sister, Helena, who was born 3 years before him, around the year 955. He was what the Greeks call a porphyrogenitos, which means born into the purple. The significance of the purple being the royal color. This poorly pronounced title was given to children born during their father's reign, a distinction which he shared with his own father, Romanos II, and grandfather Constantine VII. Romanos II, his father, who took the throne after the death of Constantine VII in 959, crowned Basil as co-emperor on April 22nd, 960. Basil's younger brother, Constantine, born in 960 or 61, was crowned in 962 or 63, and later ruled as Constantine VIII from 1025 to 1028. Romanos unfortunately died unexpectedly in the March of 963, at the age of 24, just 2 days after the birth of his youngest child, Anna. His death was, of course, widely suspected to be due to poisoning by hemlock, which is, by the way, the same poison that Socrates ingested, and I believe a Hungarian prime minister a few years ago. Look up that video if you dare. Well, chroniclers like Leo the Deacon and John Scilezzi's suggest that Theophano was actually involved in this poisoning, also noting her possible role in earlier plots against Constantine VII. Well, I suppose perhaps we will never really know. Well, following their father's death, Basil and his brother Constantine were still way too young to rule. The Byzantine Senate confirmed their positions as emperors, with Theophano as the nominal regent, but actual power shifted to Joseph Bringas. Theophano was distrustful of Bringas and found an ally in Basil Lecapenos, an illegitimate son of Emperor Romanos I, not the second, the first, and he was also a eunuch, who had previously served under Constantine VII and Romanus II. Well, another opponent of Bringas was the celebrated general Nikephoros Phocas, fresh from victories in Crete and a raid into Cilicia and Syria, which culminated in the sack of Aleppo. In July, Phocas was declared emperor by his troops and advanced on Constantinople. With the populace's support, Phocas forced Bringas to flee, and Basil Lecapenos took over his position. Nikephoros Phocas was crowned on August the 16th, 963. In the same year, on September 20th, Phocas married Theophano, despite it being each spouse's second marriage, and also rather malicious rumors that he was the godfather to Basil or his brother. Well, despite Patriarch Polyectus of Constantinople's objections, the marriage was eventually declared valid. This legitimized Nikephoros' rule, and also his guardianship over Romanos' sons. Well, he did not last that long. He was assassinated in December 969 by, guess who? Theophano, and also his own nephew, John Zimisces, who then became Emperor John I. John I then moved to exile Theophano and married Theodora, Romanos II's sister. Upon John's death on January the 10th, 976, Basil became the effective and senior emperor. He immediately recalled his mother from her convent, marking the beginning of his direct rule. Thus Basil II emerged as a skilled soldier and horseman, and his military prowess proved him to be a capable general and decisive ruler. In the initial phase of his reign, Basil chose to, rather than act, just observe and learn, allowing administration to be managed by Basil Lecapenos, the president of the Byzantine Senate. Lecapenos was a cunning and talented politician who intended to use the young emperors as puppets for his own ends. During this period, Basil focused on mastering the intricacies of administration and military strategy. Now the emperors preceding Basil, Nikephoros II and John I, were indeed exceptional military leaders, but they lacked administrative skills. Toward the end of his reign, John I attempted to limit the power of the major landowners, a move that prompted speculation that he was poisoned by Lecapenos, who himself had amassed large estates, illegally, and of course feared repercussions because of it. The failures of Nikephoros and John left Basil facing significant challenges, particularly from Bardas Skleros and Bardas Phokas. These members of the influential military aristocracy of Anatolia possessed the resources and ambition to challenge his authority openly. Skleros and Phokas, both experienced generals, aspired to the imperial power held by Nikephoros and John, and aimed to reduce Basil to a mere figurehead. Displaying a ruthless determination, Basil took direct command in the field to quell the revolts that were led by Skleros in 979, and later those led by Phokas in 989. He was supported in these efforts by 12,000 Georgians from Tornikios and David III Kuropalates of Tau. The downfall of Lekepenos was marked in 985 between the two rebellions. He was accused of conspiring with the rebels and was stripped of his power, exiled, and all of those properties, they were confiscated. This action by Basil II not only subdued the immediate threats, but it also signaled a shift in his approach. No longer sitting back and observing, he was done with that. He took a more active and direct role in the governance and also the defense of the empire. The intricate dynamic between generals Phokas and Skleros significantly shaped the early part of Basil's reign. Initially, Phokas played a crucial role in quelling the rebellion led by Skleros. However, the tables turned when Phokas initiated his own rebellion, prompting Skleros to emerge from exile and support him. This complex relationship was further tangled when Phokas died in battle, leading to Skleros assuming control of the rebellion. Despite his earlier imprisonment by Phokas, Skleros continued the insurrection against Basil, albeit desperately. During this period, Basil's brother, Constantine, participated in only one military campaign and displayed very little interest in politics, statecraft, or military affairs. The campaign concluded without combat when Skleros finally surrendered to Basil in 989. Although Skleros was allowed to live, he eventually died blind, a condition caused either by disease or more likely as a punitive measure for his role in the uprisings. It was these events that profoundly influenced Basil's governance approach. Following Skleros's defeat, Michael Psellos recounts that Skleros advised Basil with words that would shape his reign, to keep governors and generals under tight control, to avoid excessive delegation of power, and to remain insulated from outside influences, particularly from women in matters of state. Basil adopted these strategies, focusing on centralizing power and maintaining direct control over military and administrative matters. To strengthen his position and suppress the revolts effectively, Basil formed a strategic alliance with Prince Vladimir I of Kiev. In 988, Vladimir captured Chersones, a vital Byzantine base in the Crimean Peninsula. In exchange for military support, Vladimir demanded the hand of Basil's younger sister, Anna. Initially hesitant, due to the prevailing Byzantine view of the northern European peoples as barbarians, and of course Anna's personal objection to being married to a non-Byzantine ruler. Basil was eventually swayed by the broader implications of the alliance. Now, Vladimir's interest in Christianity, explored through delegations sent to various nations, was not merely for marital alliance, but it was actually a genuine shift in the religious orientation for his people. Basil agreed to the marriage when Vladimir promised that he would convert to Christianity and baptize all of his subjects. The marriage of Vladimir and Anna thus took place in Crimea in the year 989, and the 6,000 Rus warriors Vladimir provided were instrumental in ending the rebellion. No one really asked Anna how she thought about it, though, I assume. Well, these troops later formed the Varangian Guard. You may have heard of them, an elite unit in Basil's army. This alliance and marriage, of course, had lasting implications far beyond the wedding and the end of the rebellion, and it set the stage for the Grand Duchy of Moscow to later declare itself as the Third Rome, claiming the political and cultural heritage of the Byzantine Empire. This period also marked significant consolidation of Basil's power, establishing him as a ruler who skillfully navigated the complexities of both internal politics and external alliances. Once Basil had successfully suppressed the internal rebellions that plagued his early reign, he redirected his focus towards the external adversaries. The civil wars had significantly weakened the empire's stance in the east, almost reversing entirely the territorial gains that were made by his predecessors, being Nikephoros II and John I, gains against the Fatimid Caliphate. In the years 987 to 988, Basil managed to negotiate a 7-year truce with the Fatimids, which facilitated a prisoner exchange and established mutual recognition of protection for Christians and Muslims under the rule of the opposing side. Additionally, the agreement led to the Fatimid Caliph's name being recited in the Friday prayers in Constantinople, replacing that of the Abbasid Caliph. This truce held until the death of the influential Fatimid vizier Yaqub ibn Kilis in 991. The new Fatimid Caliph, Al-Aziz Billah, adopted a more aggressive policy, appointing Manjut Takin as the governor of Damascus and signaling a shift in the Caliphate's approach towards the Byzantine territories. Manjut Takin began his aggressive campaigns by attacking the Hamdanid Emirate of Aleppo, which at the time was still a Byzantine protectorate. His forces defeated a Byzantine army under Michael Bortzes in June of 992 and laid siege to Aleppo, but the city held firm. By 993, after 13 long and grueling months, Manjut Takin's campaign stalled due to supply issues, and ultimately he was forced to retreat back to Damascus. But you know what they say, you can't keep a good man down. In 994, Manjut Takin resumed his offensive, achieving a significant victory too at the Battle of the Orontes in September. This defeat necessitated Basil's direct intervention. The next year, 995, in the month of April, Basil rapidly moved his army across Asia Minor to Aleppo in a march of just 16 days. The exaggerated reports of his army's size caused more than a little bit of panic among the Fatimid forces. Manjutakin, caught off guard with his cavalry dispersed, chose to retreat to Damascus again, without engaging in battle. The Byzantines then made unsuccessful attempts to besiege Tripoli, and successfully occupied and fortified Tartus with Armenian troops. The warfare persisted, as the Byzantines backed an anti-Fatimid uprising in Tyre. In 998, under the new leadership of Damian Dalasenos, the Byzantines attacked Apamea, but were defeated by the Fatimid general Jaish ibn al-Samsama on the 19th of July 998. This setback drew Basil back into the conflict. He arrived in Syria in October of 999 and stayed for 3 months, with his forces raiding as far as Heliopolis. Despite placing a garrison at Larissa and burning minor forts near Abu Kubais, Mayas, and Arka, his campaign achieved limited strategic success, failing again at Tripoli and ultimately not threatening Emesa. Basil's plans were disrupted by developments in Georgia following the assassination of David III Kuropalates, which prompted his departure to Cilicia in January. Another round of diplomacy led to a 10-year truce in 1000 between the Byzantines and the Fatimids. During the reign of Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, who was more focused on internal affairs, relations remained generally peaceful. Funny how things remain peaceful when you have a policy of minding your own damn business. Well, even events like the acknowledgement of Fatimid suzerainty by Abu Muhammad Lulu al-Kabir of Aleppo in 1004, and the Fatimid-backed installation of Aziz al-Dawla as emir in 1017, didn't manage to reignite hostilities. Al-Hakim's persecution of Christians and the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in 1009, well, that certainly strained relations, but once again, did not lead to immediate military conflict. These developments showed the complexity of military action, diplomacy, and shifting alliances that characterized Basil's approach to handling these challenges and threats posed by the Fatimid Caliphate, not only in wartime, but this somewhat peacetime that balanced on the edge of a knife. The conquest of Bulgaria. That's what you're all here for, isn't it? Well, we're finally there. Of course, if you can't fight the Fatimids, you've got to fight somebody. Well, Basil II aimed to reassert Byzantine control over those lost territories, particularly focusing on Bulgaria, which was under the rule of King Samuel, one of his most formidable opponents. John I in previous times had partially subdued Bulgaria, following an invasion by Sviatoslav I of Kiev. But Samuel and his brothers, well, they maintained their own independent control over certain smaller parts of the country, and Basil did not like that. Since 976, the Bulgarians had conducted raids into Byzantine territories. In an effort to destabilize the Bulgarians, the Byzantine government facilitated the escape of the captive Bulgarian emperor Boris II. This strategy, however, failed to create the desired dissension among the Bulgarians, prompting Basil to take direct military action. Around 986, he led a formidable army, reportedly around 30,000 men, into Bulgaria and besieged the modern city of Sofia. I believe that's the capital of Bulgaria. Do correct me if I'm wrong. However, facing losses and doubting the loyalty of some of his governors, Basil decided to lift the siege. On his return to Thrace, he fell into an ambush, and thusly suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of the Gates of Trajan. Basil, however, did manage to escape, thanks to his Varangian Guard, remember them? And he sought to weaken Samuel by attempting to turn his brother Aaron against him through a marriage proposal involving Basil's sister Anna. Well, this plan fell apart when Aaron realized that the woman sent to him was an impostor and not the real Anna. By 987, Samuel had eliminated Aaron as a potential rival. Another of Samuel's brothers, David, was killed in 976 by the Vlachs, who were guarding caravans between Prespa and Castoria. Despite capturing the titular Bulgarian Emperor Roman in 991, Basil lost control of Moesia to the Bulgarians. While Basil was preoccupied with internal rebellions and stabilizing the eastern frontier, Samuel expanded his territory from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, effectively recovering most of the lands held by Bulgaria before Sviatoslav's invasion. He also launched damaging raids deep into Byzantine territory, reaching as far as central Greece. In 996, Byzantine general Nikephoros Oranos countered with a victory over a Bulgarian raiding party at the Battle of Spercheios in Thessaly, with Samuel and his son Gabriel narrowly escaping capture. Well, by 1000, Basil was back, and he was ready to focus on a comprehensive war of conquest against Bulgaria. That year, the Byzantine generals Nikephoros Psiphios and Theodorokanos captured the former Bulgarian capital, Great Preslav, along with Lesser Preslav and Pliskova. The following year, 1001, operating from Thessalonica, Basil regained control of Vodena, Veroia, and Servia. That following year, he stationed his army in the Philippopolis and seized control of the military road from the western Hamios Mountains to the Danube, effectively severing the connection between Samuel's Macedonian heartland and Paristrion. After this, Basil laid siege to Vidin, which eventually capitulated, but they put out a pretty lengthy resistance. In response to the Byzantine campaign, Samuel launched a large-scale raid of his own into the heart of Byzantine Thrace and unexpectedly captured the major city of Adrianople. After turning homeward, laden with extensive plunder, Samuel was intercepted near Skopje by a Byzantine army commanded by Basil himself, whose forces stormed the Bulgarian camp, defeating the Bulgarians and recovering the plunder from Adrianople. Skopje surrendered shortly after the battle, and Basil treated its governor, Romanos, with overt kindness. In 1005, the governor of Dyrrhachium, Ashot Taronites, surrendered his city to the Byzantines as well. The defection of Dyrrhachium completed the isolation of Samuel's core territories in the western highlands of western Macedonia. Samuel was forced into an almost entirely defensive stance. He fortified the passes and routes from the coastline and valleys held by the Byzantines to the territory remaining under his control. Over the next few years, the Byzantine offensive began to slow, and after no significant gains were made, although an attempt by the Bulgarians to counterattack in 1009 was defeated at the Battle of Creta, east of Thessalonica. In 1014, Basil was ready to launch a campaign aimed at destroying Bulgarian resistance once and for all. Thus, on the 29th of July, 1014, at the Battle of Cladion, he and his general, Nikephoros Xivias, outmaneuvered the Bulgarian army, defending one of his fortified passes. Samuel avoided capture due to the valor of his son Gabriel. But after crushing the Bulgarians, Basil was not quite satisfied with a normal victory. He decided to exact a little bit of vengeance in a very interesting way, capturing 15,000 prisoners and blinding 99 of every 100 men, leaving one man with one eye in each cohort to lead the rest back to their ruler. This act of cruelty was partly because in Byzantine eyes the Bulgarians were rebels, and blinding was the usual punishment for being a rebel. Well, the other reason is too kind of multifaceted. You see, it's like this. First of all, you get rid of all of the soldiers. Instead of taking them prisoner, well, you send them back, but they can never fight again. But through blinding all of them in this way, well, they're not just a burden upon themselves, but think of almost 15,000 blinded men being sent back to their home city. Someone has to take care of them. I mean, the Bulgarians aren't going to kill all of their own soldiers, aren't they? What an interesting way to cripple an enemy. A very cruel way, but hey, credit where it's due. I bet the soldiers did not see that coming. Well, as for Samuel, yes, he might have gotten away, but reportedly when all of these 15,000 blinded men began showing up, all with their hands on their shoulders like one big, horrible, macabre conga line, he was so struck by the sight of it that he just couldn't believe it. He went into shock, and he died 2 days later, on October the 6th, because apparently this sight gave him a stroke. Not good. Well, Bulgaria did continue to fight for 4 more years, fueled by Basil's cruelty, but they did submit in 1018. This submission resulted from continued military pressure and a successful diplomatic campaign aimed at dividing and suborning the Bulgarian leadership. This victory and the later submission of the Serbs fulfilled one of Basil's goals, as the empire regained its ancient Danubian frontier for the first time in 400 years. Now, word had certainly gotten around about what happened to the Bulgarians. Therefore, the rulers of the neighboring Croatia, Krasimir III and Goslav, who were previously allies of Bulgaria, accepted Basil's supremacy to avoid the same fate. Old Basil, well, he was quite delighted and warmly received their offers of vassalage. He even awarded them the honorary title of Patricios. Croatia remained a tributary state to Basil until his death. Well, before returning to Constantinople, Basil celebrated his triumph in Athens, of all places. He showed considerable statesmanship in his treatment of the defeated Bulgarians, at least the ones that he wasn't gouging the eyes out of. He gave many former Bulgarian leaders court titles, actually, positions in provincial administration, and high commands in the army. He sought to absorb the Bulgarian elite into Byzantine society, and that was exactly what happened. Well, because Bulgaria did not have a monetary economy, at least in the same extent as Byzantium, Basil decided to accept Bulgarian taxes in kind. However, this policy was reversed by his successors, leading to significant Bulgarian discontent and rebellion later in the 11th century. Campaigns against the Khazar successor states. Though the Kievan Rus had significantly diminished the power of the Khazar Khaganate in the 960s, the Byzantines had not fully capitalized on the resulting power vacuum to reassert their dominion over Crimea and the Black Sea regions. By 1016, Byzantine ambitions turned towards these areas. Basil, in a combined effort with Mstislav of Chernigov, launched a military campaign against Crimea, much of which was under the control of the Khazar successor kingdom, led by George Zul, based in Kerch. According to Kedrenos, this campaign was successful. Zul was captured, his kingdom destroyed, and the Byzantines subsequently occupied southern Crimea. Byzantine-Georgian Wars. The stability of the Byzantine Empire was significantly challenged by internal rebellions and external threats. A full-scale rebellion was initiated by Bardas Skleros in 976 that spread all across Asia Minor. It was during this period that Basil was supported by the Georgian prince David III of Tau, who played a crucial role in the loyalist victory at the Battle of Pankaleia. For this support, David was granted a lifetime membership to Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm just joking. A lifetime rule over key territories in eastern Asia Minor. However, the relationship between Constantinople and the Georgian rulers was complex and often fraught with distrust, especially after David's perceived rebuff during Bardas Phogas's revolt in 987. After the failure of this revolt and the death of David of Tau in 1001, Basil inherited key provinces, including Tau, Phasiane, and Speri, which were reorganized into the theme of Iberia, with its capital at Theodosiopolis. This inheritance forced Bagrat III, the Georgian Bagratid ruler, to recognize the new territorial arrangements. Bagrat's son, George I, however, harbored ambitions to restore the Kuropalates' succession to Georgia. In 1015 to 1016, amidst the campaigns in Tau and alliances with external powers like the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim, George posed a challenge to Byzantine authority. With Bulgaria subdued in 1018 and al-Hakim well and truly deceased, Basil was ready to launch a significant campaign against Georgia. By late 1021, Basil led a large Byzantine army, reinforced by the formidable Varangian Guard, into Georgian territory. The Byzantines advanced, recovering Phasiane and pushing beyond Tau into the heart of Georgia. George I responded by burning Oltisi to deny its use to the enemy and retreating to Kola. A significant confrontation occurred near the village of Shirimni at Lake Palacazio on September the 11th, where Basil achieved a victory, yet a costly one, but it did prompt George to retreat even further. Basil then plundered the region and withdrew to Trebizond for the winter. Despite several attempts at negotiation, the conflict continued on. George received reinforcements and even allied with Byzantine commanders Nikephoros Phokas and Nikephoros Siphias, and it's a different Nikephoros Phokas, by the way, during their short-lived insurrection against Basil. In December, amidst all of this chaos, the Armenian king Sennacherib of Vaspurakan, facing pressures from the Seljuk Turks, surrendered his kingdom to Basil. In early 1022, Basil launched a final offensive and decisively defeated the Georgians at the Battle of Svindax. Facing threats from both land and sea, George was compelled to agree to a treaty that ceded significant territories back to the Byzantines. As part of the treaty terms, George's infant son, Bagrat, was also taken hostage by Basil. Little harsh, isn't it? Well, he's young. I'm sure he'll forget about it. Well, Basil was greatly admired by his army, because he actually spent most of his reign right there with them, rather than merely sending orders from Constantinople like other people, many of his predecessors. This direct leadership fostered a strong loyalty within the ranks, enhancing his influence over both political and church matters. He also adopted the lifestyle of a soldier, one of the boys, even eating the same daily rations as his troops, which was probably the bravest thing he could have done. Basil also took under his protection the children of deceased army officers, providing them with shelter, food, and education. Many of these children grew up to become soldiers and officers themselves, effectively replacing their fathers in the ranks. Among these, actually, was Isaac Komnenos, who rose to become emperor, by the way, much later. Video on him soon. Maybe. See how we go. Basil also secured the annexation of sub-kingdoms in Armenia, and a promise that its capital and surrounding regions would be willed to Byzantium following the death of its king. In 1021, he negotiated the cessation of the kingdom of Vaspurakan from its king, Sennacherib John, in exchange for estates in Sepastia. These territories were heavily fortified, creating a robust frontier in the highlands. Additionally, Byzantine forces restored much control over southern Italy, which had been lost over the previous 150 years. At the time of his death, on December the 15th, 1025, Basil was preparing a military expedition to recover Sicily. His death marked the end of the longest reign of any Byzantine or Roman emperor up to that point. At his death, the Byzantine Empire's territories stretched from southern Italy to the Caucasus and from the Danube to the Levant, its greatest extent since the Muslim conquests 4 centuries earlier. Although initially intended to be buried in the last available sarcophagus in the rotunda of Constantine I in the Church of the Holy Apostles, Basil later requested that his brother and successor, Constantine VII, bury him in the Church of St. John the Theologian, outside the walls of Constantinople. The words on his tomb read thusly: "From the day that the King of Heaven called upon me to become the Emperor, the great overlord of the world, no one saw my spear lie idle. I stayed alert throughout my life and protected the children of the new Rome, valiantly campaigning both in the west and at the outposts of the east. O man, seeing now my tomb here, reward me for my campaigns with your prayers." The Battle of Agincourt, October 25th, 1415. One of the most famous engagements of the 100 Years' War between England and France. This battle occurred near the village of Agincourt in northern France and was notably led by King Henry V of England. It is celebrated for demonstrating the effectiveness of the English longbow against the heavily armored French knights and nobility. Despite being heavily outnumbered and significantly weakened by disease, the English army achieved a decisive victory, and this victory at Agincourt significantly boosted their morale and prestige. It also solidified Henry V's reputation as a military leader and had profound diplomatic and domestic implications, influencing the course of the war and subsequent treaty negotiations. You may have heard of the battle, as it's been immortalized in various works of literature and culture, most famously in William Shakespeare's play, Henry V. Hello, and welcome back to the channel. I say welcome back if I am indeed welcoming you back, but if it's your first time here, then I will just say welcome. Glad to have you with me. If you want to support the channel, that's exactly what you're doing right now. Just relax and enjoy yourself. That's good enough for me. But if you want to go above and beyond, there is a like and subscribe button that tells YouTube that you want other people to enjoy the video too. And if you want to go even further than that, let's just say take a look at the video description. But now, without further ado, it's time to get nice and comfortable for the Battle of Agincourt. Let's go back all the way to the beginning. Henry V's decision to invade France stemmed from the failed diplomatic negotiations over his claims to French territories. He derived his claim to the French crown through his great-grandfather, Edward III, although English kings had historically been willing to drop this claim if the French acknowledged English sovereignty over certain French lands, as per the terms set out in the Treaty of Brittany. In the spring of 1414, Henry convened a great council to discuss the possibility of waging war against France, but he was urged to continue negotiations and to reel back and moderate his demands. During these negotiations, Henry proposed that he would relinquish his claim to the French throne if the French paid the 1.6 million crowns that they still owed them for the ransom of John II. He was captured in the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, by the way, a long-standing debt. Well, people never seem to forget when you owe them money. Well, the other agreement was that the French would recognize English control over Anjou, Brittany, Flanders, Normandy, Touraine, and Aquitaine. He also proposed marrying Catherine, the daughter of Charles VI of France, and he offered up a dowry of 2 million crowns. The French were not entirely satisfied with that deal, and they countered with an offer that included marrying Catherine to Henry. But the question of the dowry, 2 million, was a little rich for their taste. Try 600 crowns, and an expanded Aquitaine, but not all the other territories. By December 1414, the English Parliament was persuaded to grant Henry a double subsidy, a tax at twice the traditional rate, to fund his campaign and reclaim his inheritance from the French. By 1415, negotiations had come to a halt, with the English asserting that the French had essentially mocked their claims and insulted Henry, especially with that very lukewarm counter-proposal they gave them. Certainly left a bad taste in Henry's mouth. Now on April 19th, 1415, Henry once again sought and received approval from the Great Council for war against France, marking the end of diplomatic efforts and the beginning of military preparations. Henry launched his campaign in France by landing his forces in northern France on the 13th of August, 1415. Although often reported to have comprised 1,500 ships, the fleet was likely much smaller. Contemporary chroniclers have a way of blowing things out of proportion, make the story seem a bit more grand than it actually is. It's a common theme. Now among his troops were special units, including the king's physician and a band of surgeons that was led by Thomas Morstead, Henry's royal surgeon. Morstead had been contracted to supply a team of surgeons and makers of surgical instruments for the campaign, showing once again the organized approach to military health during the campaign, a little ahead of its time. While the English army, numbering about 12,000 men and as many as 20,000 horses, began by besieging the port of Harfleur. The siege, however, was protracted, lasting until the 22nd of September, draining the army's resources and weakening it with disease. You see, when the siege lasts for longer than you think it will, people are all cramped up together in the camps. Things get dirty, and with dirt you get disease. And by dirt I mean, well, you know what I mean. Now, despite the hardships and the onset of the campaign's season's end, Henry opted not to return to England. Instead, with only Harfleur finally captured, he decided to march his remaining force, approximately 9,000 men, across Normandy to Calais. And this march was not just a strategic move, but also a rather provocative gesture, we can say, aimed mainly at Dauphin of France, who had not responded to Henry's personal challenge to combat at Harfleur. As Henry's army moved, the French assembled their own force around Rouen, aiming to confront the English. The French army, paid and organized in a manner similar to the English army, initially planned to relieve Harfleur, but was not mobilized in time to intercept Henry before he left the town. Henry then led his army north, but the French successfully blocked his initial attempts to cross the river Somme. Henry's troops were forced to move southward, eventually crossing the Somme at Bethencourt and Voyons. It was a maneuver that allowed them to continue their march towards Calais. The French army, lacking a significant natural barrier to defend and weary of engaging the English head-on, opted to follow them, aiming to delay direct confrontation while more troops were gathered. On the 24th of October, both armies prepared for battle near Agincourt, but the French hesitated, hoping for additional reinforcements. Negotiations were briefly attempted by the French as a stalling tactic, but this could only last for so long. Faced with dwindling supplies, ongoing sickness amongst his troops, and the numerical superiority of the French forces, Henry knew that any delay of the battle further would be to his detriment. Something had to be done, and a decision had to be made quickly. Thus, he commanded his army to advance, initiating the Battle of Agincourt on the 25th of October. Despite their desperate circumstances, the battle tactics employed were a departure from the defensive strategies that had characterized earlier victories. For example, the Battle of Crécy. Driven by the dire need to reach the safety of Calais, and of course the untenable position of his army. The exact site of the Battle of Agincourt still remains a little uncertain. Traditionally, it is thought to have occurred between the woods of Tramcourt and Azincourt, near the modern village of Agincourt. However, some historians, like Michael Livingston in 2019, argue based on early maps and sources that it might have actually been west of Agincourt, when no archaeological evidence supports the traditional site. As of the middle of 2024, when I make this video, that is the information we have. So if we discover anything else in years and years' time, just do remember that I'm probably not going to go back and edit the video. Now, on the morning of October 25th, 1415, King Henry V arranged his troops along a 750-yard stretch of a narrow defile. His army consisted of about 1,500 men-at-arms and a lot of longbowmen, 7,000 of them actually. Quite a difference to normal battle tactics. Now the forces were organized into 3 divisions. The right wing was led by Edward, Duke of York, the center under Henry himself, and the left commanded by Baron Thomas Camoys, a seasoned veteran. Sir Thomas Erpingham, another experienced leader, was in charge of directing the archers. And just think about it for a moment. 7,000 longbowmen. Now, maybe they could get a few shots off before that charge could meet the line at the men-at-arms. But even if they just got the one, that is 7,000 arrows coming at you. Very hard not to be demoralized. Keep that in mind as we continue. Now, the typical English battle formation had longbowmen flanking men-at-arms, and knights in the center, with possible additional archers in the central formation. The men-at-arms, clad in plate and mail, stood 4 deep, and they were packed in tightly. The archers positioned on the flanks inserted wooden stakes angled into the ground to disrupt cavalry charges. It was a tactic possibly inspired by the Ottoman use of the same wooden stakes at the Battle of Nicopolis in 1396. Before the battle, the English soldiers made confessions, which was a common medieval practice. Henry, concerned about potential surprise attacks by the French and wanting to maintain strict discipline, ordered his men to maintain silence the night before the battle, and this was under threat of severe punishment. No exceptions. No getting drunk. No partying like there's no tomorrow. We just prepare for the battle. He delivered a motivational speech, emphasizing the righteousness of their cause and recalling the historic victories of English kings over the French. Burgundian sources claim he ended his speech by alleging that the French planned to maim captured English archers to prevent them from ever using a longbow again. This is a claim that is somewhat debated among historians regarding its truthfulness. Henry stressed that death was preferable to capture, and ransom, well, that was a shameful thing too, signaling his resolve and determination to his troops. The French army at the Battle of Agincourt was composed of about 14,000 to 15,000 men, and this included 10,000 men-at-arms and an additional 4,000 to 5,000 miscellaneous foot soldiers. Now that could be archers, crossbowmen, and shield-bearers. Each man-at-arms might also be accompanied by a gros valet, which is an armed servant, potentially adding another 10,000 combatants to the force, although this figure is sometimes not included in total combat estimates, but you can certainly see that they were quite outnumbered. The French forces were structured into 3 main divisions: the vanguard, the main battle, and the rear guard. The vanguard and the main battle were primarily composed of men-at-arms on foot, with the vanguard numbering around 4,800, and the main battle about 3,000. Each of these groups was densely packed into formations, about 16 ranks deep, separated by a bowshot's distance from each other. The elite of the French nobility, including Albret and Beaucaire, were positioned in the vanguard, while the Dukes of Alençon and Bar commanded the main battle. The wings of these 2 primary divisions, each consisting 600 dismounted men-at-arms, were led by the Count of Vendôme on the left and the Count of Richemont on the right. For purposes of breaking the English archers' formation, a special cavalry unit consisting of 800 to 1,200 chosen men-at-arms, led by Clinet de Brabant and Louis de Beautredon, was stationed slightly forward on the flanks of the vanguard, in a way that, resembled horns. Additionally, about 200 mounted men-at-arms were designed to attack the rear of the English army, targeting its baggage and servants. The French also fielded a rear guard composed mostly of varlets, which were mounted servants of the dismounted men-at-arms, essentially forming a reserve force. This group became a repository for excess troops and lacked a designated leadership, showing a degree of disorganization in French planning. The placement of the archers and the crossbowmen, initially meant to flank the infantry, was adjusted so that they ended up behind the main formations, reflecting their effectiveness in the battle. The overall French deployment, particularly the concentration of many nobles in the front line seeking glory and ransom, led to a crowded and somewhat disordered battle array. And of course, the battle was significantly influenced by the terrain of the battlefield. The area recently plowed and surrounded by dense woods created a narrow strip of muddy ground that proved advantageous for the English forces. This terrain restricted the movement of the French army and became a crucial factor in the outcome of the battle. The field's narrowness meant that the French knights, already hampered by their heavy plate armor, were forced to advance through thick mud, making their progress exhausting and slow. This was compounded by recent heavy rains that had turned the soil into deep mud, which was described as reaching up to the knees of the French troops. Such conditions were especially challenging for the heavily armored French, who found it exceedingly difficult to maintain their footing and mobility, especially with all that mail and plate. Tends to weigh you down a little bit. Oh, I don't know if you've ever tried on a suit of chainmail, but it is certainly perhaps as heavy or even heavier than it looks. Looks cool, though. During the battle, the English forces, positioned strategically, managed to withstand the initial French assault. According to the contemporary English chronicle, the Gesta Henrici, the French advance was simply so congested that when the front lines fell, either dead or wounded, they were trampled by their comrades, pushing forward from behind. This undisciplined surge resulted in a deadly crush, where many were killed, and not by the enemy, but by suffocation or crushing under the weight of their own side. Imagine having to charge into the English front line over a mountain of your dead friends. Do you think it might have had a psychological effect on them? I certainly think so. That being said, people of the past were of a different breed. Now, the French monk of St. Denis provides further insight, noting that the extreme compression within the French ranks, to the extent that the soldiers in the third rank struggled to even draw their swords. This dense packing completely hindered the French from effectively wielding their weapons, and if you can't wield your weapon, you're not much good in a fight. Moreover, some accounts suggest that the French knights, if they were knocked down, found it completely impossible to rise again due to the weight of their armor and the deep mud, with some reportedly drowning in their helmets. The situation left the French vulnerable to attacks by the English longbowmen, who, according to some sources, rushed in from the sides to engage in melee after the initial volleys of arrows. Now, on the morning of the 25th of October, a significant number of French reinforcements were yet to arrive at the Battle of Agincourt. The French command, aware of their numerical and strategic advantage, was in no hurry to initiate combat. Notable among the expected reinforcements were the Duke of Brabant, with approximately 2,000 troops, the Duke of Anjou, with around 600, and a notably large contingent from the Duke of Brittany, which, according to the chronicler Monstrelet, numbered around 6,000 men. Of course, the anticipation of reinforcements influenced the French significantly. For about 3 hours after sunrise, no engagement occurred. This delay was consistent with contemporary military strategy as articulated in military textbooks at the time, which advised that foot soldiers who stand firm have an advantage over those who advance. The French, confident in their superior numbers and the pending arrival of additional forces, believed that time was simply on their side. Moreover, there was prevailing sentiment among the French that the English, upon seeing the amassed French nobility and reinforcements, may simply be so frightened that they would choose retreat over battle. It was this belief that contributed to the French decision to block Henry's potential retreat routes and wait rather than act prematurely. And they were indeed content to do so and wait, effectively trapping the English forces and expecting that the psychological pressure or the simple tactical advantage of overwhelming numbers, once all forces had assembled, would bring them an easy victory. Well, as the battle commenced, the English forces under the command of Henry V found themselves in a precarious situation. They were tired, they were sick, and there was also the logistical strain of a prolonged retreat. Despite their weariness, Henry realized that a defensive posture was his army's best chance at victory. To establish such a defense, he made the critical decision to halt the retreat. This involved a risky maneuver, pulling out the long, sharpened wooden stakes, advancing his position, and then reinstalling these stakes pointed outwards towards the enemy. These stakes were crucial innovations in the English military tactic, protecting the longbowmen from potential cavalry charges. Unlike in the Battle of Crécy, where archers were shielded by pits and other obstacles, at Agincourt, the stakes provided a mobile form of defense that could be repositioned as needed. The French, on the other hand, faced their tactical constraints due to the narrowness of the battlefield hemmed in by the dense woodland. The terrain limited their ability to deploy effectively according to the initial battle plan. The weather was not what they had expected. Originally, the French strategy involved placing those archers and crossbowmen at the forefront to soften up the English line before a decisive cavalry charge from the rear would come in and break the archers. However, on the day of the battle, well, this was not executed as intended. The French archers, instead, and the crossbowmen, found themselves relegated behind the men-at-arms and to the sides, and in this way their impact was fairly minimal, perhaps contributing only an initial volley of arrows, definitely not enough to break the English forces. Furthermore, the French cavalry, a critical component of their strategy to disrupt the English archers, was delayed in their charge. Now, this delay may have been a misjudgment of the English tactical movements, expecting a frontal assault that simply never came. Or perhaps it was lack of readiness, as indicated by Gilles Le Bouvier's account of knights disengaged from their units, warming themselves or tending to their horses. When the French cavalry finally charged, it was not only too late, but also undermanned, significantly reducing its effectiveness and impact on the battle. This miscalculation and misalignment in the timing and execution of French tactics were pivotal, and certainly contributed to the eventual English victory. The French cavalry charge at Agincourt proved to be catastrophic, hindered by the narrow battlefield, hemmed in by that dense forest. The spatial constraint, coupled with the strategically placed sharpened stakes, rendered the cavalry completely useless. Now, the longbows that were wielded by the English had a significant impact, particularly on the French cavalry's horses, which were only armored on their heads. As the archers loosed their arrows from elevated positions at long range, many horses were struck in the back, or the legs, or the flank. The pain and injury caused to these horses became uncontrollable, and it became a chaotic scene. Horses losing control, panically running back and forth. The situation deteriorated further when the injured and frenzied horses began to retreat, compounding the muddy conditions of the battlefield. There is a scene from an account by a monk from St. Denis that describes a havoc as these horses galloped back through the ranks of advancing French infantry. The panicking animals scattered the soldiers and trampled many underfoot, exacerbating the disarray and significantly undermining the effectiveness of the infantry's advance. The Battle of Agincourt saw French men-at-arms advancing through the intense volleys of English longbow fire, a testament to the resilience provided by their plate armor. Despite the daunting distance and a terrifying hail of arrow shot, the plate armor, which by the 15th century was comprehensive enough to make shields largely redundant, played a critical role in allowing the French to close in on the English positions. However, the effectiveness of the longbows against this armor is, and remains so, another subject of debate and experimentation. Well, by the middle of the 14th century, advancements in metallurgy meant that knights and men-at-arms could afford better quality steel armor. Tests and contemporary accounts suggest that while this high-grade steel armor could withstand arrow shots effectively, the cheaper and more commonly used wrought iron armor did not offer the same level of protection. It's been suggested by modern historians that longbow arrows could indeed penetrate wrought iron breastplates at close range, and could damage thinner limb armor even from 200 meters away. However, the most well-protected parts of the body, such as the breastplate or the top of the helmet, were largely impervious to arrows, if they were made of the best steel. Now, in the chaos of the battle, the French knights faced additional charges beyond the direct impact of the arrows themselves. To avoid facial injuries from arrows targeting weak points like the eye slits and air holes in their helmets, the French had to march with their heads down and visors lowered. This posture severely restricted their vision and their breathing, complicating their advance through the muddy battlefield. The conditions were exacerbated by the weight of their armor, which was typically around 50 to 60 pounds, which is on the heaviest end of it, 27 kilograms. And it became even heavier, of course, as it collected mud, I'm sure if you've done a hard day's work, which I'm sure my audience has before, walking with your boots covered in the mud after working out in the rain, you certainly feel it after a while. The knights also had to navigate around fallen comrades, and that certainly adds a physical and psychological toll to the march. Thus the battle reached its climax as the remaining French men-at-arms, heavily armored and already completely exhausted from their arduous advance, finally engaged the English line. Despite initially pushing the English back slightly, the French were met with a relentless volley of arrows by the flanks of longbowmen, who had positioned themselves to shoot at close range. When their arrows were depleted, these longbowmen joined the fray using hatchets, swords, and even the very hammers that they had used to drive the stakes into the ground, transforming from ranged supporters into melee combatants. The narrow, muddy terrain and the weight and restrictiveness of the armor left many of the French knights completely unable to lift their weapons effectively or regain their footing after falling, and this disadvantage was critical as the English longbowmen, less encumbered by heavy armor, or really any armor at all, were able to maneuver more freely and advance effectively in close combat with their hammers and daggers and hatchets. Now, as the battle wore on, the French forces became increasingly disordered, fatigued, and frightened. The second line of French troops added to the chaos rather than the effectiveness of the assault, as the cramped conditions prevented them from maneuvering and contributed to more compression within the ranks. It's been suggested that this compression likely led to suffocation for some of the armored knights, a fatal scenario exacerbated by the inability to escape the press of bodies. Thus, the melee turned disastrously for the French, with many knights and nobles either slain or captured. The heaps of bodies described in the English chronicle Gesta Hendricki attest to the brutal intensity of the fighting. King Henry V himself participated actively in the battle, defending his wounded brother, Humphrey the Duke of Gloucester. And in a fierce confrontation, Henry sustained a blow that damaged part of his helmet, a testament to his direct involvement in the combat. All in all, the battle, lasting approximately 3 hours, was a decisive English victory, marked by significant French casualties and the capture of many high-ranking nobles. Amidst the overwhelming defeat of the French forces at Agincourt, one of the few French successes was the attack on the English baggage train, an event that punctuated the otherwise very grim day for the French. This raid was led by Sembar d'Agincourt, a local knight who utilized his familiarity with the area. His force consisted of a small contingent of men-at-arms and varlets, supplemented by about 600 peasants. Together they managed to capture some of King Henry V's personal treasures, including a crown, which was of course a very symbolic loss. Think about capturing the eagle from the Romans, kind of like that. Now the timing and motivation behind this attack remain subjects of historical debate. Sources vary on whether the raid occurred at the beginning or towards the end of the battle. The English chronicler of the Gesta Hendricki, believed to be a chaplain present with the baggage train, suggests that the attack took place at the onset of the battle. This timing could suggest a coordinated effort to distract or destabilize the English forces by striking at their supplies and personal belongings. However, the strategic significance of this raid is another questionable aspect. Some historians consider it might have been an opportunistic act of local brigandage rather than a planned military maneuver. The choice of Sembar d'Agincourt as the leader due to his local knowledge rather than his military rank lends quite a bit of credence to this theory. Whichever way it was, the raid did very little to affect the overall outcome of the battle as a whole, serving more as a footnote to the larger narrative of the English victory and the French calamity. After the initial English victory at Agincourt, King Henry V faced a precarious situation that led to one of the most controversial decisions of the battle. Observing signs of the French rearguard regrouping and advancing in battle order, Henry, concerned about the potential threat that they posed, made a drastic decision. The Gesta Henrici and other contemporary accounts by chroniclers such as Lefebvre and Wavrin noted that the still fresh and numerous French rearguard seemed poised to re-engage in combat. This, of course, alarmed Henry, as his forces were weary from battle, and his army was significantly outnumbered by the French, especially considering the large number of prisoners they had taken. Faced with the risk that these prisoners could rearm themselves with weapons scattered across the battlefield, Henry ordered the execution of several thousand French prisoners. But hold on, this was not a decision that was driven by cruelty, but by a strategic calculation to prevent a renewed threat. The prisoners outnumbered the English captors, and their potential to rearm and attack could have disastrously reversed the English victory. That doesn't make it okay, of course, but don't think that this was just some act of bloodthirst. I think that Henry V effectively had, or he perceived to have, no other choice. Contemporary chroniclers did not criticize Henry for this position, by the way, possibly viewing it through the lens of the harsh necessities dictated by medieval warfare. And in my personal opinion, I tend to agree with them. Now, there is one modern military historian, John Keegan, who suggests that Henry's primary aim was to terrorize the prisoners into submission rather than massacre them outright. Keegan suggests that the action was intended more of a preventative measure to quell any thoughts among the prisoners of taking up arms again, thereby deterring the uncommitted French reserves from entering the battle. He speculates that due to the limited number of archers involved in the killings, the reluctance of the English knights to partake in what they saw as an unchivalrous act, and the logistical difficulty of executing large number of prisoners swiftly, the actual number of French nobles killed may have been smaller than reported. The order was soon rescinded once the French reserves dispersed, indicating that the threat had abated and the need for such extreme measures was no longer present. Very, very lucky for those French prisoners. Well, the battle was a significant turning point in the 100 Years' War, of course with devastating effects on the French side. The French forces of 14,000 to 15,000 suffered a catastrophic loss, with estimates of around 6,000 killed. That's in the space of 3 hours, remember. That's a lot of people. That included a high number of nobles and military leaders, too. The casualties included prominent figures such as 3 dukes, Alençon, Bar, and Brabant, and of course numerous counts. The French command structure was particularly hard hit, losing the Constable of France, Charles d'Albret, the Admiral of France, the Lord of Dampierre, and other key officials, like the Master Crossbowman and the Master of the Royal Household. But of course, the social and political impact in France was also profound, as entire noble families were eradicated in the male line, decimating the leadership in regions like Artois, Ponthieu, Normandy, and Picardy. The battle effectively removed a generation of leadership, which has deep, long-term consequences for the French regional and national governance. The heralds recorded 3,069 knights and squires killed, with an additional 2,600 unidentified men found dead. The English army, led by Henry, and substantially smaller with about 9,000 troops, recorded much lower casualties. Historical records and chronicles suggest English losses ranged from double figures to up to 1,600, including significant figures such as the Duke of York and the Earl of Suffolk. But of course the battle also resulted in a large number of French prisoners, estimated between 700 to 2,200, and among them were of course high-ranking nobles such as the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, and several counts, which added to the political leverage for England. The ball was certainly in their court, well and truly. But the victory, while militarily decisive, did not immediately translate into territorial gains for England. Henry V returned to England to consolidate his position and prepare for future campaigns, celebrated as a hero and bolstered by the perceived divine favor. However, things in France changed rapidly after Agincourt. The battle exacerbated existing rifts between the Armagnac and Burgundian factions, leading to renewed internal conflict. In fact, just days after Agincourt, the Burgundians moved against Paris, exploiting the weakened state of Armagnac faction and disrupting any potential unified response against the English. The internal disunity was instrumental in Henry's subsequent campaigns, as it allowed him significant time to prepare both militarily and politically for his next move in France. The battle thus had a profound impact, weakening the French nobility and altering the political dynamic within France, which in turn affected the broader scope of the 100 Years' War. This victory at Agincourt resonated deeply in the cultural memory of England, inspiring a surge of nationalistic pride that was expressed through music and storytelling. The creation of the Agincourt Carol in the first half of the 15th century is a testament to the battle's enduring legacy in English popular culture. This song, among the earliest known English carols, celebrated the victory and was a symbol of English martial prowess and national pride. Additional ballads, like King Henry V's conquest of France, also emerged, popularizing and romanticizing the events surrounding the battle. These ballads often highlighted and, let's say, embellished aspects of the campaign that were less emphasized by contemporary chroniclers, such as the infamous gift of tennis balls from the French to Henry V. This episode, symbolizing French scorn, was reputedly used by Henry to rally his troops, portraying it as a mocking underestimation of English valor, thus galvanizing them further. And then, of course, You can't forget Shakespeare. Here's your homework. Go and read Shakespeare's play Henry V. You know it always comes up on the quiz shows. And with that, I would like to thank you for joining me, and I would especially like to thank my top-tier patrons, Scott, Aaron, James, Tim, Jeffrey, JC, Stark Factory, and Charles. Thank you very, very much for supporting the channel, and thank you, dear listener. Hasn't it been a pleasure again? I think so. So I would like to say thank you once again for joining me, and I'm sure I can count on you being right back here in the classroom for tomorrow's video. Good night. Lots of love to you all.